Good morning. Are we here? Unmute. Good morning. Hi, we're Siri and Jason from Local Roots Farm. That was me singing just before. We're coming to you live, literally live today from Chicory Week headquarters, aka our kitchen. So good morning to all our West Coast friends, and good lunchtime to all our East Coast friends, and good afternoon to a bunch of us who I know are joining. Not us, I wish, in my dreams. Those of you who are joining from Italy, from Great Britain, from Australia, New Zealand, we're super excited for today. You want to say something, Jason?
Yeah, we're just super excited. So we started this crazy thing like 6 years ago. We love Radicchio. We wanted to invite people onto our farm and get to have them see Radicchio growing in the field, to get to taste all the different varieties, and it evolved from that into a thing where we just had 8, 10, 12 chefs that would come out and walk around and shoot the breeze with us, to this crazy event that I hope many of you have gone to the last couple of years, where 300 people and 12 restaurants were all gathering together in Seattle. And now with crazy COVID times, we're online and we're worldwide. I think we're bigger than ever right now, and we're just so excited that you are coming along with us for this crazy adventure.
So, right, this is Bitter Love in the time of COVID. And we've got a whole day of super awesome programming. We're going to be talking with Italian farmers. We're going to be touring farms and seed production facilities in the US and Italy. We've got some I've seen all the cooking videos and they're amazing, and I wish I was eating them right now. And please remember, you can ask questions. We have a team of experts on hand today. We're going to be taking note of all your questions, slotting them into the appropriate time frames. And of course, all this content is going to be viewable on YouTube after the day's events are concluded. And I think it's just about time for us to kick it off with
history.
The History Channel. You don't even have to change the channel. The History Channel is just going to come like straight into your screen right now. Tech team, do we have our guest ready to roll here? Well,
I hope so.
I think something's going to happen.
Let's
here
check it out. Andrea, we're going to let you in here.
Sweet. Saba, our tech genius. And we're just figuring this out as we go, folks, like everybody else in the strange new world. So bear with us. Everything's going to be fun and awesome. And we're going to be here with our pink jumpsuits all day to fill in the gaps and to be constantly checking in on the YouTube questions and answering all of your super burning questions about Radicchio. And I think we're
ready to roll.
Queued up. All right. Take it away.
Ciao Andrea, come stai?
Bene, bene.
Say, hold on.
Aspetta. Faccio questo.
Ok, perfect.
Ciao a tutti, hi everybody. My name is Andrea Ghedina and I am a plant breeder and co-founder of Smarties.bio, an R&D company based in Italy, near Venice, mainly involved in leaf vegetable. I want to thank Lane from the Culinary Breeding Network for the great opportunity she gave me of being a speaker of the third virtual edition of the Sagra del Radicchio. My speech will be mainly involved in Radicchio history and types, and I hope you will enjoy the speech. Radicchio is a traditional European horticultural crop, and even if it is not autochthonous, he had a sort of evolution and developing different types and varieties. According to the use and the purpose they are grown for, we can divide the chicory in 4 groups: root chicory, forage chicory, wheatloaf chicory. It's curious that in Italy we call it Belgian endive, but it is not endive, it's chicory, and leaf chicory, usually known as radicchio. According to another division, for the botanical way, Chicorium intybus, subspecies intybus, can be divided in variety Foliosum, that traditionally includes all the cultivar groups whose commercial products are leaves, like wheatloaf chicory, or sugarloaf from the variety Porphyrium, Catalonia, the variety Silvestre, and Radicchio variety Latifolium. Otherwise, the variety Sativum, that includes all types whose commercial product are roots, can be differentiated in type for industrial transformation, so inulin extraction, or direct to human consumption when roasted, can be used as a substitute of coffee. I try to give you an hypothesis of the Radicchio phylogenesis based on morphological characters and also molecular marker analysis. The cultivation of red chicories dates to the first half of 16th century in the Venetian territories. After spreading the nearby territories, the original type differentiated into well-characterized types. First of all, we have a common ancestor, that is the Rosso di Treviso, that by mass selection was divided in Rosso di Treviso tardivo and Rosso di Treviso precoce. These two types the name are not related to the cycle, because tardivo means late and precoce early, but we nowadays have varieties with early or late cycles on both types. So from the Rosso di Treviso tardivo, by mass selection, choosing the mother plants, the types that were more closed, more overwrapped, we obtained the Rosso di Treviso Precoce. And at the same way, we obtained the Rosso di Verona, that if you have a look at the picture, is really similar to Rosso di Treviso Precoce, but just shorter. And all the characters, starting from the leaf and the midrib, are really similar, except the size. We don't know if by chance or due to human will, we had some crosses with escarole, Chicorium endivia, that is interfertile with Chicorium intybus, and we obtained the variegated type. Variegato di Castelfranco is the most famous, but we also have a type that is more close, that is the Variegato di Lusia, and by mass selection in 1930 we added the Variegato di Chioggia. In the past, it was very different from the type we know today. It was a sort of wild chicory with an extremely late cycle, and it was ready for harvesting by late February or March. And then two lines of selection started from the Variegato di Chioggia, one choosing the plants without dots, so just white plants, obtaining the Bianco, that means white of Chioggia, and the most known Rosso di Chioggia, choosing the plants with a lot of red dots till obtaining completely red plants. The red of Chioggia, as I already said, is the most widespread and very extensively grown type. And the other types that are all Radicchio are a sort of well-differentiated group of chicories with red or variegated leaves that are traditionally cultivated in Italy. The commercial seed is mainly utilized outside the typical area of origin, where otherwise usually farmers still use their own seed that maintain through yearly conservative selection and on-farm seed production. The majority of commercial varieties are open pollinated populations. But in recent years, both synthetics and hybrid varieties have been put on the market. After this first introduction, I want to show you all the most important types of Radicchio. The Rosso di Chioggia, that is the most common and most well-known all over the world. I want to cite you some very important characteristics. For example, the completely round shape and the red color that don't have to be variegated green or brown. Another important characteristic is the midrib that have to be completely white and as small as possible. Rosso di Treviso Precoce is another really important type. As I already said, we have both Precoce and Tardivo, so early and late varieties and cycles in this type, from 60-70 days from transplanting to 130 days. Rosso di Verona is another really nice type. Here is a very traditional type, egg shape, oval, and really interesting for fresh market because of the texture of the leaf that is in the between of Chioggia and Treviso. So it has less fiber than Treviso, but is more consistent than Chioggia. So it's really interesting to be used both raw or cooked. And another important thing is the size. The original Rosso di Verona don't have to be that big. As you can see from the picture where the Radicchio is held in my hand, that is not that big, like a Chioggia. Variegato di Castelfranco is one of the most nice type. The base color is creamy yellow with the brush stroke of red dots. You can see from this picture how we present, how we sell it in Italy. It is completely opened, and this is a really important characteristic that we are focused on when we make selection, the ability to be opened. Nowadays we have self-whitening varieties and that are pretty closed varieties. Thus we have to balance between yields and ability to be opened, as this is the proper way to be sold. You can help this operation by using warm water or holding the Radicchio overnight before making this operation in a warm environment. In the past, growers put the Radicchio for a sort of whitening and forcing process in the stable with the kettles because the environment was warm, and the Radicchio opened by itself. Variegato di Lusia is another variegato type, but more closed, not overwrapped like a Chioggia, but more closed than the Castelfranco. The shape is rounded oval. And the interesting thing is that nowadays there are not such early variety of Castelfranco. So for the opening season of the opened Castelfranco, some growers use some super early selections of Variegato di Lusia, like in the last pictures, and they open it trying to make something similar of the Castelfranco. Pan di zucchero or sugarloaf is another chicory, and in Italy we use it just for processing in the ready-to-eat bag salads, and we use it just because it allows really huge yields in the field. But I do prefer the Bianco di Chioggia to do the same thing due to the texture of the leaf and the taste of the leaf that is for sure better and a good alternative to sugarloaf. And to conclude, I want to show you some Radicchio specialties like the Rosa di Gorizia, that is a Radicchio that needs some forcing, like the Treviso Tardivo. In the original area of Gorizia, they do the process using humid sawdust, but you can force it in the water as well, the Tardivo. On the right, we have Variegato di Chioggia, that is an extremely late type, like in the past, and is really interesting in the program, the production programs, to have some Radicchio till the end of the season, when no other types can resist to frost, months of frost, and you can harvest until March. Then we have the Tardivo type that you, I guess, really know. You need to harvest the plant with the roots in the field and then put in some fresh water. Well, in the Treviso area, they have a lot of water that come freshly for free from the ground with a stable temperature, something like 12 or 14 Celsius. So the plant have a sort of warm condition in the winter and still goes on working and growing. And well, the core of the plants grow for from 1 week to 2 weeks in the water, in the dark, and comes extremely crunchy and sweet, and lose all the bitter taste. Then we have the Puntarelle that comes from the Catalonia family. Here is really interesting because the commercial products are not leaves but are stems. So it is a sort of controlled bolting because you don't want to, you need the stems, but you don't want flowering and bolting in the plant. So really strange situation. Then we have Catalonia. Here there is a picture of Gigante di Chioggia. And then the Rosa del Veneto, or pink Radicchio. Thanks for your attention.
Ciao Andrea. Come stai? Siete qui? You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Is it working?
Yes. Come stai? Come stai? Che c'è in Italia adesso?
C'è la nebbia.
La nebbia? Ah sì, anche qui a Duval. Allora, so for those of you who are just tuning in, my name is Jason Salvo. I own Local Roots Farm, and we are a little vegetable farm near Duval, Washington, which is near Seattle. And I'm here with Andrea Gadina of Smarties Bio, who is joining us from near Chioggia, Radicchio. And Andrea owns this amazing seed company, Smarties Bio, that he breeds and selects all these great varieties of Radicchio that we love. I think just before we get started, I just wanted to say, when 2 years ago we did our first Sagra, we wrote this zine, and I was working on the part about the history of Radicchio. And on the internet, there's all sorts of terrible conflicting information all over the place. And as I was doing my research, I found an academic paper written in Italian that I was super useful, and it had all this amazing information in it, which was so cool, and it helped me a lot in drafting this zine. Fast forward to this past January, we went on an expedition to Italy. We met all these Italian farmers. We met Andrea, and we were at a lunch together, and we're chatting. And it turns out we discover at this lunch that that it was his thesis paper that I had used to as like my primary source for writing this thing. And I just think that is super cool. And so we're here today with Andrea to talk about Radicchio, the history and origins of Radicchio, and about, whatever interesting things like there, wherever. We'll see where this conversation goes. So just to begin, Andrea, could you just tell us a little bit about yourself, where you live, and how you became the world's foremost expert on Radicchio?
I am a plant breeder. I had my studies in agriculture, so regular studies of agriculture at the university. And then I became fond of genetics. And so I improved my studies about genetics. And I had the opportunity to start working after my bachelor in a famous Venetian seed company that was involved in leaf vegetables, mainly Radicchio. Then I had a PhD in Radicchio, and the PhD was founded by the owner of this company. That was Mr. Tiozzo. And well, after the company was sold to another group and I decided to go ahead with my own project, I spent something like 6 or 7 years in the previous 6 or 7 years before my decision in Radicchio. So why not going ahead with that crop and also others? But well, this is the reason why I guess we are here talking about Radicchio. And yes, I founded Smartis.bio, and together with Luca, that is my actual partner, business partner. And well, we breed varieties. We love this crop. We try to develop it also together with your help, also in countries where it is less known. So, well, there is something magic, I guess, around that crop. So that's it.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, we think there's something magic about it too, and it's really hard to put. I find it really hard to put my finger on what it is that seems so compelling about it. For us, I think in some ways it has to do with the fact that it's unusual and it's different, and it is not so. I think a lot of agriculture is very like corporately sort of large scale export driven, and at least in America, Radicchio is a thing that is something that large farms aren't growing, and so I think it feels like it's a sort of I don't want to say revolutionary, but you know, we're trying to change the diet that people grow, and we're saying, hey, look, small growers from in anywhere. It just seems like it's a super well adapted crop. It doesn't require a lot of inputs. It is not very fussy. And so we're like, hey, look, here's a thing where you can eat Radicchio in December, most of the country, and it can still be grown locally. To get a salad, you don't need to get romaine lettuce shipped all the way across the country. But so lots of people are, because I think there's a couple things that make people feel a little confused when they're trying to like figure out what it is they're buying, what they're looking for. And I think part of it is that it's like all of the names and things are in Italian. You know, most people don't speak in America. So could you just spend a little bit of time talking about like the difference between chicory and radicchio, and you got into this a little bit in your slideshow, but you know, precoce, tardivo, and the varieties, and maybe a little bit of history about, you know, why all the varieties are named after towns in the Veneto region of Italy.
Okay, so starting from the difference between chicory, so cicoria, and radicchio, the point that you underlined in the video that you made 2 weeks ago, presenting the third edition of the Sagra, is perfectly correct. So in Italy, everything is chicory, so everything is cicoria due to the genus, botanical genus, Cicorium. But yes, we mainly call cicoria something that is green. So cicoria pan di zucchero, that is the sugar loaf, cicoria catalonia, so the green leaf that is, well, can be both cooked or raw, but doesn't Cicoria is something that are just leaves and green. Otherwise, Radicchio, well, commonly speaking, Radicchio is just the red of Chioggia, but everybody are Radicchio. There is some situation where it is correct both, like Cicoria variegata di Castelfranco or Radicchio variegato di Castelfranco. The gender is different due to, well, one is a female word, the other one is a male, so we need to differentiate variegato or variegata. But yes, this is the two groups mainly. For what concern the terms precoce and tardivo, well, precoce means early and usually is referred to the cycle. So an early cycle is something like 50, 60, 70 days from transplanting. Tardivo means late, so cycles that are more than 100 days, let's say. So for late December, January, February harvesting, this is late. But in Treviso type, it also differentiates two types that are really different. So the Treviso Tardivo is the one that needs forcing and has both cycles, precoce and tardivo and medium also. And the same thing happens in the Treviso Precoce, that has precoce, so early, and tardivo, late cycles inside. It used to, I guess, to the past where we just had late cycles of tardivo and early cycles of precoce types. So this.
So, Andrea, so I think just to like tell me if this is right. I think I'm going to try and summarize what you said. When people say tardivo, we're talking about two different things.
Right.
And one is the heads of Treviso that you harvest the head and the root and everything, and you bring it inside to force, which I want to speak about in a moment. But also when they say tardivo or precoce, they're talking about how many days from transplant it is when you harvest the crop. Is that did I get that right?
Correct, and it happens in all the types, also in Verona, in Chioggia, in Variegato. Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was speaking to a person who had called me the other day was writing an article about Radicchio, and I think the fact that the same word is used to refer to different things, I think it gets confusing for people. So hopefully that clears it up. But we're getting a lot of questions in, and a bunch of people are asking about the process of forcing. Which I think is something that's really confusing to people. And so when I was thinking about it, I actually am curious to know, I think the correct term is forcing. And so I just for those of you out there who don't know what it is, there's Radicchio is a biennial, which means that it grows and it photosynthesizes and it stores up all this energy its first year of life. It goes dormant through the winter, and then it makes a flower for reproduction. It's in its second year of life. That's a biennial. And so the process of forcing, which can be done with any crop that's a biennial, is you actually, once it goes dormant in the winter, you bring it inside and you force it to regrow by creating an artificially warm environment. So you trick it into thinking that it's the spring. I guess would you say that's an accurate description of what forcing is?
Well, forcing is something, let's say, magic that can happen just in the Treviso area, where this type was bred almost 100 years ago. Okay, it's funny that all the cultivated radicchios has a pretty recent story, don't you think? No more than 100 years. Well, in the Treviso area, there is a particular situation that, well, the water comes from the ground. The term in Italian is acqua di risorgiva, so it's water that comes from the ground. It's for free, nobody pays for it, and it comes from a stable temperature due to it was in the ground. And also in the winter, January, February, the temperature is 12, 14 Celsius. Sorry, I can't make the transformation in Fahrenheit. Well, it's something warm in comparison with the field environment. In that place, the water is always new, and well, they harvest the radicchio with the roots from the field. They make some boxes and put in this water at the level of just under the neck of the plant. And it depends of the period of the year. At the very beginning of the season, September, October, it takes just 1 week. In December, February, maybe 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, because it's colder. They use some black plastic, so the environment is pretty dark. And in this particular situation, the roots work and all the plant works. And we obtain a new core of the plant that is completely developed by, well, the energy that is contained in the root, that is a sink for the plant for energy, and from the water for sure. Well, the texture of the midrib is really crunchy, and the taste comes milder than the original bitterness from the field. In considering the terms, well, in Italian we use two. So the process is forzatura e imbianchimento. So both needs to be used together. So, well, forcing is is already complete, let's say, and indicate exactly that operation. But maybe forcing and I found blanching in some books, or whitening. No.
I think I found it interesting that, because blanching and imbianchimento is the expression that we found, which means whitening. But okay. I think that for like Belgian endive, where it actually does start with the green leaf and it becomes white because of the lack of chlorophyll, it totally makes sense.
But you have the same in also in the Tardivo, because the midrib became really white, and in the field it was not that white. So
that's true. This is true. Yeah.
So for me, it's still correct also for the Tardivo. Mm-hmm. But for sure, it's something that comes from the Belgian endive, from the Wittloff chicory process and studies. Sure.
Andrea, do you know some of the history of the process of forcing, like where it came from, how it started, why people started doing it?
Well, what I know is that the really ancestor of the nowadays grown radicchio, in the literature it's called Magdeburg chicory. It was similar to the nowadays industrial chicory. It was grown for the roots and it was roasted, and it was used for to obtain a sort of coffee. It was without caffeine, but the taste was similar. Well, what happened is that a man that made this process for work, it was his work to grow this radicchio and roast the roots and obtain that sort of coffee powder, decided to put in a dark room some roots to elongate as much as possible the cycle of his process. There was just some periods of the year when you could harvest the roots, and he wanted to try if it was possible to maintain the roots for a month and roast few of them when there was the request of the founder. And he forgot some of these roots in the room. He came there after, don't know, 2 months, let's say, and he found something that was really similar to the wheat loaf that we know nowadays. It happened something like 300 or 400 years ago. So the first process came by chance for a totally different purpose, and it happens in what we know actually as the wheat loaf. And then I guess that every chance that the people try to do to lower the bitterness of the radicchio was well, many people try to obtain less bitter radicchio, and I guess that they just try to put it in water, and this was the result.
That's an amazing story. I love that. We have a question that is, somebody asks whether it's possible to grow radicchio hydroponically. I mean, the forcing process is like somewhat hydroponic. I wonder, do you think that you could go from seed to, you know, like a Treviso Precoce hydroponically?
I made some experience with aquaponics, so you know, the one with fish, and well, to summarize for people that doesn't know how aquaponics work, well, you grow fishes and you feed them with particular pasture, and then you use the water to grow plants in a hydroponic system. And we had excellent results. There are some posts on the Instagram pages of Smarties if people want to check it. And the only thing is that aquaponic systems are in greenhouses, under plastic tunnels usually. And so it's really hot inside, and radicchio is a winter crop. So well, you have to use super early varieties. Well, we had some amazing Castelfranco. It was creamy yellow and red dotted in last May, I guess. Yes, so excellent. But yes, you can do that, but well, the greenhouse is a problem because the environment is too warm for the radicchio. So you have to be aware using super early varieties and well, maybe open the greenhouse and try to cool it as possible.
That is really cool. Is there, so I mean, we have noticed that radicchio, especially when we grow the earlier varieties, is really susceptible to bolting, especially when it gets hot. Why is that?
Well, you said that radicchio is biannual. It is mainly true for the most ancient type, so the Treviso Tardivo, and for the very late varieties, cycles, of the other types. But, well, all the breeding that worked on obtaining as much differentiation on these types and obtaining as much cycles as possible. In the past, there were just late cycles. So selection by selection, choosing the earliest individuals. So breeders, they were not breeders, they were growers in the beginning, and breeders then tried to obtain the earliest lines as possible. And this process made a sort of revolution in the physiology of the plant. And well, early varieties nowadays are no more biannual, and so they can bolt also in the first year. So this is the first reason. And the second reason is that there are all the conditions, when you grow early varieties, there are all the conditions favorable to bolting. So long day, hot weather, maybe some drought if you don't irrigate in the proper way. So it's really tough to grow early types without experiencing bolting. So one of the most important goals of breeding for early variety is bolting tolerance, for sure. So, well, breeders try to make some pressure for that aspect. So
yeah, it's that's fascinating. It didn't occur to me that that breeders would have selected its biennial nature out of it in order to make it and to do its heading thing earlier in the season. That's, I think one of the things that a lot of people, when we try and like educate people on farming and Radicchio in general, is the idea of a plant breeder, of a person who's out there like selecting for traits and sort of creating new crops and new varieties. I think is something that is an idea that most people haven't really thought about. And I think that's one of the coolest things about Radicchio in general, is how in such a short amount of time these really, really unique different things have all been created by people, and then all the little towns in the Veneto have their own variety named after them. It seems so. I mean, I think there's this this thing I think that Americans project onto Europe, is that it's this place like steeped in tradition and like these, long unchanging histories and things that people do that are very like, oh, in this town we eat this thing and we've done it for hundreds or 1,000 years or something. But I think some of the things that are neat about Radicchio is that it's actually relatively new. I mean, most of these varieties were only developed in the, as you said, 30s through 50s or 60s. Right. But a thing that I was thinking about a lot when we went and visited you guys back in January was how much as a plant breeder, you feel like constrained by the history and by a sort of feeling like, I don't want to be too like change too many things, versus how exciting it is when a new variety like the Rosa del Veneto or the Costa Rosa that Levantia Seeds has, which is an off type that was presumably somebody noticed in a field, and suddenly it's this new thing. And I would just love it. I think we have 10 minutes before the next segment is on, but I'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
So which is my position, do you mean?
You don't have to have a position exactly, just how you like, what you think about it.
Well, even Radicchio, even if it is a really important crop in Italy, I guess it is a minor crop. So for this reason, strongly related to traditions, for sure. The last 12 years, I guess, professional seed companies tried to answer to a request of the modern market to develop varieties with characteristics reliable for the modern market. So improving the cycles for sure. So there was a request of obtaining Radicchio all year around. So super early varieties for summer cropping, very late varieties to make the season of harvesting as long as possible, and then also improve it with cold storage. So winter varieties are also usually suitable for cold storage. Improving in red types, improving the type of red that characteristic the leaves, because the fact that the leaves were red was one of the most important market characteristics. The bitterness is another important thing, because we love that Radicchio is bitter, but can't be too bitter. For my opinion, and also I guess of many people involved in the Radicchio world, it is really important to maintain characteristics of traditional characteristics, but to make this crop bigger in the world, we need to also improve it for modern market requests. So we have to manage a good balance between these two aspects and the request, but without losing our roots, I guess.
Great answer. Great answer. I just have a couple of really quick ones. We're now down to 7 minutes. Somebody just asked if the later varieties, the longer cycle varieties, are more cold tolerant.
Are more what? Sorry?
Cold tolerant, whether they can survive better in the cold.
Okay, this is a really nice aspect. Yes, they are cold tolerant, but the really nice thing is the reason. In Italy, we say that the best Radicchio comes after the second frost in the field. So usually it happens by November, not in the last 3 or 4 years, because I guess due to global warming, but in November usually we had already 2 frosts. And well, the reason why Radicchio is better after the frost is that it accumulates sugar in the cellular liquid due to decrease so make lower the cryoscope point of that liquid. So the temperature at that the liquid contained in the cells frost. You know that during winter we put the salt in the road to avoid frost on the road. So it's similar. So a solution with water plus something, frost at a lower degree temperature than just water. And so the plant made this to defend itself by frost, and the result is for us is that leaves come sweeter. So cold frost make the radicchio sweeter, and the radicchio developed this strategy to resist to frost, cold. So that's it.
It's a great, all vegetables are better after that, after those first few frosts, because they have a natural antifreeze that they create for themselves. Well, Andrea, I think we're gonna wrap this up. Maybe there's time for one more question. We have 4 minutes. Okay. Andrea, could you just briefly, there's questions coming up about forcing varieties in something other than water, using sawdust, using sand, etc. And I'm wondering if you can just very quickly talk about that.
For example, Goriziana. You have, I guess, Isontina in your area, but it's something really similar. So Rosa di Gorizia, in the Friuli area, that is a region close to Veneto, they force it in sawdust, humid sawdust. They make some boxes with some sawdust. They put the plant inside. The box is really similar to the one you make for the Tardivo, and they put it inside in a part of the farm, and it works really similar than in the water. That in the water. I tried it. I do prefer that way for the Goriziana rather than the water. Otherwise, for Tardivo, it's perfect. The water is perfect. In the past, people made some bunches of plants tied and put them just in the field with some. In the past they used straw to cover it. Now they use black plastic. And they force directly in the field, but they dig the plant with the root. They make benches. No.
Okay.
I forgot the word. Sorry. And they forced it in the field directly.
So it sounds like people who are interested in forcing can use, I mean, we've tried different methods too. We've tried sand. We haven't used sawdust. We've tried just bringing them. We've actively forced them by bringing a bunch into the cooler, and they did it on their own in not any medium at all in a walk-in cooler. But I do think that water is the best, at least for the Tardivo, because I think the roots are absorbent. I think that's one of the things that makes it crunchy. So I think, Andrea, our up. It has been so great to chat with you. And I really look forward to when we can go back and visit you in Padova, or perhaps you can come here and stay with us in Seattle.
I hope it will happen soon.
I know, I hope so too. Coming up next is Lane Selman and Mirta, who are going to talk about their expedition, the expedition that we took to Italy last February.
Buonasera, Mirta. Can you hear me? Oh, is the internet unstable?
I have it here. Hello.
Mirta. Hi. I can hear you.
Hi. Oh,
Hi.
can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. I was a little bit worried about my internet connection because I'm up in the mountains and sometimes
Yes.
it's not working. Happy Radicchio Week.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to share my screen right now, and then we'll talk over the slides, okay? And I'll introduce us. So here I am. Oops. I have to stop share. These buttons. Thank you for your patience, guys. The technology, not my favorite. Here we go. Okay. So, okay, Mirta, you still there? You can hear?
Yes. Can you? I hopefully my connection is holding on. I hope so.
I hear you great. And so now you see pictures of us on the screen. I'm so excited to have Mirta here. It's really fun to have our Italian friends with us this morning, the morning in the United States, that is, to join us because you're so important to sharing.
All I see is your desktop.
Oh, really? Okay, hold on, guys. I don't want to see the desktop. Hold on. Should I screen share it?
We love technology.
Okay, hold on. 1 sec. Look, here's Abba. Sorry. Abba and Cassie are here and know a lot more about technology than the rest of us. This is what they told me to do, but I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to do.
For your presentations.
Mirta, I love all of the cookware behind you. That's gorgeous. Can I just get some of that?
My cute toaster. Oh.
Gorgeous.
Wait, in the meanwhile, Lane's favorite stove.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mirta, because I was going to introduce you and just talk about how we've been friends for a long time and your connection to Oregon and where you lived. You want to do that while we're messing with the technology here?
So hello, everyone. Well, it's 7 p.m. here. It's a fresh fall. Today was pretty warm, but still we have the fire going on. I hope you can hear it in the background. Yes, so actually I was just thinking, Lane, that I think it's now 5 years ago that we were sitting here at some point. It was February with Sarah Minnick from Lovely's 50/50 and preparing for a nice food tour as always. But yes, actually we met, we met in 2016, so it couldn't be 2015. Yeah, funny enough, I did my exchange year at Oregon State in 2015 and I never ran into Lane. And while I was there, I did not know about the Culinary Breeding Network. I did learn about it later on, basically a couple of months later. And when we met, it was love at first sight in terms of vegetables, of course. And we, since we met thanks to Sarah Minnick from Lovely's 50/50 in Portland, we hang out. We started to basically chat via WhatsApp and WhatsApp and share a lot of thoughts. And circling back when I came to spend the summer at Ayers Creek Farm, that was summer 2016, we were able to reconnect and also to, get a lot of ideas together for future projects. And they happened this year in January 2020. It seems so long ago because so much happened in between. We shared together an event that we will talk about. And I'm really happy to sit here and join this fantastic Rad TV. Whoever idea it was to give this name, you guys are fantastic. So I took out my chicory swag, the earrings, the sticker. Unfortunately, no radicchio to show because my radicchios are pretty late this year, or they have been eaten by a deer, as you will see in a video later on. And And yeah, I can hear you laughing, so it means that the connection is holding on. And well, where should we start?
Okay, yes, thanks for that introduction. And yeah, as Mirta said, this has been a long time coming, where we were just for a long time hoping to like merge some of the things that Mirta's doing in Italy and that we've been doing here in the United States, and do an event together. And so this is what we're going to talk about. So Mirta had organized the Jazz, which is why is this saying start? Sorry, which was an event that happened in January. We made it just in time so that we could still travel before COVID, and brought together a lot of amazing Italian farmers to celebrate winter vegetables, including radicchio. And she invited me to come along, and then she said she said, well, why don't we just go ahead and go visit a bunch of radicchio farms? And I said, well, that's great. And then I said, well, I invited a couple of farmers because I thought it would be really great to have them with us as well. And then in classic Lane form, it ended up with 22 of us coming, bombing into Mirta's life to come to the Jazz, but also on our Radicchio expedition to learn a lot about Radicchio. It was really fantastic, and she organized a wonderful trip for us to visit a lot of seed growers that we're gonna see some slides of. You just heard from Andrea. Andrea met us there, and production farms and seed growers. So we're just going to go through that and show you pictures and talk to you about like the highlights of what we saw. So here's the group up here on the top. This was actually from our first stop, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that one. But I'll show you the.
It's quite blurry.
Okay.
Okay.
So now it's not also. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I hear that it's blurry on your end. I'm sorry, because we have lots and lots of beautiful pictures that are from Sean Linehan, a friend of mine and our photographer that we work with all the time. So we will also post these in another way that you'll be able to see the beauty of them all. So here's the Radicchio expedition. We started off in Bologna. We flew into Bologna, and then we went up into the Veneto, which is the most well-known area for Radicchio production. And has a very similar climate to the Pacific Northwest of the United States. And we have a lot of farmers here that are wanting to be able to grow Radicchio as they do in the Veneto. And then we also traveled into Friuli, as well as Trentino Alto Adige, which is where Mirta lives. So here we go with Mirta can talk about where we landed in Bologna.
Yes. So first of all, I turned off my video. That's correct, right? I hope that's okay. Okay, good.
Screen.
Okay, great. So basically, yes, as Lane said, it was pretty funny how everything developed, starting with the idea that I will meet you guys all with our wine estate van that can fit like 8 people, and then suddenly, so we wanted to have like a small group, and then we ended up being 22, which was logistically a little bit more challenging, but way more fun. So we met in Bologna because when I started to put together the tour, I knew we had, let's say, we had 4 days together, and it was ending up then up in our wine estates. And I wanted it to start in Bologna because if you look at the Italian map, Bologna is, let's say, on the western side of central northern Italy, and it was the greatest starting point because there is Fornobrisa, which is an awesome sourdough bakery that works a lot with regional vegetables. Everything is made with sourdough. In the picture you can see they have very funny stickers, and this one of their slogans is "Pasta Madre is not a crime." They have another one that's called Italians do it bitter, because they were promoting the aperitivo made with bitters. And to me, not only because my boyfriend Daniele works at Fornobrisa, in general, it's one of my favorite places to bring any friends and people from overseas to start off the journey well. And we were basically let's say, kicking off the Radicchio expedition with amazing pizzas that featured, of course, also Radicchio. We had a tour at their lab. And yeah, here in the picture, you can see Daniele pouring us fantastic aperitivo. And we had, a fun short evening because everybody had just arrived to Bologna that morning. Just a couple of the group were coming from other destinations from Italy. So everybody was pretty having a hard time to keep their eyes open. But the good thing was that we were able to arrange this long table of amazing people, chefs, journalists, farmers, of course. We had just a fantastic time starting our red expedition off with the very best that I could organize. And basically the morning after we left pretty early. And funny enough, I got sick that evening. Also, at that point, I was pregnant of Pacifico, which you might hear in the background making some funny noises. And so it was mid-January, and we had a big program, and I was trying to keep everybody, on time, and we made it. So the first stop in Bologna just was the best way to lead into a lot of Radicchio geeking and just to have a first chat.
Yes, it was perfect. Thank you for organizing that. It was such a warm welcome. It was lovely. I'd been to Forna Brisa once before with Sarah Minnick, our common friend, who had gone there because they were doing such incredible stuff with local flours and whole grains, and it was really fantastic. And as you said, then unfortunately you did not feel well, and we did not want to force you to travel, of course, because of little Pacifico inside. So it was the adventure, because then Jason Salvo and myself and others went to the airport in the morning to go rent a van, which is always a fun adventure to try to do these things in Italy. And we got a big van, and then we showed up at Levantia, which is the first place I'm going to tell you about, in Taglio di Po in the Veneto, and it's about an hour south of Venice. And so we arrived, actually, our van a little bit late, and it was at Castelfranco Field. And then Josh Volk was in, who's tuned in right now on YouTube. I can see him. He was in the van too. And he and I hopped out, and we saw this handsome fellow right here, who's the owner of Levantia, Samuele Pellegrini, who we had met, Josh and I had met in 2014.
I think it might be laggy a little bit, so now we can see Samuele.
Okay, so there we go. I know this is a little bit like laggy for you guys. So there's Samuele, and he's showing us the inside of a beautiful Castelfranco. And so we did not know we were going to see him. Mirta had set this up, and it was like seeing an old friend. It was really wonderful. And it was nice to have him say that. It looked like Josh and I had not aged. And I said, it's because we eat so much Radicchio. So anyway, we spent the morning this day looking at Castelfranco fields. The next slide, which you guys might be a little bit delayed. Here's our group out in the field. They're showing us what they're selecting for. So they're cutting open a lot of Variegato di Castelfranco to see what the inside should look like. They're very beautiful. Very consistent. And here's the farmer here whose field it was. And he was showing us, which we're going to see later, how they open up the Castelfranco. This is not the best specimen, but it's the picture I chose. And you'll see a lot more of this later, because we have a video of how they open up every single leaf one by one, which if you watch Andrea's talk, he talked a little bit about how they get to that and do that. Very interesting. Beauty matters a lot in Italy, which is something I'm hoping we implement over here in the United States of America with, and we're doing that already with all these beautiful Radicchio, but maybe we'll start opening up our Castelfrancos as they do there. So this was a great day. Also then later in the afternoon, after we had this incredible lunch, which I didn't put pictures in here, but it was like this amazing lunch where we ate Radicchio in every form you could ever imagine. We went to a packing house. So we got, and this is the video you'll see later of how they open up all the Castle Franco in the packing facility. So this was cool to see like a really like large scale production of Radicchio here, in Italy. And that's what we did in the early afternoon. And then we went out to see Andrea. So if you were tuning in earlier, Andrea from Smarties was .bio is a plant breeder. And he just started this company a couple of years ago, and he had a lot of trials, which, all of the farmers that went with us and myself will work with trials. And so we were really excited to just geek out and like go through each of the plots and talk about like the release varieties that he's got, and then the breeding lines and the land races. And so this is just an overhead shot of one of the Rosa types that we're all pretty obsessed with. So this is just a few more pictures. We see, again, some of the things they cut, a lot of them open to look at the color inside and the tightness and uniformity of all of these. So there's a lot of notes taken. We've got Mary from Wild Roots Farm and Chandler from Hayshaker Farm in Walla Walla that were there with us. We really enjoyed this trial, and they're excited to grow a lot of these varieties in the upcoming years. And then here's this might be delayed, I'm not sure, but here's a slide of a bunch of us out in the field, picking out our favorites and showing the camera. There's just so many different types. Kathy Wims, a chef from Portland, and the green over here that's just can't stop herself from eating them in the field. And the one that's in the bottom middle is Costa Rosa, which is a new one from Levantia that you'll see more of. And I think you're already seeing it on Instagram, but that's a new variety. That's a selection of Verona type. And there's here's a slide of Samuele and Andrea, just to kind of celebrate this coming back together and being reunited with them after they both worked for TNT, as Andrea mentioned before. And on the left-hand side, you see them, their vintage pictures of them back in 2014 when I went to go visit them along with Josh Volk in 2014 to really learn about, like, oh my God, we really just don't know anything about growing Radicchio yet at all. And we have so much to learn. So it was really fantastic to meet back up with them together and see so many new varieties that they have and how much work has happened, and just bring so many people with us and start this kind of international exchange of information. So I'm so appreciative of Mirta for taking us to see them. And then I'll let Mirta talk about the next stop, which was very interesting, and like an
yes
was runs that you just saw a minute ago. She runs Chicory Week Instagram, and this guy contacted her, through DMs, and was like, "Hey, come see me," and then we did.
Yeah, so I think this was one of the favorite stuff of everyone. It was pretty incredible, even for myself, to see such a passionate and freaky young Italian in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere, so in the middle of Veneto, in Piombino Dese. You must know that there's a lot of small, cute villages all over Veneto that are, surrounded by Radicchio fields, and those are mostly really, really big production fields of Radicchio, lots of them for forcing, as we then discovered Nicola himself, his farm, Azienda Agricola Rosato. Little thing for everyone. In Italy, normally the farms are just named after the surname of the farmer. So Rosato is Nicola's surname. And as you were saying, it's funny that, I remember Cassie texting me like, "Hey, so I got this message on Instagram from this guy. Do you know him? He must be, a Radicchio farmer. Can we go see him?" And I was in the middle of planning out our trip, and I had the contact with Levantia from last year when I was trying to put together some stops for some farmers coming visiting. And funny enough, somehow we circled back to Nicola on two sides. One side because he had texted Cassie via Instagram, which is pretty rare for a young Italian that doesn't speak really much English. So Nicola stood out right away just for the fact that he's on Instagram, first of all, with maybe one picture of his profile. And secondly, finding out about Chicory Week. And the funniest thing was then he texted me because Cassie put him in contact with me. And so I talked to him on the phone, and it was extremely incredible to stand there. Finally, luckily I got better that day, and to meet Nicola in person. And Nicola's farm, it's a big Radicchio farm. And the funny thing is that he has his own selections. So he does grow a lot for wholesale. But his real passion is his own selection of Canarino and Tardivo. And what you see right now in the picture, you see Nicola holding proud his big Treviso Tardivo plant that were growing in the field. That was, I think, one of his last fields of Radicchio, Tardivo, Tardivo di Treviso, sorry, that he was pulling out of the ground to put in storage and to keep it for forcing it then later on in like April. I remember telling us that it was important to him to get those Radicchio going until April or May. And he loves to grow also sunchokes that we saw in the picture. And he used to be actually a fitness trainer. And when he then took over his father's farm, he got passionate about growing Radicchio. And the sunchoke story was pretty striking because he was just telling us, it's kind of sad, but his father had passed away because of a tumor or some cancer or something. And when they were looking for something to cure his father, they discovered that sunchokes had some very important properties. And they were, I don't want to say, just eating sunchokes every day, but he got really, let's say, close to sunchokes. So Radicchio and sunchokes. Back to the Radicchio part. Nicola was an amazing tour guide. I was translating him, and it was very hard to translate because he had so much amazing information in one sentence, always ready for us, that I was a little overwhelmed. But he was telling us something that's really common here for Italian farmers, that they mainly grow for wholesale. So it's about 60 acres of chicories, and he just had a smaller plot that he dedicated. Smaller means I think it was 1 or 2 hectares, dedicating to his own selection. And he would go out in the field and select his own Rosa and Canarino. And he was showing us through his packing facility also. But he was telling us that he got some seeds from an old farmer that he didn't want to share with anyone else except with Nicola. And from there, he started to grow his own selection. And now here in the picture, you see Jason Salvo being the happiest man on earth, or the happiest chicory farmer on earth, discovering his Nicola's forcing facility, basically unheated greenhouse with water and all these basically boxes filled with chicories that are hanging out in the water with the roots, waiting to be then prepped for the wholesale and the selling. And the amazing part was that Nicola, this is a very funny thing, he was worried that we would get our shoes muddy. And I mean, most people on our group were farmers, and even all the chefs that were with us and journalists, nobody cared because it was mainly people from the Northwest. And I was telling him constantly, don't worry, these people are used to walk around in the mud or in the rainy streets. So everybody was just stepping over to the forcing facility that was, separating us from the packing shed with some muddy soil. And he was just incredibly, let's say, astonished to see that everybody was just walking over there. And yeah, that was just a little funny fact. In this picture, you see a beautiful example on how the Treviso Tardivo is forced. You see in these little cages standing in the water with all of their outer leaves. And then we were looking at their processing and packing shed where many people were standing and cleaning, especially his mother, I think, who was the supervisor of the whole situation. And people basically sorting through the different sizes of the Tardivo, because it gets classified by size so that you have uniformity in a box. And that was really important to see, and I think to share with the growers, because in Italy it's all classified, and as he's selling mainly for wholesale, he really was relying on people sorting through and having the good eye to put the right Radicchio sizes together. And yeah, he was the overexcited man that wanted to take us, I don't remember where else. And yeah, it was really amazing to talk to him. As I said, translating him was quite a thing. I was very happy that Jason also, who speaks Italian, was helping me out. And so we were double translating. And in this picture, you can see the forcing facility, and I mean the greenhouse where all of his rosa types were. So rosa means rose, and you can see this kind of rosa di Gorizia type, this beautiful red pink rose, as I said, from his own selection. And yeah, it was a very let's say intense 2 hours, where we had also the chance to look at all of his different selections, the one that he's still working on, this beautiful, almost tiny Castelfranco kind of rosa. You see a picture with him with his mother, very proud to show us all of his productions. They had set up a table for us, and we were standing around and taking pictures. And while his phone was ringing and he was answering with his funny Bluetooth headset, and we were able to taste through them. He gave us a lot of these boxes with us, so we had time later on to keep discussing it, because they were such powerful 2 hours that when we're sitting in a van for the next destination, as we were quite on a schedule, we could not process all in once. It was really, really intense. And I remember sitting in the van with Josh Falk, and we were just like trying to talk through this, and we were just not able, because the brain was full with information. And yeah, I mean, it was a very big contrast to see his farm compared to the next farm that was on our tour.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was definitely very action-packed day, and a really great unexpected stop. It was awesome. So the next day, we went out to, or in the afternoon, I believe, actually, we went out to see Andrea Piton. And this, Mirta was not here for this visit, but we had Davide Zumolo, who you will see later on in the Come si dice part of this. He was a wonderful translator as well. And he took us to visit his friend and farmer that he works with, Andrea, who had been a conventional farmer growing commodity wheat and soy and corn, and had like 6 years previous completely converted over to organic veggies. And it was pretty cool because he had kind of a farm more like the farmers that were with us that are from the United States. So he had a subscription, they call it a subscription program in Italy, usually when at least when they talk to us about it. It's like a CSA where people were buying boxes on each week. And he grew a lot of different types of Verona, Castelfranco, and Tardivo. And he was really into seed saving. So he would actually walk through the field. So he's looking at different individuals within his field and would save seed from the individuals that he felt were unique and that did really well for him. One thing that was really interesting that we learned about when we were there is that not very many farmers, we didn't see any at all that were actually growing their own transplants, and they were purchasing seed from plants from nurseries. And so he was pretty different in that he was actually saving his own seed from individual plants that he liked and starting his own like landrace populations of different types of Radicchio. And he said, he did this because he felt like they're beautiful, more flavorful, and also had disease resistance for him that worked well for his particular farm. So we ran around with him and talked about like his philosophy. He was a pretty philosophical guy. He was talking about like his philosophy on farming. He was showing us selections. And then here's one on the left side, he has like a Verona type that he calls Radicchio della Stella. Stella is named, these are usually named around the places that they are in, whether it's like the little area, village, region, but this was a river. And he was crossing this, and he's holding in his hands his Della Stella with a white Chioggia, and Farmer Dan from Oregon over here on the right-hand side is holding some of those crosses. So it was really cool to be with him, to kind of have like all of these farms had completely different markets and aspects of what they focused on. So he was a really great stop. He also, I want to say, was growing some really unusual brassicas. So he had Broccolo Padovano on the left-hand side here, which was a beautiful purple leafy veggie that's important in that area, that they don't even have the seed commercial. They just, trade it back and forth with one another, share it that way. And on the right-hand side, Broccolo Fialaro, which is similar to like a Spigarello, and it is actually now available from Smarties, who you just heard from this morning, Andrea, and that seed will be available in the United States in 2021, yes, next year. So we're excited to tell you more about that later, but that was another thing that we saw when we were out there. And then the next day we went to go see Katarina, who is a friend of Mirta, so I'll let her tell you about that.
Yes, we were, so in this moment we were in Friuli, Venezia Giulia. So as I said at the beginning, we started from Bologna and then basically drove east through the Veneto, had our different stops between Levantia and Icola, and then ending up in Friuli, spending some time there. And Caterina was actually one of my first contacts of Italian fellow farmers via Instagram. Caterina has an amazing Instagram. It's called just L'Orto Felice, and shares a lot of information. She spends a lot of time in France too, so she's also trilingual, speaking great English. So you find lots of posts in English and a lot of information about what she does. And Caterina, I kind of stumbled on her through Instagram, and I was super happy to see somebody else is growing in a family business and is young and wants to step in. And Caterina is following her parents' footsteps. So they have a farm that is about 8 hectares big, and it's right in the city of Udine. So it's maybe 10-15 minutes walking from the city center of Udine, which is pretty rare. And so she's taking over the family business, but with let's say new approach to farming, in terms of that she knows about the new movement, the market garden, the actual Instagram and decent CSA programs and all these things. And as you see in the picture, she also makes kombucha. So to sell kombucha legally here in Italy, it's kind of a difficult thing. It's a great zone because it's not a product that really exists. So it's just weird regulations about it, but she does an amazing job, and I'm so sad that she's not close enough that I can get my weekly kombucha from her. She also kept her parents' project of course, selecting all the different beans that you see in this picture. They have, I can't remember how many different kinds, but it's quite amazing. But why we ended up visiting Caterina, mainly, of course, it's because of Radicchio, and they have been growing the Radicchio colpoc, how they call it in her area. Colpoc means that it has the root, a piece of a root on it when it's sold. And it's also a forcing type. Basically, it's similar to the Rosa di Gorizia that you will hear about also later from the next farm. But mainly you have to know that in Friuli, everybody has their own selection. And also like Nicola, we saw that he has his own selection. Everybody selected for something else. And so her father has been selecting for this type that makes a nice root that you can sell with and that you of course eat with it. So she actively also shares recipes on how to process this piece of root that you buy when you get her Radicchio col Poc. And what's very interesting is that they force it in these stalls that you see in the pictures. Very just simple setup, because sometimes I also myself, this was one of the first farms I've seen where they do this forcing in a very, very simple way, but pretty effective way. Of course, the space management on the farm is always an issue, and they have this old part of the barn where they have these smaller lots and where they bring in their radicchio to force over the winter, just covered with a black tarp to shade off the light. And there were a lot of different sizes. She was telling us that seed selection of that year was a little bit more inconsistent than they normally had. And so it really varies every year also, of course, of the climatic conditions, since this room is not regulated and it really depends on the outside temperatures, how fast and well their radicchio is forced. And what was very interesting also, it was that she shared with us the another delicacy from her region, which is this big turnip that they ferment as a whole in wine. How to say the wine pomace, I think you say. Well, basically the seeds and the skins that are left over from the winemaking. And we had a beautiful little snack there, and she was just a great communicator, as I said, because she's international thinking. She was a great source of information. And yeah, they have a little shop directly on the farm, but they mainly sell on different city farmers markets in three different places. She's very close to the Austrian border, so it's weird for a lot of people in the US to think about Europe being a piece of the world where there's so many borders around the corner, and she actually is in less than an hour in Austria, and it's one of her best markets to sell actually in Austria rather than to sell in Italy. So a little fun fact. And now actually she's shipping Radicchio to Germany to a client who came to the Jazz, which you will hear about later. And so it's pretty weird but very, very, let's say, successful what she's doing. And of course the transition to family farm to like a new system, it takes a lot of, I can tell it from my own work, a lot of extra effort to install a different kind of let's say business plan and work plan. And so she was sharing a lot of these insights, what they were mainly struggling with. And yeah, the Radicchio col Poc was definitely one of our highlights, and it was just giving us again an insight that everybody is doing their own selection, sharing the knowledge, and just telling you how important it is to have your personal radicchio.
Nice, perfect. Just a time update. We have about 5 minutes here, so I'm going to go through this one quickly so
Yes.
we can get the Jazz. We can have plenty of time to talk about that. Speaking of the borders, like you're talking about, so we went to this Tierra del Gial that is also in Friuli, and it was very close to the Slovenian border. And it really did, when you go to these places in northern Italy, you really do kind of feel like you're not in Italy somewhat, at least for a person from the US. I think we think about Italy, we think more about like the Tuscany, Italy, but these are so highly influenced by the other countries that are close to their borders, and that were not that long ago parts of other countries. So, because as most people might know, but it's only since 1860 has, Italy actually been a united country. So there's so many different dialects, as we're going to see in Come si dice in just a few minutes, as well as just the food that they eat, and just their entire lifestyles can be very different from one another just 10 miles down the road. So this one was right near Slovenia. We just spent a little bit of time here. This fellow, his name is Fabio. He sold 99% of what he grew at his little farm stand. I don't have a picture of the outside, but I mean, the farm stand was maybe, if I took 3 more pictures, you would have seen the entire farm stand. And so he had been, this was a family farm that had been farming for like 10 years, 5 years previous, they had become organic. And again, they sell 99% of all their produce right here. People come from Slovenia to buy it, people from Italy. But mostly what we came to see was, again, the forcing. Like this is very close to the region, Gorizia. And even though he's not in the region of Gorizia, but he's near there. They are growing it like the Rosa di Gorizia, which I'm going to show you in just a second. But this is just a picture of his field. And there was a fellow out there that was uprooting them to go take them, to force them, and then create this beautifulness, right? So he has his own selection, like Mircea just said. He has Rosa di Gial that's named after his farm, which means rooster, I think, in the dialect. So he's showing here on the left-hand side with the root, it coming out of the field. He did the forcing. We did not see the forcing system that they had at this farm, but then it comes out as these beautiful flower looking, Rosa types that are just gorgeous. And so even though these are, they explained to us that these are just like in the last 10 years kind of popular, they had seen these and have documented the type of radicchio in Austria in the 1800s. So this was, he really likes growing this because he can get like a premium price for it. And it's really beautiful. Here he is out in the field with it. Lovely Italian man with beautiful radicchio. And then here's the salad that he and his sister and family made for us afterward. And it's eating flower petals, it's absolutely beautiful. So like I said, he does not call it Rosa di Gorizia because it's not that official area. It's kind of like in the United States, Vidalia onions or Walla Walla onions, where it is specific to a region, but they all have their own selections and it's named for his farm. So that is the last farm visit we had. And then we had the jazz. So I'm going to let you wrap it up with talking about the jazz. We've got a lot of great pictures here. Just tell me, we got 2 minutes. So just tell me how you want.
Okay. Yeah. So exactly, actually, the whole Radicchio expedition ended up at the jazz. Jazz is the dialect word from Trentino, from the region where our wine estate is, for ice. So ghiaccio would be the normal Italian for ice, and jazz is what we say in the dialect. And it sounds like jazz, of course, like the music. I failed to have an actual jazz music, live music there. But what we had was an amazing thing that I was dreaming about for a long time, seeing the work that Lane was doing with the Culinary Breeding Network to bring together farmers in a room with breeders and chefs and all kind of great people. My dream was to replicate something similar in Italy. And since I only got back 2 years ago to start farming at our wine estate, I only had as a, let's say, direct connection to young farmers, our Market Garden Facebook group, which I'm very thankful for. And from that group, I was able to bring together a bunch of young Italian farmers. And it's, let me tell you, not so easy to be a young Italian farmer in Italy, because in the US and Canada, it's a different way of life. And what you see here in the picture is basically a lot of funny people that brought their winter vegetables. So it was kind of a winter vegetable sagra, but focused also, of course, on radicchio. Here you see Davide Zimolo, that you will see later on also talking in his dialect about his radicchio. And the amazing thing was that all the great people that came on the radicchio expedition had such a nice time connecting with the young Italian farmers who really look a lot overseas to learn about better techniques of planting and planning and making business plans that work, and CSA and all these great things that don't really exist in Italy yet. In this picture, you see one of the most beautiful tables that Massimo brought up from Primo Taglio. He's a farmer in close to Trieste, and he also has a field in Slovenia talking about borders. And they had brought all kind of things that they were growing this moment. The white thing up there, it's dandelion that he grew. Blanching and forcing dandelion was one of his projects from last year. And we had a blast. Elaine was talking, giving a workshop to the Italians, and we ended up having a little feast, of course, at the wine estate. We had an amazing thing, the bagna cauda that Stefano brought, that you see right now in the picture. He's from Piemonte. And Smarties Bio came also, of course, had their stand. We had just a really great time. To bring people together was the goal, and to end up, of course, in a nice feast, sharing good wine, Radicchio, and a lot of experience together. And we knew that connecting overseas is always important. And especially nowadays with, let's say, the new technologies as we do right now, we're able to share all of our informations. It was quite a thing. It was an amazing, successful event. We had over 200 people joining us. And here you see the group of young farmers and participants of the jazz. And it's going to be a biannual event, which comes right in times of COVID. I hope that in 2022, COVID will be in some little pigeonhole, and that you'll all be able to travel and come and join us for the next jazz edition. That's going to be, of course, organized again at Furadori with more people and more fun things to do. And until then, we'll have Lane talking about, I think, something exciting coming up.
Thank you so much, Mirta. Thank you for organizing all of this, for presenting this to us. You are creating something so amazing in Italy. You've mentioned it, that it's not very typical in Italy to have these, all of these young farmers come together and kind of be bucking the system and doing something different and really pushing the food system in a different direction. And so it's been a real honor to work with you and to see all this and experience what you've created. And we look forward to more Radicchio expeditions and jazz events and just working with you in general. Thank you so much for being such an inspiration.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, and take care, little Pacifico, and keep tuning in with us. I'm gonna transition over to the Castelfranco video. We're gonna see how they actually do it in Italy, how they make it all beautiful and look like a rose, guys.
This is Andrea from Smarties.bio or .bio, as you say. This is Variegato di Castelfranco, a variety that comes from our breeding program. And I want to show you how we sell it in Italy. So, opened. Opened is a characteristic that we choose when we make selection. So, ability to be opened. And this is the only way we sell in Italy, like a rose. Enjoy!
All right.
Are we on here?
We're on here.
Hi, everybody. It's Siri again, and Jason, and Cassie. Jason forgot his pink jumpsuit. But
Ciao.
It didn't fit. We're going to try to do what Andrea just did, and we've got some Castel Franco here, and we're going to fluff it. So we've never done this before. This is a thing that obviously they do in Italy, and we haven't evolved to that yet. So let's do it. You guys ready?
Okay, ready to fluff?
Let's fluff.
It's like a hot dog eating contest, but
It's not a race. It's not a race. Okay.
Just see
The
how many
objective
you can
is
shove in your mouth.
beauty, not speed.
Oh, you guys are gonna have to judge who does it best.
I think I need like a table to work off of.
Well, Andrea did it in the field.
Okay. All right.
For those of you following along at home, we did soak them in warmish water first to loosen them up a bit.
Should put them in a stable.
Yep, we did. We put them in a stable.
going for that rose look.
Well, I think I'm almost there. What do you guys think? Like, do you leave a little bit of a?
I feel like they open it pretty
What do you
fully.
think, guys?
This one is a little bit difficult.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Oh, series is better as usual. Oh, Cassie's is good too. Oh,
Get
yeah.
right up in there. Show them the good.
We can bring this to a grocery store and see what one sells first.
Which one sells first? All right, you guys on the internet, who won?
And if you've got a rad box sitting on your table there, you can fluff your own Castel Franco at home. Jason's right. You want to soak it in warm, like not cold, not hot, but like, lukewarm water for, half an hour before you try to make the rose.
Yeah, and somebody did ask, how do you do it without breaking the leaves? And the leaves of Radicchio are quite sturdy. They're much sturdier than lettuce.
They're
and
pretty simple.
after soaking, I think you can get
Some
in
of the
there.
leaves were cracking as I was doing it, but
I think that the demonstration video, they were cracking also.
yeah. And I think, you're just going to cut it up and eat it moments after you do it, right?
This is
Put
just
it on your table for decoration, and then as you're eating your main course, because you eat the salad last, just like in Italy, you have it on the table for display. You bring it in the kitchen, you chop it up, and the leaves are cracked. Who cares?
All right.
All right.
Next up is Come si dice.
Back to Lane, sitting very close to us.
Okay, hi guys. So next video montage of our friends in Italy in different areas in a little segment we call Come si dice, which means how do you say in Italian. And so they're going to show us Radicchio, where they live, what is popular there, and how they talk about it in their own dialect. Take it away, Abba.
Ciao amanti del Radicchio, come state? My name is Davide Zimolo. I work for the Italian Association for Organic Agriculture, and last year I started this market garden as my side job. Last winter, I had the honor of participating in the Radicchio expedition by chaperoning the group around some cool farms in the region. We are in Friuli Venezia Giulia, which is the region located in the northeast part of Italy. It borders Veneto, Austria, Slovenia, and the Adriatic Sea. Right now, we are in Bisiaccaria, a small pocket of land located between two rivers, the Isonzo and the Timavo. More specifically in the town of San Pier di Isonzo, which we locals like to call it San Piero. I grow about 1/3 of an acre in mixed vegetables, and I grow some radicchios. They're over here. I've got Radicchio di Treviso Precoce, also known as Spadone, Radicchio di Lusia, and then two really cool varieties of Radicchio that a friend and mentor of mine, Andrea Pitton, shared with me. It is a population of variegato Radicchio that he selects for diversity. It's an explosion of different colors and shapes. And then another red Radicchio, which is called Radicchio Rosso dello Stella. This region is also known for, of course, Rosa di Gorizia, or Rosa dell'Isonzo, Rosa Isontina, and Lidric Kulpok. Before we go to eat some really cool Radicchio dish, I wanted to give you a little lesson in dialects and languages of this region. Radicchio here in Bisiaccaria, it's called Radic. In Trieste, about 20 miles east, they call it Radicchio. In Friuli, across the river Isonzo, they speak a complete different language. It's called Friulano, and they call Radicchio Lidric. All right, so let's go to my grandma's house. She is actually born and raised in Veneto region, and she's gonna cook me some really yummy bean soup with some radicchio sprinkled on top. Let's go. Let's go inside. Oh, siamo arrivati pronti per mangiare. Nonna, cosa mangiamo?
Che ho fatto la minestra di farsi anche i radici, ti vuoi mangiare il Veneto, ti piace?
No,
dai. Una volta in tanto, mi torno in Drio, sa, perché adesso qua in bisaccheria, ma in Veneto si mangiava così una volta.
E allora mostrami come si fa.
Ecco,
Minestra di fasioi e dopo se c'ho il radice.
Il paradiso, te lo metti dentro.
Dove vuoi, Qua metti porta, sì.
Ecco,
e dopo se mangi.
E dopo te misia e te mangi. Ecco, e buon appetito.
Buon appetito.
Altrettanto, Stella.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Buongiorno from Mirta, Agricola Foradori in Trentino. Nice mountains, lots of radicchio. Whoop, there you go. I'm going to switch to South Tyrolean dialect, which will not sound Italian, but I don't speak Trentino dialect. So, guten Morgen von meinem Radicchiofeld. Wir sind da zwischen die Bergen in der Azienda Agricola Foradori. Die schönen Dolomiten hinter mir. Radicchio Trevigiano precoce is coming. Bitter is besser. Bitter is better.
Ciao, this is Andrea, breeder and co-founder of Smarties Bio in Chioggia, Venezia, near Venice, the place where the red round type of chicory was born and developed. But today I want to talk to you about the Catalogna Gigante di Chioggia, that means giant. This video is for the part of the video of come si dice, so how do we say it, and I want to introduce some Italian terms of about this product. So Catalogna is a leaf vegetable, and we usually cook it boiled, quindi bollita, or steamed, cotta al vapore, and after we make a process that we call scaltria. So we fry it, it's not fry but similar, in a pan with garlic, and you can also put some bacon or other part of meat. And the dish that we prepare with it is called erbe cotte. That means cooked leaf, cooked vegetable. And well, my choice was to focus on something that is less popular than the Radicchio di Chioggia, but something that is very typical from our area. Bye bye.
Ciao Lane, ciao a tutti gli amici degli Stati Uniti, alla Sagra del Radicchio. Io sono Federico e vi parlo dall'Italia, precisamente dal nord Italia. E ora vi faccio vedere dove. Dalla regione Veneto, che è qui nel nord Italia, precisamente dal paese di Noventa Vicentina, che è a metà strada tra Verona e Padova e a circa 60 km da Venezia. La mia azienda si chiama Piccola Terra e coltivo circa 6.000 metri quadri a mano di ortaggi, tra cui nel periodo invernale, autunno-invernale, vari tipi di radicchio. E adesso in campo possiamo vedere il radicchio di Treviso, detto anche spadone, il radicchio di Verona tardivo, il Castelfranco tardivo, poi coltiviamo anche il Chioggia, precoce e tardivo, e anche il radicchio rosa di Verona. Sicuramente il radicchio più comune nella mia zona è il radicchio di Verona, e noi ne abbiamo di due tipi. Questa qua è una varietà selezionata negli anni dal nostro amico Andrea e un'altra varietà che riusciamo a raccogliere anche per tutto il periodo di febbraio fino ai primi di marzo. Quindi il radicchio noi lo raccogliamo da inizio ottobre con i precoci fino a metà marzo più o meno. Io vi saluto e vi lascio con una citazione sul radicchio fatta già nel 1876 che dice: se lo guardi egli è un sorriso, se lo mangi è un paradiso, il radicchio di Treviso. Vi auguro una bellissima sagra del radicchio e una buona annata. Ciao, stiamo ben tosi dall'Italia.
All right.
Hey,
we
hi.
are live.
Hey, it's Siri back with you here from Rad TV headquarters. We are on a tight timeline today, so we're going to head straight into cribs, where we're going to be checking out farmers in their element all over the world. Let's cue it up. Hi, I am Siri. This is
Jason.
We're Local Roots Farm, outside of Seattle, about half an hour outside of Seattle in the Snoqualmie Valley on the traditional tribal lands of the Tulalip and Snoqualmie tribes. We are located in the Snoqualmie River floodplain, and we grow about 15 acres of produce for sale to restaurants, and we have a large CSA, and we have a little honor system farm stand, and of our 15 acres, we actually grow like a disproportionate amount of radicchio because we love it so much. And so this year, I think like 1.5 acres of our 15 acres is radicchio.
Why?
I don't know, but we're gonna look at some of it.
Who's gonna buy it? I don't know.
And we've been farming for 15 years, and we've been growing radicchio since day one because we're obsessed with it. And Jason's gonna talk about some of the varieties and spacings and stuff.
Yeah. So what we are standing next to is this is our second to last seed date of the year. So these would be varieties that we would intend to be harvesting in like December, January, February. We've got Rosalba here, which is the like Rosa del Veneto pink guy. And we've got some Rosa di Gorizia, which are a really wonderful forcing variety that we learned a bunch about when we went to Italy this past fall with Lane and Cassie and a bunch of other farmers. The Radicchio expedition, which I think you're going to be learning about on our Chicory TV today. So what's really neat, so we, over the years, have experimented with all sorts of different seed dates and varieties, and we're sort of like honing in on some that work for us in our particular climate and our latitude and region and soil type and all of that. And so what we really like about these is that they are super cold tolerant, so it can snow and it can freeze, and in fact, even if they get flooded, because these are a forcing variety that we harvest root and all and bring inside to regrow, we feel more or less comfortable selling them after they've been flooded because the part that people are eating didn't exist at the time when it was flooded.
It's fresh and new growth and delicious.
New growth.
And what is the expected harvest window for the Rosa di Gorizia?
Yeah, so we'll be picking these probably starting in February. What normally will happen is it'll get cold and the leaves will die back. And then at some point, like around February 1st, like something changes and the plants in the field start putting on a little bit of new growth. I think the like lengthening days signal something to the plants. And at that point, we will start digging them and bringing the roots inside. And I think that maybe people have been learning about this from other crib farms that they visited. But then all of that solar energy that the plants stored all summer long, the photosynthesis is being stored in the roots, and then you bring them inside, you warm them up again, and they say, it's spring, let's grow some more. And so So they grow new leaves, and when you do it in the dark and you do it in these relatively simple and like amazingly old-fashioned way, you get something that is just so beautiful. It looks like a rose. It truly does look like a red rose. And so this is a variety that we only started growing a couple years ago, and we're super excited about it.
And I was going to say, you know, our goal with the varieties that we choose is to really have as long of a season to offer Radicchio as possible. So we found some really great varieties from Italian companies that mature very early. So we'll start selling Radicchio as early as maybe mid to late July. And in a year where we get lucky with weather, with flooding, with freezing, we can have Radicchio available all the way through to about, I don't know, late March through forcing. We're in a kind of a uniquely challenging place to farm, although it is beautiful, and we like to think of it as the Veneto of North America, with our extra cold and extra warm, because we're, unlike a lot of other valleys in Western Washington, we are set inland from the water, so our temperature are a bit more extreme. But we're always kind of looking for creative and different ways to manage supply. So that could be storage varieties, which we've been doing a lot of work with the last few years. And now we're getting more into the exploring the mysterious world of forcing, but all with the objective of, like, no matter what the winter brings us, we'll have Radicchio for the people.
Yeah.
Are we gonna go in here?
Yeah, I think we should. So what's cool, maybe not so cool, we are in a floodplain, and you know, a month from now or less, we could be underwater, and we might be rowing a boat above these fields. And so one of the many things that we do is, you know, we're always sort of have an eye to that. And so we grow some varieties that are really good for storing.
Not this one.
Not this one. This is just a boring old non-storage Chioggia variety. This is
Get in there.
I think it's 40, 50. You want to harvest it?
No, you do it.
Because this is actually one of our lower fields, we put some of our less good storing varieties. Yeah, that's nice.
That's
though.
a fatty.
Yeah. That is 40-50 from TNT, which is a really, really nice, like, summer to like late fall, but not good keeper Chioggia variety.
Here, I'll hold that, and you can go do the let's look at the Trivito. So like Jason was saying, this is a field where we are growing kind of a weird mix of stuff that we actually do want to overwinter. It's hard to perceive, but there's higher ground over there. This is a little bit lower, so we'll be picking out all of this in the next, I don't know,
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yep. And then so it's always so fun. I think one of the things about Radicchio that I really like is it's got this really big taproot that goes deep in the soil. I think it mines a lot of minerals and nutrients that would go below the root systems of a lot of plants. And then when you harvest it, you peel away a lot of leaves. And so you leave a pretty good amount of organic matter here. And all of this foliage and everything has the minerals and nutrients that the root system brought up from fairly low. So we always think of Radicchio as kind of like a good nutrient cycling crop. Like, obviously we're taking out a lot of biomass and nutrients, but we're also leaving a ton of stuff for whatever we grow in this field next year to use. Which I feel like one of the things that I think is so cool about chicories is that we barely fertilize. They're such a low input crop, and I think they leave the field in a better condition.
There's controversy about.
Oh, I know. Some people do. Some people like to give them a lot of fertilizer.
But also another thing we're learning about, which is why chicory is so fun and amazing and never boring, is that certain varieties are bred for a higher input system, and some varieties are bred for lower input systems. So it's just like wrinkle after wrinkle of things to consider.
Yep.
When you're growing this magical crop. Do you want to go look at the Costa Rosa?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, that one's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a new variety for us. We grew it for the first time last year. That is a one which is basically a it's like a Rosa di Verona type where somebody, here, would you hold this?
Yeah.
I guess saw this red rib. So as you'll notice, most Radicchio have this, the rib on the leaf is white. And this one has this beautiful, Costa Rosa actually means red.
Oh, look at that.
So beautiful.
Dang. Nice find. There's a lot of genetic variety, like variability in this variety.
Yeah, because it's new.
Yeah, but wow, that looks fake.
It's stunning, isn't it?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk a little more, Jason, about like the expedition and the varieties and the breeders? Do we have anything to showcase?
Well, this is one. I'm pretty sure this is from Levantia, which is a plant breeder that we met when we went to the Veneto this past January. And this is one of their 3 new varieties that we're trying. 2 of them are the Rosa del Veneto types. They're pink.
They're pink.
And this one is just so awesome and unusual. And it was really neat. We went to the Veneto and we met all of these amazing plant breeders, Italian Radicchio lovers who are just on the same amazing like mission and path that we're on. And it's a wonderful thing to share.
Yeah. So thanks for touring our crib, and please enjoy Radicchio on a daily basis. We love you. Boop.
Welcome, I'm Gianna and this is my husband Matthew, and we are the owners of the Crows Farm. This is our crib inside of the farm incubator Viva Farms crib. We've been leasing land here for the last 6 seasons, and this is our Radicchio field.
Yeah, welcome. So our 6th season, we at Viva, we met at a restaurant in Vermont where we worked on a garden together for the restaurant. So the main focus of the restaurant was Italian food and Italian heirloom vegetables, and our relationship started pretty much hand weeding beets and tomatoes and chard and parsley, and we grew a lot of different kinds of Italian vegetables in Vermont for this restaurant. And one of the harder vegetables for us to grow in the Northeast was Radicchio. The owner / chef of the restaurant loved Radicchio, but it was a challenge in the Northeast for us to get it right. So we spent a couple of years trying to grow Radicchio and fennel, but it quite didn't do too well for us. So with big ambition, we moved to the West Coast, to the Northwest, and decided to start a little herb farm with that model being what we would expand upon. So essentially we took a little 1/4 acre restaurant farm model, and the first year we did 1 acre farm, and now we're up to 8 acres. So we grow a lot of different herbs, and we grow a lot of summer lettuces for salad mix and tomatoes. And then for fall production, we really like to focus on some things that are a little bit hardier, but can last well into the season. I think moving into the Northwest from the Northeast, we saw it as a really good advantage to take advantage of the longer growing season that we don't necessarily get in the Northeast. So Radicchio and chicories is a great vegetable choice for us to prolong our season, and every single year we're learning new varieties and we're finding new new things that can grow longer into the season. So essentially our chicory season, we like to focus the start of our season in September, and it goes mainly till December.
The start of harvest season.
Yeah, the start of our harvest season. with a little bit going to restaurants in January and February, and we're expanding that as more varieties come online become available. And I think through a lot of our community with the Sagra and a lot of the seed companies have done a really good job around here of teaching us and showing us all these great new varieties that can be grown into some of the harder, darker months of farming. So it's a really special crop because not only is it beautiful and nutritious, but it serves a great little niche for the winter months where a lot of other produce is really hard to find, and especially for local people. So we're really trying to take advantage of our local environment, our local climate, and getting food to everybody. So I think a main part of why we grow Radicchio is just, it's challenging. It's not a very straightforward vegetable to grow. There's a lot of variations. It takes a lot of, I think, farming finesse. A lot of things that we do is completely by hand. We don't machine harvest things. So literally when we go out to the fields, we Gianna, you want to show kind of our technique. So right now, you want to talk about this variety a little bit?
Yeah, so this is a Treviso variety called Baldo. We got the seed from Osborne Seeds. And it looks like a football kind of.
Football shaped.
Football shaped, and yeah, so when we go to harvest one, we're looking for something that's nice and dense and like hard to the touch, for lack of a better word.
This right here. So it's a little tricky. So like kind of we're like looking to find one. So this is a perfect one. So I love growing this because this is like just the harvest, pushing back the leaves, maybe shedding these layers, and I mean just look how beautiful that thing is. Yeah.
Heavy, this one.
So this variety we just started harvesting a couple of weeks ago. So they're all kind of coming on right now. So this is an awesome example of a unique version of Radicchio that you might not see in the grocery stores in the United States yet. But it seems like with our markets, we sell a lot to grocery stores, our local co-ops. They have become more and more interested every single year about bringing in more varieties and different varieties, not just your traditional round Chioggia varieties. So we could go through and show you some of the other varieties that we have.
So in the past, when our first year growing Radicchio was actually in our first season, and we grew it in the springtime. We were doing a lot of experimenting and trying out new, farming was new to us in this scale, and we started growing Chioggias early spring. It didn't work out too well, yeah. But we've definitely learned more as we've gone through the seasons, and each year we keep adding new and new varieties.
And this is a new variety for us. This is really beautiful. It has this deep purple vein right here compared to the other variety that had a really nice vein.
Yeah, it's called Costa Rosa.
Yeah,
Costa Rosa.
Yep, Costa Rosa de Verona.
And
so that's a fun variety. I think, yeah, a lot of what we love to do with vegetables and growing has a lot to do with our background and our love for the Italian culture. My grandparents are from Italy, so Italian heritage is a big part of my life, and food for the Italians is the #1 thing to bring families together. So for 10 years I've been a chef, So I've worked in restaurants and really love to come out, grow the food, and then also cook and serve it to people. This is my first year where I'm full-time farming and have not been working in a restaurant, so it's a little bit different. But a big part of what we do is connecting folks to a good food source. So anyway, a lot of what we like has a lot of chefy appeal to it. So this variety is Rosaba, which is becoming a really popular variety. So it's starting just to get the color. This is a pink variety that people are getting really excited about. And it's been we've had a warm fall so far. So the color isn't quite there yet. It needs cold weather to really get a good dark pink color. That is what we're looking for. But this is kind of the cool transformation that Radicchio undergoes. At this point, it looks like a green plant, but in a couple of weeks after a good hard frost, it's going to turn into this beautiful pink Radicchio. So that is really special. Here's another really beautiful variety right here is Castelfranco variety. That is Fenice, the variety, but that's just, they call this the winter rose. So the center of this will have this really beautiful white blanched heart to it, essentially, with these really gorgeous speckles. And it's not quite as bitter as some of the other Chioggias that you might find, or the common varieties in the grocery stores you find.
Thank you so much for coming to our crib and checking out our Radicchios, and see you next time.
Hey, welcome. I'm Brian. We're up in Lyndon, Washington, right up against the border, just south of Vancouver, BC. My partner Christine and I run Uprising Seeds, and this is our home farm. We're out in the chicory field, checking out the Radicchios, and we started our farm about 15 years ago, not at this site, but we've transitioned over a couple rented sites, and this is our current spot. We got our start doing fresh market produce, and slowly over the years transitioned to starting to do seed business. We produce the majority of the seeds that we're selling, and now that's pretty much 100% what we do. Aside from little bits of specialty produce here and there. But chicory has been, and Radicchio has been kind of a focus of ours from the start. We were growing Trevisos and Castelfrancos 15 years ago, and just have really kind of blown up with the diversity over the years, and now are really excited with our seed work to bring a lot of that to customers that are starting to get excited about it, and small farms, and trying to get that incorporated into seasonal eating in lots of the country. So we can do a quick walkthrough. A lot of what we have here is variety trials. Most of this is not like contracted for eating or going to a CSA or anything. We've got probably about 25 different varieties in the field this year. All the little pink flags you see kind of indicate where one variety ends and the next one begins in the trials. And yeah, let's just kind of walk through the beds. This is a Grimolo mix that we've got going that we direct seeded. And then, so that'll be like a February, March harvest. This next block is Icentina, which is a Grizia type for forcing. This is seed that we produced a couple years ago and are growing out. Next to that is a couple different varieties of Treviso Tardivo. This is one we call Icentina that's just starting to get going, just starting to show some color. Probably like a mid-slotted variety, and you can see this one, that's a TNT variety. Sile Precoce is a lot further along, and we've actually pulled quite a bit of this already and started forcing it in our forcing room. And then a latest slot Tardivo over here. A lot of what we're growing this year is coming from Andrea at Smarties Bio in Italy, and we're starting a partnership with them where we're going to start distributing some of their seeds, and they're really doing some pretty fantastic breeding work over there, breeding in organic systems and growing organic seed, a lot of which hasn't been, a lot of the varieties haven't been available organically domestically yet, so it's pretty exciting to be able to offer a lot of really top quality genetics in organic seed. So let's see. So starting here, we're kind of get into a block of the Smarties trials. This is a row of all the different slots of Verona. So when we're talking about slots, we've got lots of different days to maturity within the type. So they're all Veronas, but you know, there's an early, mid, late, and late slot for them. And maybe we can just take a quick walk down the row and kind of see what that looks like. So like, this is the earliest slot, that's about 65 days. And these are kind of right in their prime right now. The nice egg shape. Which is just what we're looking for. And then as we're moving down, they kind of get into later maturing varieties that are at different stages of development. So after these little early ones, they start to get a little bigger. And these ones are starting to feel pretty firm. Looking really good. And then kind of an interesting example of the diversity is, so this is another Verona type that came back with the trip that the Northwest growers with Culinary Breeding Network and Lane did this January. And this is from an Italian grower, Andrea Cubilato. I'm not sure how to say his last name. But you can see these are the same types and just really different looks. This is going to be, I'm guessing, a pretty late maturing, but just really different frame sizes and shapes. This one seems to be a really big framed Verona, so it'll be interesting to see how that fills out in the next couple months. And then this bed of taller stuff is really beautiful Puntarelle, and we're really excited about this. Historically, the seed we've used has been really pretty variable, and we don't have a lot of success getting a really good high pack out rate. We would see maybe 40 to 50% of the plants really produce a saleable head of Puntarelle. And we're just seeing, as you walk down, you can kind of see they're really looking fantastic, really uniform, all heading up nicely. So this is the Smarties Puntarelle, and we're really happy with it. I think it's by far the best one we've tried. And then these are a couple different varieties of pinks. This is a Mantovano, which is a seed we actually produced some of last year, and it's a really variable pink variety. Lots of different shapes, lots of different forms in the population. Kind of a fun one that has lots of potential to steer in different directions. And then on the other side of the flag, we'll have this is the Rosa from Smarties, and you can tell it's a lot more refined, a lot more uniform. Just barely starting to develop its color. Probably if you dig in there, you start to see some pink in the center there. But we generally don't start getting into those for another couple months yet. They're some of the last ones that we'll be harvesting out of the field. And then this last bed is a similar program as the Veronas, where we've got 3 different slots of Castelfrancos. The first one, obviously smallest frame, is pretty dense and headed up and ready for harvest now. And then the middle one is probably just getting close, and the last one is still a ways out. So from a variety perspective, it's really exciting to see this kind of quality of seed. Just in the last 5 years has really sort of blown up into what we're able to get with TNT and Levantia and Smarties now all represented. It seems like the landscape 15 years ago was pretty rough and ready, variable, stuff that you just didn't get a lot of consistency out of. So it's really nice to see this quality starting to come in. See these really nice golden cores for this. We're really happy with these. They're looking beautiful. Dirty knife, of course, but and then so a lot of what we're interested in from a production standpoint, and a lot of what we're doing for seed work is with the forcing varieties. We really love the whole idea of forcing and the beauty of the plant architecture you get and the tenderness of the leaves. So we've started experimenting a lot with forcing and sort of focusing our own seed work on the forcing varieties, the Gorizia types, the Tardivo types. We work with Belgian endive, and from the field we're going to go take a walk over to our forcing room where we've got some of our early Treviso going. We can have a look down there. So this is a makeshift forcing room that we're starting to use this year. It's an old root cellar that we inherited with the farmland that we're leasing. So our earliest stuff is going in here, the Treviso and some of the Gorizia, and then after it cools down in the greenhouse, we'll probably move the Treviso out to a lagoon in the greenhouse since it doesn't need the darkness. But since it's totally dark in here, we can do Belgian endive and the Gorizia types. So this is the Rad Cave. And it's just November or October 16th right now, so it's really pretty early to be starting forcing. Our temps are still in the 50s during the day, and we haven't even gotten in the 30s at night yet. So it's kind of on the early side, but we are growing an early Tardivo variety. And we're just using kind of a funky setup. We were inspired by a lot of the pictures we saw from the Radicchio trip of people just sort of making do with what they had. And usually these are forced in big lagoons with sort of water circulating through it. And we're below grade here, so we don't have access to water. So really, these are just sitting in plastic bins with the roots still on them, and there's about an inch or two of water in the bottom of them, and we're just leaving them. We'll probably change out the water a couple times, but they'll live in here a couple weeks while they force. And what's happening is we're basically trying to blanch out the middles, and these ones went in a couple of weeks ago. That's what we're looking for. It's a little early yet. We'll probably leave most of these in for at least 2 weeks. And over here, they still have some green from the field, but we'll want these totally blanched out, so there's no green in them. These are our Icentina, and they just came in today, and usually those we strip back to just that little core, and then they'll develop into that real beautiful rose form in here. The early ones we find don't develop that real deep red that's real typical of the variety. You generally get that once it gets a little colder and the plants get knocked back a little bit and start forming that rosette in the field. But the early ones get some beautiful salmon tones and pinks. And then there's a bin of Belgian endive here on the bottom that's just been going a little while as well. You can see they're just starting to pop up out of the roots there. And that's another one that we're really excited about growing and have been working with for many years. The first forcing we ever did was doing some production Belgian endive out of our 600-foot mother-in-law rental in Bellingham for the co-ops here in Bellingham and Skagit. Yeah, dunking some water and looking good. And then, like I said, we'll move the Tardivo. We've got several beds more, and we'll move that out into the greenhouse later in the season, and probably build a lagoon in there with a pond liner. And that'll be, once it gets a little colder in there, that'll be how we're doing the rest of that for the year.
Hi, my name is Sam. This is Ralph's greenhouse. Welcome to my Radicchio field. I started growing Radicchio at Local Roots Farm, where I worked for 4 years with Jason and Siri. And then when I moved to Ralph's greenhouse in 2016, I think, it's been 5 years. This is my 5th season here. I decided I would try growing Radicchio because I realized that Local Roots in Western Washington has one of the most perfect climates for growing Radicchio. And in particular, growing Radicchio that's sweet and beautiful. I think the cool summers, relatively cool summers, and cool nights in the fall produces a higher quality Radicchio. So when you have a climate that's like built to produce a superior crop, it makes it a good wholesale opportunity. So I started growing it, and since then we've moved from growing about 2 acres to growing 4 acres. In that time, I've kind of had to stumble through learning what works for our markets. We grow for largely distributors, but a little bit of direct to grocery store clients too. And I really wanted to make Treviso the cool new thing, but I think that I should have started with what grocery stores were already doing, which is Chioggia, and then maybe starting to try to push more Treviso. So that's kind of the direction I've gone. I'm growing less Treviso now and more Chioggia and a little bit of Castelfranco, because mainly now it seems like because I want to eat it. So where we're standing right now is, this is my latest, this is the whole field. We grew about 3 acres this year. Because of the restaurant's closure, I actually decreased the size of my planting this year because I think a lot of our Radicchio, I don't really know, when you're growing wholesale and selling into distributors, you don't often know where all your Radicchio is going, but I think a lot of it goes into restaurant and food service accounts, so I got a little scared and was able to decrease my planting size in time. So yeah, we grew about 3 acres, and it's planted, this side is the oldest, or not the oldest, they're all basically planted at the same time. This is the slowest maturing, and if you go that way, it's the fastest maturing, so we're picking down there right now. Right, we're standing in front of a block of Rubro, which is a hybrid variety from Bijou seeds. And I like that one because it's really slow. It's 150 days to maturity, and it's very uniform. It doesn't have a lot of disease pressure, and it stores well. So yeah, we can move. They're not at all ready. They're in their cute teenage size. They're just starting to head up. But these will probably be ready. Sometimes you can find, in the OP varieties, you can almost always find some that are ready. They don't mature that evenly in my experience. With these ones, we'll almost all be ready at the same time, and we'll basically pick this field in 2 or 3 passes and put it into macro bins and put it into storage and sell it over the course of months, almost like what we do with cabbage. I don't think we'll find any that are ready. Over there, like you can see, can you tell? And then basically that's just the Treviso. That's like my last Treviso. So you can kind of see the difference in scale. Like there's just 5 rows there, and then this whole chunk here is a Chioggia variety. And then if we move down this way, talk about how we plant it. So at Ralph's, we do most of our stuff. I end up fitting a lot of things into our leek planting system because that's what we have the tools for. So when we're growing that, we're growing on 24-inch rows because that's what we have transplanters for and cultivators for. I don't want, for my markets, I don't want like a gigantic 2-pound Radicchio head. That doesn't work that well, so I'm trying to control their size by planting a little closer in that area. So this is all, this whole chunk, this little row. This. I think this looks like powdery mildew, right? I don't think I've seen that in Radicchio before. So now we're entering, this is my late Lucia Castelfranco block. I think I have Cecilia and Borneo Tardivo. One is I don't remember which is which. One is a Lucia, late maturing Lucia, and one is a late maturing Castelfranco. But as you can see, even these are OP varieties. They look pretty disease-free so far, which is nice. But as you can see, like, they're pretty, like this one maybe is close to ready, and then mostly they're not. So there's like a lot less uniformity in the variety. So that's okay. It can be an advantage in some ways because it's not all ready at the same time, and so you can sell it slowly. On the other hand, we have to pass through to pick it all more times. Everything seems really early this year. I think we had a really hot September, even early October. So only now are we starting to get more normal weather. Okay, now we're back into Chioggia. This variety is 506. I grow 506 and 4050. I think One issue I had is they almost matured at the same time for me this year. So I have a little bit too much ready all at the same time. And I think 506 is a like intermediate storing variety. It does okay, but 4050 I don't think stores that well. So that's not ideal. Even though like their days to maturity are listed different, I need them to succession better. So I think that's the thing I'm still learning. When I visited TNT in Italy, one thing they said was, they were like, oh, you should transplant every 3 to 5 days as you get to the end of the Radicchio, like at the end of the periods in which that specific variety wants to grow. And that's just not possible for me because we're getting our plants shipped from nurseries in California. We don't have the capacity to grow this scale of plugs on our farm. So it's been a challenge trying to figure out what slots work best for these like very kind of sensitive varieties. So there's a lot to learn there, but I've definitely had better luck with some of like the Bijou hybrids. To pick, we just bring wagons. You can see we keep these rows open like this, and we come through with a truck or a tractor with a wagon with bins, almost like you can see way over there. Those are wooden ones, but usually we use plastic. And people pick, and they toss them up to people standing on the wagons, and they gently put them into the bin. Sometimes we wash them right away, but often we store them for a couple weeks before we sell them, depending on variety. Castelfranco does not store them. Yeah. Thanks, I'm Sam. Thanks for visiting my Radicchio field.
Buongiorno everyone, hello from Mirta. I'm here at Agricola Foradori. We are in the beautiful Dolomites. The nice mountains you see behind me are not the tallest one, they're pretty small compared to the rest of them. And I'm here to show you a little bit of my Radicchio production. So first of all, Foradori is a wine estate, and we started since last year to include also vegetable production. We are a biodynamically working wine estate, so including different crops is very important to us. So luckily I have a passion for vegetables, especially Radicchio, of course. And so the inclusion of different crops and new ways of production is very replenishing for everyone to see that the wine can support different projects, because I am a little startup here basically. I have the lucky let's say addition of the wine that brings an income that can sustain my first year and second year investments. And the vegetable production here is pretty small. It's just 1,500 square meters. We're gonna see the field here in Mezzo Lombardo. So we are actually in the Dolomites, north of Verona, about an hour and a half from the Austrian border, just to give you a geographical insight. Latitude is 46, so we're almost like Portland. Portland is, I think, 45.5, and we're at 46 here. And basically, I've been growing Radicchio only for 3 years. First year of production was while I was still farming in Quebec at Ferme des Quatre-Temps, where I insisted on growing Radicchio pretty successfully, even with working with varieties that were not super consistent. Now the market, thanks to all the great folks that are behind Chicory Week and Culinary Breeding Network, the seed market is much, much better. You're gonna get your hands on really, really great seeds from Smarties, from Italy, and Levantia. So here actually I work with a local nursery that makes organic transplants, and I buy from them. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly where they get their Radicchio from. And there's some inconsistency, especially in the Mantovano type, so the Rosalba. And I will just walk you through this line of Radicchio where I have different types growing, and I transplanted really late this year because I was trying to get into winter to start picking Radicchio only in like January, when they really get a nice frost. Okay, here. So as you can see, it's October 21st, and my Radicchio, Treviso, Precoce are really behind here. But I have a different field further south where they are getting on better. Unfortunately, the deer had a party in the Radicchio and ate them all. So this is just like a piece that I kept here to see how are they going to develop differently, transplanted in a different space. Here, unfortunately, because of the vineyards and because of these beautiful mountains around me, the sun goes down really early already. So by 3 p.m. I don't have direct sunlight anymore. So Castelfranco friends, here are some fantastically doing Castelfranco. Again, a little behind on closing up. As I said, it's pretty inconsistent seeds here. But they are very pretty. So look at this one. We know that Castelfranco has also a hard time to be consistent in terms of being all the same, but we like variety, right? Ta-da! There you go. You can tell this will be a pink Mantovano Radicchio because we see already some colors coming up. So okay, this one is really ugly in terms of it's very behind, but you can tell something is going on here that's gonna be pink. But as I said, I think pretty inconsistent seed that he used at the nursery. So I will see, and I'll call him once they are ready, if they're gonna get ready, because again, the mountains are shading up a lot of sun. By 3 p.m. there's no sunlight anymore here, and because I transplanted super late. The vineyard here, so Foradori is 30 hectares of mainly Teroldigo production, and I started to grow, you see in between the vineyards, different kind of vegetables. The best seller and the best growing one is chard. Chinese cabbage does really well. Salads do well. Dino kale, Cavolo does really well. And Radicchio does really well. So this is my very, very pretty Radicchio Precoce. So this is Trevigiano type, so it's gonna be the long elongated one. They're starting to closing up. The colors are beautiful, still very behind. There's not a lot of heads that are actually big and already firm. Here you can tell I used landscape fabric. I mainly use landscape fabric between the vineyards because there is enormous weed pressure. As you can see, it's October 21st and the weeds are having a party. So here there's some of them, they're starting to close up. As I said, I'm really worried about not getting to the perfect maturation because the sun goes down. Now it's early in the morning, not early, it's like 10 a.m. but it's gonna go down here behind that mountain at 3 p.m. and soon it's gonna be 2 p.m. So we'll see. Maybe they're just gonna overwinter well and they'll keep growing in February, which is what I really like. That's why I transplanted so late. I'd like to pick them January, starting January. And we're going over here to Lusia. I planted a lot of Lusia, again, pretty late. We'll see what happens. I think this one, if it goes through, if it balls up, if it's gonna get a little bit of nice cold nights, it's gonna be really pretty. But again, it's very behind. So as you can see, I'm still experimenting a lot. I'm hoping next year to do my own plants to have more consistency, to get the seeds from Smarties Bio, which I'm pretty sure they have a better consistency in germination and also in their variability. I do love variability in chicories, so even if they don't look all the same, I'm still gonna get them, Andrea. Don't worry if you're listening, Andrea. And basically, one little project I have aside is growing Arch Cape chicory from Ayers Creek Farm. I was lucky enough to work with Anthony and Carol to get some seeds from them that we selected together back in 2016, and I have planted some of them last year. They overwintered pretty well, and I selected a couple of plants from this year's production, and I tried to isolate them as much as I could. While the seeds were ready to harvest, I was giving birth to my little San Pacifico, so I don't have many seeds of them that I could collect shortly later. So hopefully some of those seeds survived, and I hope I have enough. I haven't checked yet, I haven't threshed the plants yet, that I can seed them next year and see if my selection had some success. So I'm really hoping to succeed in my own selection of Arch Cape chicory. It's a late Trevigiano type, and it's heart-shaped and it's forced in the ground, and I think I have a good field for that down in the new fields. So we'll stay tuned on that. That's gonna be for next year. Hopefully you're gonna come visit and can see the Arch Cape chicories yourself in the field next year. And until then, I'll wish you a wonderful chicory week. Stay rad and always bitter.
Okay, hi, we're back and cooking is coming in hot. So I'm just gonna spend about 5 minutes addressing a couple of questions that came up for folks during the cribs. I wanna talk about seeds, a lot of questions about where all these farmers are getting our seeds right now. And so we at Local Roots, we get a lot of our seed from a local seed company, Osborne, out of Mount Vernon, that's bringing in seeds from TNT and Levantia. And so like the Costa Rosa we get through them, and a lot of the varieties of like the Treviso and the Castelfranco. And Osborne does have like packet size, like for the home gardener. So if you're a home gardener and you're looking for varieties, there are some options if you want a wider selection of stuff that's like the wacky stuff that's from all over Italy. Seeds from Italy brings in Franchi brand seed that is like kind of the home gardener specific like Italian seed company. And that when we started out, we got almost all of our Radicchio seed from Franchi via seeds from Italy, and also from Uprising and from Wild Garden Seeds. For the more commercial style stuff for farmers who are asking about that, so Osborne's a great source for the Levantia and the TNT options. Some of the varieties that Smarties is working on right now are going to be available next season through Uprising as part of the Gusto Italiano project that is happening. And Johnny's seeds for folks over on the East Coast tend to specialize a little more in stuff that's suitable for the colder temperatures. I also want to make sure everybody gets the answer to the burning question about the knife sheath that Jason is using to harvest the Radicchio. That's a piece of drip tape. Okay. So you take your drip tape and the knife, you cut it. You put the other end, you stick a little piece of drip tape on the end of the other drip tape. Put your knife in there. I think that's it for cribs. Thank you so much for tuning in. There's going to be a little break now. We'll show you the beautiful logo again. And then please don't leave. Go pee, but come back. Because up next is cooking. You're not going to want to miss it. It's super awesome. I've already made one of these things. And you will want to also. All right.
All right. Welcome, Lauren Feldman, to the program. You just saw cribs, and coming up now is the cooking portion of our day. We have a compilation of a lot of recipes, different Radicchio dishes that are in video form and were sent to us by amazing chefs in Seattle, in Olympia, and beyond. So stay tuned, watch the videos, and then Lauren and I will be doing a Q&A after those.
Hi, my name is Elise Landry. I am the chef owner at Chicory Restaurant in downtown Olympia, Washington. Today we're going to be making a Radicchio tart to 10 in celebration of Chicory Week, and it's pretty easy using ingredients that you can find at the grocery store and some stuff that you might already have at home. So let's get started. So we'll only need a few simple ingredients to make this happen. We've got Radicchio that is of the Verona variety from our friends at Calliope Farm in Olympia, Washington. It looks very similar to the Kyoga that you're used to seeing at the grocery store, but it's got a little bit of a point to it. Other ingredients we're gonna need is a tablespoon of sugar, 1/8 of a cup of orange juice, and a tablespoon of butter. We got salt and pepper to season, and this here is all butter puff pastry. I'm using this because this is something really easy to find at the grocery store. So we are gonna take a really sharp knife, cut this right in half. Essentially we want to make some really nice wedges, keeping this root stem intact. I'm gonna just trim that bottom part off that's a little oxidized. Okay, so cut my Radicchio in half. These are the shapes that we're shooting for here. It's important to keep this root end intact so that the very thin slices of Radicchio are easier to handle. So from here, I'm gonna cut in half again. And then I'm gonna cut these quarters into 3 pieces. It gets a little hairy, but this is a great opportunity to practice your knife skills. So we've got our 3 wedges here, and they're gonna fall apart a little bit, and that'll be okay. But these are the shape and the size that we're looking for. Here is a 9-inch cast iron pan. It's a French steel, so it's a little bit thinner than you know, what you might be used to, like a Lodge cast iron or something like that. This is what I have in the restaurant, so I'm going to be using this, but you can use any size of pan, just it would require more butter and sugar if the pan is bigger, or less if the pan is smaller. So we're going to get this on medium heat here. I'm going to add the butter to melt. So from here, I'm going to add these Radicchio wedges, and I'm gonna try to cram them in as tightly as possible because they are gonna cook down and shrink. And we want the whole top of this tart to 10 to be covered in Radicchio. I think I might be able to fit one more in. Okay, I just wanna make sure that that cut edge is hitting the pan so it gets a nice sear on it. From here, I'm going to turn it down just a little bit so the butter doesn't burn, and I'm going to let it saute. At this point, I'm also going to season with some salt and a touch of pepper. And we're going to let these get a nice brown color, and we'll flip them. All right, so we've been searing these for about 1.5 minutes now. I'm going to give all of these wedges a flip as gently as possible, but again, there's no perfect way to do this because these Radicchio want to fall apart now. Get a nice sear. And from here, I'm going to add sugar. This is just a tablespoon of sugar, just sprinkle over the top. I'm also going to be adding orange juice. And now we could do all sugar if we wanted to, but I think adding a little bit of orange juice adds another dimension of flavor. You get a little bit of acidity, which will also help cut the bitterness of the radicchio. From here, I'm going to put this pan into a 325-degree oven for about 20 minutes. I'm looking for the root base here to be very tender, and then we will add the puff pastry and bake it again. While our radicchio is in the oven, we're going to prepare our puff pastry. You want to work with this not frozen solid, but somewhat frozen, because as it warms up, the butter starts to melt, and then it's not going to do the magical things in the oven that you're looking for. So I have another one of the same pans that I have the radicchio in right now. I'm going to use this kind of as a guide. And I have a pastry cutter, but you could also just use a knife, and that absolutely works. So I'm going to go around roughly, and we want to actually cut it a little bit bigger than you might think, because the pastry will shrink as it bakes in the oven. So I'm going to remove this. So I've got my puff pastry cut now. I am going to dock the puff pastry with a fork. Now this is going to keep the puff pastry from like rising too far, and then when we unmold it, it has this like round bottom, if you can imagine. So I'm just going to dock it with a fork, and this is going to kind of keep it a little bit flatter as it bakes. So you can see on the edges the caramelization happening. It's like this nice, beautiful purple caramel. I'm going to check with a knife just to make sure that this is nice and soft, and it is. From here, I'm gonna add my puff pastry. It should kind of just sit right on top like that. If you have any excess, you can just give it a trim. You don't want any overhang. I'm going to crank up my oven to 425. Throw this back in for another 20 minutes until, right now we're just looking for the puff pastry to do its golden brown delicious thing. Changed our venue slightly because my cooks have arrived and they need the kitchen now, so I've been kicked out to the bar. 20 minutes in the oven. This is the color that we're looking for. It looks like there was a crack in the puff pastry at some point before I put it into the pan, but no matter, we can just use that as a cutting guide for when we cut the tart up. So the easiest way to do this, I'm going to take a sheet pan like so and unmold this whole thing. This is the moment of truth. That was pretty not bad right here. Okay, so from here, we got this. Look at all that caramelization. I'm gonna put this onto the cutting board, and let's see where that crack was. Yep, right there. So I'm gonna use that as my cutting guide. And it's sticky. I'm gonna cut this into 4. You could leave it whole. You can cut it into squares. I don't care. This is what I'll be doing. Radicchio tart, tart to 10, and a little frisee salad. Only took about an hour, and it's ready to enjoy.
How's it going, Rad TV? I'm excited to be here for year 3 of Chicory Week, or I guess year 1 of Chicory Rad TV. I have always enjoyed chicories. It's been, a long time. Probably my first real memory of them is working in New York City at a restaurant called Voce with Chef Andrew Carmelini. And I remember having a salad that we made there and really enjoying it, and really sort of sticking out to me in just in terms of how the flavors, the textures, and how it went with some of the other richer pasta dishes that we served with it. And I loved that it was something that you can get in the winter. And I think that salad was mixed chicories with pistachios and citrus segments, blue cheese maybe, or I can't remember, but it was delicious. And I'm sure that I had chicories before that, but that was kind of one of my first real memories of it. It was probably about 20 years ago. And since then, some form of chicory I've tried to have on every menu that I've been in charge of since then. It got a little bit I got a little bit more into it in Portland, where I had, in the Pacific Northwest, we obviously have such great access to it. And then moving up to Seattle about 4 years ago, been working with Local Roots since then, and just sort of lucked into working with them in terms of the amount of chicories that they're able to grow up here, and it's really been awesome. And Post Alley Pizza, which I run with my wife, who's filming very well. We have a couple of small salads on the menu year round, and almost year round we have chicories from Local Roots, and that's pretty much up 75% of what we use. And a lot of the time it's 100% of what's in the salad is mixed chicories. It's sort of interesting that there was some pushback initially. It wasn't something that our customers were used to, but now that we just use it almost exclusively, no one says anything, and I think that's a really great sign that it's becoming a little bit more popular and people are enjoying it. So what we're making, or what we made, is some Treviso kraut. I have always sort of thought that I wanted to make some and try it. The Treviso works pretty well. It's got that sort of hearty, thick, sturdy rib, and the texture holds up pretty well. So I was pretty happy with, pleasantly surprised with it. The reason that I wanted to make that, one, just for preserving purposes, but really it came from wanting to make a Pacific Northwest sort of version of one of my favorite sandwiches from Philadelphia, which is the roast pork and broccoli rabe. And broccoli rabe not as delicious, I love that, but not as readily available here as different chicories are, which we can kind of have almost year round. And so we made a real basic kraut. I added a little bit of caraway just because I like that flavor. It's Treviso. We've done a couple different batches, but I did a batch that I currently have and which I really like. We did 3.5% salt of the weight of the Treviso. And I got it started with a little bit of our pizza dough. I threw in the bottom. I honestly don't know if that does anything, but someone was telling me about that a lot years ago, making sauerkraut. A good friend of mine, Kyle Swanson, down in Portland, and I've been doing it ever since. And maybe it does something and helps the fermentation process, but I just like doing it. It's a water-sealed fermenting crock, which is really the best, in my opinion, the best thing to use for this. Really important that you get it real clean and dry. We have a bunch of Treviso right here from our friends at Local Roots. We have all of our other little ingredients, two scales, very important. We're going to add a little caraway to this. We've got salt, and that's it. That's all that's going to go in there. For the Treviso, what I'm going to do is I'm going to split it right down the middle, and I'm just going to cut thin strips of it. Get everything down almost to the core. A very important part of the process here is teamwork, because teamwork does in fact make the dream work. We're just grinding up the caraway, and then we're going to get back to mixing the Treviso kraut. Okay, so we've got all the Treviso cut up, weighed that out. So our recipe is going to be the Treviso, which is going to be considered 100% of the weight. And then we're going to do salt, 3.25%, and we're going to do caraway, 0.7%. I'm going to mix all this together here, just sort of loosely, and then we're going to pack it into the crock. One thing that I am going to do, this might just be an old wives' tale, taking a piece of sourdough and putting that at the bottom of the crock, especially since this is dough that we make here. It's going to just hopefully get this process started in this environment. So we got that right here. Just going to drop that into my nice clean crock. Drop some down in there. Once we get a little bit in there, then I'm going to punch it down. So I've got that all packed down, and I'm going to clean up the edges up here a little bit, and then we'll pour in some water into this well, and then we'll put the lid on it, and we're gonna let it go for probably 2 weeks or so. I'll check it every couple of days. The water will evaporate and you have to add some more water. And after a couple of days, I'll come back and check it, and I'll punch it down, again. And in about 2 weeks, maybe a little bit more, depending on the weather, we'll have some Treviso crab. So we've got it full here. You can see this has been going for about a week and a half. We're going to let it go for probably at least another week. It's broken down. The rib is still pretty sturdy. It's got some crunch to it. Really pretty awesome natural sourness from the fermentation. And I'm pretty stoked to put it all together at some point in the near future on a roast pork sandwich with some of the bread, some of the dough that we'll make rolls with, and we got it going. So, Rad TV, I hope you guys are enjoying everything. Thanks for having me again. Chicory Week, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yummy, yummy. Good morning, folks. My name is Brian Wells. I'm the proprietor of Togo Coffee, and I am going to be preparing you some espresso beverages based on chicory. So right now we've got this chicory right out of the ground. We're going to wash it, husk it, dry it, and then pulverize it. So I hope you enjoy. Stay tuned. All right, folks. So here we are in the initial stages of washing our chicory root. Getting it all nice and clean, getting off that wonderful organic soil so that we can then dry it, roast it, husk it, and get it all ready for you. Hope you enjoy. See you in a minute. So now we have our chicory. It's all washed, husked, and dried. So now I'm just going to break it up a little bit like this, just to get it nice and crunchy. You always get some that are trying to escape. But you just capture those little babies, and you put it on in your pestle, and get busy. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pulverize this, and the next thing we're going to do is put it inside of our portafilter and make some espresso. Back in 2 and 2, right back at you. All right, folks, now we're almost to the finishing stages. Our brass pestle, so that we can pulverize that wonderful chicory. We're about to get down to the espresso portion. All right, stay tuned. All right, kids, this is what we're looking for. And we're going to bring this right in here. All right, so this is going to be our base for our signature espresso beverage. Stay tuned for the end product. All right, folks, and this is the end and the beginning of your chicory coffee experience. I hope you enjoy it, and at some point, I hope you can come to taste it. There we go. Your very own chicory espresso latte, and that is one of the signature beverages that you'll find here at Togo Coffee, made with fresh chicory root.
Hello and good morning from the best farmers market in the world, the best farmer in the world. Oh, Kiana. Today's our last day, and we're very sad, but we're happy that we get to see you. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Also, you should just zoom in on the beautiful stuff we just got. Red onions and the most gorgeous carrots. Truly, truly. That's okay. I'll take the radish and I'll be happy with it. Team Darian, the best beans and the best people. Also zoom in on that cute ass dog.
I have my dog here, Aspen.
This is John, this is Aspen.
Aspen, I call her Aspirin when she gives me a headache.
The dish that we're making later will feature the garbanzo beans from them. Allah.
We have a 130-acre farm. We grow everything on well watered biodynamically.
You have a very ambitious situation happening right now. I'm holding these. After the farmer's market, we have time before we have to be back at the shop. So we'll either go swimming or we'll practice our skate trick. Namaste, bitch. Yep. Hello, I'm Zara Khan, and today we're in the Botanica kitchen. Chloe Martin is filming. We're gonna make a super easy, simple salad using dandelion greens, which are part of the chicory family, but they're a different species than radicchio. They're Chicorium endemia, whereas radicchio is Chicorium entivus. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. Yeah, so we have dandelion greens that I've already cut up, tahini, of course. If you know me, you know that I love tahini. Dill, garlic, lemon juice, chickpeas from Canarian Farms, which we visited earlier this morning, and then preserved Meyer lemon insides. Everyone always preserves Meyer lemons, and we use the peel for a lot of things, but then we end up with like a ton of the guts, as I call them. And I don't like being super wasteful, so I like to use the guts in a diverse rinse them, because otherwise it'll be like way too salty. So I rinse them and then take all the seeds out and then chop them up. So yeah, here we go. I'm gonna just so we start with sort of a fat, I don't know, chiffonade on the dandelion greens, and then grab a glove. A glove! And then basically just dump all your ingredients in, and it's gonna be amazing. Microwave the garlic. We'll just speed this part up in the video. It's cute. Oh, we should probably get basically I made this salad for family meal last week and everybody freaked out, so now we're making it for you. And the lemon juice and the preserved lemon guts sort of like make a dressing in the bowl that's like super creamy, but vegan. Super sexy plating with a large glove on. Dandelion greens have never tasted so good. Hi, I'm Meredith of La Medusa Restaurant and Goose and Gander Farm, and I am a chef and a farmer and a restaurant owner. And I was asked to say why I love radicchio, and I would argue that there are so many reasons to love radicchio. One, that it's buttery and crunchy all at the same time somehow, and it has that nice bitter flavor. Also, it grows practically year-round, and in the moments when it's not growing, it stores forever, really long time. You could even keep 10 or 15 heads on hand for when you might need to make salad for 20, no problem. And also it's beautiful, colorful, and super versatile. There's
varieties, and they're all really great for different things. Eating raw, in a salad, grilling, braising, sauteing with other vegetables. There's a radicchio for all of those tasks. Today, we're gonna do a grilled radicchio salad, and my favorite for grilling is either the Treviso radicchio or a sugarloaf radicchio. And so first what we'll do a little cutting. When you're looking for a radicchio for grilling, you want one that's really nice and heavy and dense with lots of really tight layers. So the other varieties here, like Lucia or Castelfranco, they're a little looser, definitely could be grilled, just not my favorite for grilling. So first we'll start by cutting it in half, and if it's really big, you could cut it in quarters just to make it go a little faster on the grill. So we'll grill a couple pieces of the Treviso, and the sugarloaf tends to be a lot bigger. Really beautiful, dense layers inside. And we'll cut that one in half again, too. And then you can start with just a little bit of salt and just a tiny bit of oil. You don't want to do too much oil, because if it drips down into the grill, it's going to cause it to flame up and make like some spottiness on the radicchio. So just a teeny bit, and then we'll just go ahead and put that right on the grill. Nice hot grill. It's just going to be for a minute. And while that's grilling, we can get ready here for the salad dressing. So first I'll take a clove of garlic and slice that really nice and thin. And I have a little bit of red wine vinegar here. I like to soak the garlic in the red wine vinegar. Just set that aside. I'll also put a little pinch of chilies in there and a little bit of ground black pepper. And
I'm Jason Salvo from Local Roots Farm, and I am going to do a cooking demonstration of a simple radicchio salad with our favorite vinaigrette that we like to cook at home. And what we have here are a couple heads of Castelfranco radicchio, some Parmesan, a little bit of dried basil, mustard, olive oil, salt, and vinegar. Balsamic, but we use a variety of vinegars depending on our mood. Anyway, this is really simple. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut up the radicchio, I'm gonna make the dressing, and then we're gonna dress the salad and grate some Parmesan on it. So let's get started. So the first thing, radicchio is a lot like lettuce. It's very easy to cut. I usually like to cut it in half, and if there's a little, the part where all of the baby leaves grow out of, I like to just cut that out. And then just cut it into little ribbons. I like bite-sized pieces in my salad. I don't want leaves that are too big. Cut it up. I'll just put it into the bowl. And we'll cut the next one. Cut out the butt. Cut it into ribbons. Put it in the salad bowl. All right, so this is how we make this salad dressing, which was taught to us by a good friend's mom when we were in high school. And she didn't tell us this story, but there is this Italian metaphor about making salad dressing, which is that you need a rich person for the olive oil, because you want to use a lot, and a miser for the vinegar, because you don't want to use too much, and a genius for the salt, because you need to use the exact right amount. And our dressing, I always think I use about a 3-to-1 oil to vinegar ratio, but I'm not super precise about it, so I put some oil in a jar, and I add some olive oil or some vinegar. I say that's about a third. I maybe went a little heavy there. And then I put in a little mustard because I think it makes it nice and creamy, and some crushed up basil leaves, which this is just dehydrated dried basil. And then I like to put in a nice healthy amount of salt. And then we put in a little bit of garlic, which you don't chop up the garlic. It's just to like flavor the oil. So just put it in, and then we shake it like a Polaroid picture, and dress the salad. You have to remember to pull out the garlic, or else somebody's gonna get a surprise. And then the last step is you just grate a little Parmesan on it.
Hi, my name is Lauren Feldman, and I am the chef and co-owner of Vif in Seattle and also of Petite Soif on Beacon Hill. And today, in honor of the Sagra del Radicchio, I'm going to make a warm fall salad. And it's going to be with roasted cauliflower, charred Chioggia radicchio, roasted apples, dill, and rye crumbs. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is get the cauliflower into the oven. I like to do big slices of cauliflower so that we get lots of caramelization, and then I break it up later. I'm just going to cut it into slices that are about, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch thick. Okay, so I have my oven preheated to 450 degrees. I'm oiling the sheet pan, and then I like to salt the sheet pan too, so I don't have to move the cauliflower around so much. and I'm gonna put these in big pieces onto the pan. The core is good, but I do try to get the green parts off. And don't worry about any of the little bits that come off. These get really caramelized and dark and are the tastiest bits of all. After it's all on here, another drizzle of olive oil and sprinkle of salt, and then into the 450-degree oven till it's done. While the cauliflower is cooking, I'm gonna make the vinaigrette and also get the apples into the oven. So if the apples were raw, I would leave the peel on, but when they roast, the skin can get tough, so I like to peel that off. With my handy peeler. And then I just cut it off the core. I don't bother with coring the apple. I know that there's a tiny bit wasted, but if you have chickens, you can give that to them. So I'm gonna roast the apples in a little bit of brown butter and a little bit of salt. And I just put them into a pan and I'm gonna put them in the same oven that the cauliflower is in. So here's the vinaigrette I made. I love to make them in little mason jars so I can shake them vigorously and they emulsify a little bit. And this vinaigrette has shallots, apple cider vinegar, mustard, honey, salt, pepper, and extra virgin olive oil. These are some rye crumbs I made with some leftover ends of Sea Wolf rye that I had. I just cubed it up, put it in a food processor, ground it up, and then drizzled it with olive oil and salt and baked it in the oven until they were super crunchy. These are too many crumbs, but you can use them on anything that you have. Yogurt, soup garnishes. It's a great condiment. So it's the star of the show. This is Chioggia radicchio, the nice round tight heads that you can get. And I feel like they are really great for cooking because of the density of the head. I'm gonna take off the outside, a couple of the outside leaves, but don't throw them away. This is salad material. So I leave them off to the side. What we're gonna do is cut straight down the center and make sure that you leave the core here. I want these pieces to stay together. Then, after you cut it in half, cut them into wedges, about 3/4 to an inch thick. Now we're ready to char the radicchio. I got a cast iron skillet very hot. You can see it smoking a little bit, and the oil is on the radicchio. So we're gonna put these pieces down, and don't want to crowd them because we're not looking for steam. We're looking for a char. So if you have to do it in stages, you can do it in stages. Let's see if they're ready to flip. See that nice char color? When both sides are charred, I remove them and place them on a rack while I cook the other ones so that they don't sweat and get too soft. Let's check our cauliflower. Looks done to me. After we let the vegetables cool down just a little bit, I take them and give them a little rough chop and assemble the salad. And the star, the radicchio, and the apples. So I'm going to put a few dill sprigs in there, just tear them up. No need to chop. Shake my vinaigrette. Pour on a little bit of it. You certainly don't need all of it. A little bit of Maldon salt or crunchy salt. An extra grind of black pepper. And then we toss. And then we plate. We eat salads all year round, but it's really nice to have a warm salad in the colder months. And this fits the bill. And finally, the crunchy bits, the rye crumbles. You could toss these in as well, or you could just put them on top as a light garnish. And this is our fall-winter salad with Bitter is Better, Chioggia radicchio. Thank you.
All right.
Hello.
Hi, Lauren. Can you hear me
Hi,
okay?
Cassie. I can hear you.
Great. Wow. Ending on your cooking video. Jason and Siri and Max and I have both made that recipe more than once in the last week. So thank you for sharing
You're
that with
welcome.
us.
I'm having it for dinner tonight.
Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, you say that the radicchio is the star of the show in that, but I think that cooking a pie apple in butter in a cast iron pan is also somewhat of a star.
That's what Jason said. He said the apples may have stolen the show, but there's no harm in being a really good supporting actor in a role. You still are just as important.
This is true. And the sweetness tends to counteract the bitter of the radicchio. Yeah, I've gotten a good amount of questions from people lined up. We have a couple coming in from the chat, but most of these I collected beforehand.
Okay.
And one of the questions that I've gotten from a bunch of people who signed up for Rad TV today is, what can they do to counteract the bitter? It seems that we have some people who have signed up for today who don't actually like radicchio, so bravo to those people. But yeah, can you talk about counteracting that bitterness and what you can do to prepare radicchio the perfect way?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that, with everything that we cook, we want everything to be in balance. So when you think of something really bitter, a great way to counteract that would be to add something that has a little bit of sweetness. You're not necessarily making it sweet, but you're choosing ingredients that have some natural sweetness to balance out the bitter. And it could be your vinegar, like a balsamic, or I put honey in my recipe, and apple cider vinegar has, certain apple cider vinegars have like a little bit more sweetness than others. You could put something in like candied nuts, just something so that every now and again, you get a bite of sweetness to balance out that bitter.
Mm-hmm. And the sweetness and the acid that you're talking about, would those be things to pair with radicchio that is raw and that is cooked?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, depending on how you're preparing, you might choose different vinegars, but I feel like I've used the same vinegars on raw and cooked radicchio, and they both go really well. And when you cook the radicchio, it brings out some of the sweetness also. I think that some of the bitterness sort of goes away with the cooking process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. I've also found that doing like a good long soak on leaves, like cutting them up beforehand into my salad-sized pieces and then soaking them in ice water and then draining and spinning them, that tends to get some of the bitterness.
I honestly never do it because I love the bitter, but I've heard that is definitely, if it does a long soak from my garden, it's because I'm trying to get the slugs out, so.
Yeah, slugs love radicchio.
Yeah, they love everything.
You get a gold star for never getting rid of the bitter, but we expected you to earn that. So you said on Instagram a couple of days ago through Vif, which is one of your two restaurants in Seattle. You have Vif and Petite Soif, and those are both restaurants and wine shops.
That's right. More wine shops these days in times of COVID.
Yeah, I hear wine sales are good this year.
Wine sales are pretty good.
Is there, you said that you've always had a radicchio dish on your menu since you opened.
Yeah.
What, has it always been the same radicchio dish?
Pretty much. I mean, so I love radicchio. I always have. I've been eating it for 3 decades. I worked in San Francisco at an Italian restaurant in the 90s, and we had radicchio on the menu all the time there also. It was really my first introduction. So we made the salad for Vif for a couple reasons. Because I love radicchio, and because it was just a salad that I ate all the time, and it was made of ingredients that I generally had on hand, some Parmesan, some fennel, croutons if I had them. And additionally, I think what people don't necessarily realize is that radicchio has a much longer shelf life than regular lettuces. So in restaurants in particular, that's really important because waste could close a restaurant if you're throwing away too much food. So if we had a slow week, I knew that the lettuce was still going to be okay in a couple of days. It also, if you wash it ahead of time, it doesn't rust as quickly. We say rusting when you wash lettuce and you let it sit, it gets a little brown on the core. We call that rust. Radicchio doesn't rust as quickly as regular lettuce. So it's something that you can just have on hand, do some prep work in the early part of the week and have washed salad greens ready for you quickly. Anyway, we had the chicory salad on the Vif menu and I kept feeling like I needed to change it and give people something new, but everybody was like coming back specifically for that salad. They wanted that one. We have customers that only order that every single time that they come in for the last 7 years. That's all that they eat. So I thought there's nothing wrong with having a house salad. Let's just leave it on there and that'll be our anchor.
Yeah, that's amazing. There's nothing wrong with that. And as a person who has eaten at Vif, I can confirm that the salad is delicious. And it's a great way to eat radicchio, and it's a great way to have a salad in the winter when you don't want to deal with lettuce.
Yeah, and we have an option that, you can add an egg on there for a little protein. We used to do lardon as an add-on as well. So little chunky pieces of bacon sauteed up, but with COVID right now, we're not offering that option.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, fat, sugar, acid, all those things go so well. Vif and Petit Soif are, like you said, they're also wine shops, and wine is, I feel like natural wine is having a moment, even though it's been eternal since people started making wine. It was natural, but
Sean and I have been working with natural wine for 2 decades now. So
we did get some questions about pairing wine with radicchio, and I know that you did something like that recently for your wine club. Can you tell us about how to pair wine with radicchio?
Well, it's not that lettuces are challenging to pair with wines. It's really the vinegar and the acid in the salad that can conflict with wine. So we chose wines this week. We basically, for our wine club, sent out my cooking video and talked about winter lettuces with bitterness. And the wines that we chose are wines that are definitely dry, but evoke a little bit of sweetness. So we had a Pinot Blanc from Alsace, and a Skin Contact or orange wine Gewürztraminer from Savage Grace here in Washington State. And then a Pet Nat from Austria from a Pinot Blanc, and then a very dry Riesling from Germany. And all of these wines are dry, but they have a fruitiness to them that goes really well with the bitter lettuces. It's basically the same concept as putting in a vinegar that might have some sweetness, or having the candied nuts, just having something with a little bit of sweet. And these wines also have some texture, which is really nice. They're creamy, which complements the salad as well.
Those are good tips, and seems to go in line with pairing wine with other foods. Just it's not always about the one ingredient. It's about
the whole. And vinegar and high acid foods are, it's just a little bit harder because I personally love high acid wines as well. So you have to be really careful about what you're pairing with the dish.
Cool. Looks like we have 9 minutes until our next section, which will be a raw bar and farmer chat, where Jason and Siri munch their way through a raw bar of radicchio. So they'll be tasting all of the varieties raw. But I've got some props here, and my props are radicchio. Would you be able to tell us what is the best thing to do with all of these varieties?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with the most basic.
Chioggia.
Not as an insult. Yeah, chioggia.
Well, obviously the salad that I made
yes,
has chioggia in it. So chioggia is great for grilling. And then I love the salad. It's from the late Judy Rogers from Zuni Cafe. She has a salad in her Zuni Cafe cookbook. She chiffonades the radicchio, and then she makes a vinaigrette similar to Meredith's with anchovies and red wine vinegar and shallots. And then it's tossed on the radicchio, and then she sieves a hard-boiled egg on top and puts some breadcrumbs, toasted breadcrumbs, and it is the perfect salad. So I love doing that. If I go to the supermarket and all my chicories are done from my yard, I usually buy some Chioggia just because it's so fast to just cut up and have a quick salad with. So,
and it keeps forever.
That's right.
Okay, next one. Treviso Precoce.
I think Treviso, I do the same things with Treviso that I do with Chioggia. The thing with Treviso is that the rib is a little bit meatier. So, you could use it as a lettuce cup if you wanted to, do something that was some sort of sauteed meat dish that you ate in the little boat of Treviso leaf. That would be great. It also obviously does great with grilling. And I think when I've made risotto, I've used the Treviso, but that may have been because that's what I had on hand and not one of the other radicchios, honestly.
I find that dictates what radicchio I'm using a lot too. Just whatever I have on hand. All right, next. This expertly fluffed head of Castelfranco or Lucia. They can be used interchangeably because they are both variegato.
I use that mostly for salads. So fresh salads, just to really, with not too many ingredients, because I feel like part of eating food is looking at food and you want to see the beauty. And that just has such innate beauty in it that I do simple salads, like sometimes maybe even an all green salad, some shaved fennel, maybe a little green onion, but like keep the color sort of pure. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Or mix it in with the other radicchios for a very colorful salad.
Yes. Christmas style.
That's right.
Yeah, so I don't usually cook that one either because it looks so sad after it's been cooked. Which is, I think, what a lot of people imagine that like grilled lettuce would look like, right? It just gets kind of brown and sad.
That's right.
This is Rosalba. It's not, after tonight, it will turn pink. It's supposed to get very cold tonight, but it hasn't quite turned pink in Duval yet.
Tonight is having our first frost. I think I would just use that for a salad as well. Maybe somebody else does something different with that. But if that color pink is so gorgeous, I don't want the color to fade when I eat it. I really just want it raw. But you can always use radicchio. Like the first Chicory Fest we did, we did chicken liver pate on a crostini with a little bit of quince paste. And then I just chiffonaded some of Treviso and tossed it with just olive oil and salt and put that on top of the pate crostini. So it made a great garnish. And we had the little sweet of the quince, the bitter lettuces, and then the creaminess of the pate. The pate was the star, but the Treviso really sort of cleaned everything up. Who's off to the side there?
Siri just handed me some pink wine.
Oh, perfect.
To keep up with their.
I feel like Escarol's not getting its fair share of attention.
Yeah, I don't have a head of Escarol, but people see that one a lot. So
well, I think Escarol and Castelfranco are great entry level chicories because they're not quite as bittery, especially Escarol. So Escarol is delicious in raw salads, but one of my favorite ways is to throw it into a soup at the very end, usually a brothy chicken stock based soup or like Italian wedding soup. And right at the very end, right before serving, you just throw in raw Escarol and it's so delicious and you're getting your greens and I love it.
It cooks down so much too. I put 2 heads of that in an Italian wedding soup. Yeah. And it just disappears.
But you can taste it. It's still there.
Yeah. And you know that you're being so healthy.
That's right.
Okay. Speaking of the chicory family, away from Radicchio, we also have Puntarelle. And there's like one traditional way to prepare this, but of course there are 4 of those one traditional ways. What is your favorite way to prepare puntarella?
Well, I honestly don't use it that much because it's so hard to find, but I do love I love classics in general. It's just something that I always go towards. So I love the lemon and Parmesan and anchovy one, but I feel like the texture of puntarella is sort of like celery a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And we did a salad right before the close down at Petite Soif.
Mm-hmm.
And it was celery and some dates and this delicious blue cheese from Cascadia Creamery and walnuts. And all we did was, I have a sweet sherry vinegar, just a couple drizzles of the sherry vinegar and some olive oil. And it was a really delicious salad. And I feel like puntarella could swap in for celery easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've seen people switch them out as well. And that combination with dates sounds really amazing.
Yeah.
We have just a couple minutes left, and one thing that somebody asked about that we haven't touched on yet is chicory root. And also, disclaimer, I say root instead of root.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Don't at me on YouTube. Somebody asked about chicory root and said that they had not seen that at farmers markets, and that is because most people don't grow it. Small farmers don't really grow it.
Well, I think sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, in Italy, they make a coffee out of it for non-caffeine drinkers. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the answer to this, but I feel like it was a bigger type of chicory root that was easier to clean. So
Yes.
I one year was like, I have chicory roots from my yard. Let me see what I can do. So I cleaned them all up. I peeled them, and then I roasted them in the oven, and the smell was amazing. They smelled so good. Mm-hmm. And I had about, I don't know, half a cup or a cup of these chicory roots. And I was like, what am I going to do with this? But I have to say, I wanted to grind it up, but I was terrified to put them even in my Vitamix because they're so hard. I didn't want to mess anything up. So I didn't end up using them, but I was interested in trying a roasted chicory drink. Maybe I should have just kept the roots and pounded them in a mortar and pestle like the Togo coffee guy did, and then maybe steep it in a tea bag. I don't know if that would work or not. I just got frustrated and composted them.
Yeah, there's definitely room for experimenting with chicory root. And the analogy that I'll make, and I think something that you were like touching on, Lauren, is that like beets and chard are in the same family, right? Mm-hmm. But beets are bred for their delicious root, and chard is bred for its delicious leaves. And in the chicory family, the same thing occurs. Some chicories are bred for their large roots, and some things are bred in, like Radicchio, which is bred for its leaves. And Andrea did present about that first thing this morning. But so they're different types. You can get the seeds. I did post about it on Instagram, on the Chicory Week Instagram a couple weeks ago. And we'll post more resources to chicoryweek.com about that so people can find out. But it looks like I'm 1 minute after 1. So it's time to move on to the raw bar and the live farm chat. So Lauren, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll see you later.
Super fun. Bye.
All right, coming up next, we have Jason and Siri.
Okay.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear us okay?
Where's Tim and Caroline?
Tim and Caroline, are you there?
We've
Not
got Caroline on the line.
Well.
Okay. Well, do we have a video?
No video.
Okay. So I'm Jason Salvo. This is Siri Erickson Brown of Local Roots Farm, for those of you who might just be tuning in. And we are here with Tim and Caroline from Kitchen Garden Farm. And we're going to eat some radicchio together. We're going to talk about what it tastes like. We're going to shoot the breeze and have a fun hour just being weird. So we're going to, I think Tim and Caroline, if you guys introduce yourselves, and then Siri is going to say a couple things about what this is, and then we're just going to go through all the different varieties of radicchio one by one.
So guys, hi. And please tell us like who you are and about your farm, and especially like your lifelong love affair with radicchio, please.
I just have to say, I feel after watching this for a few hours, I feel incredibly validated in my obsession with radicchio going back to the early 2000s. So Caroline and I run a vegetable farm in Massachusetts, all the way on the East Coast. For most of you West Coasters out there, it is possible to grow radicchio, although challenging in our climate too.
We're so jealous of you guys in the Pacific Northwest. You make it look so easy over there.
So we, have a similar type of operation to Jason and Siri. We sell to local folks. We sell to restaurants. We sell wholesale to distributors. I think we're a bit larger in scale. We're growing on about 50 acres.
Right. We started in 2006. Started with 1 acre, grew it incrementally over the past 15 years. And now we have about 25 people working with us. And yeah, I don't know, we're growing a couple acres of radicchio now.
We're growing about 2 acres this year. As you can see, we grew some radicchio.
Oh, beautiful. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. And so what this segment of Rad TV is all about is our attempt to recreate one of the most magical experiences that happens at the real life Sagra del Radicchio, which actually originated with a festival / kind of field day that Jason and I started putting on our farm about 5 years ago.
Inspired actually by you guys.
By the Chili Fest.
By your Chili Fest.
Okay.
It was.
No.
Yeah.
I know that actually.
Well, we're all inspired by the Italian seasonal Sagra in various parts of Italy celebrating their local specialties.
And what we realized is that, we wanted to like go big on radicchio. We love radicchio, and it was clear to us that like a lot of the chefs we were trying to push this stuff on were like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever, we'll try it. And but what they were kind of missing out on is the fact that like it turns from this disgusting, ugly green lump thing into this beautiful jewels. And so what I really wanted was for them to come to the farm, walk the fields, see how it transforms, and then get to taste to like, why do we grow 10 different kinds of radicchio? Well, we were hoping that people would be able to come to the farm and taste all the varieties at the same time, same place. And so hence the raw bar was born. And when we blew it up and brought it into the big city and held this event at the Palace Ballroom the last couple of years, the raw bar has been at the heart of the event. And what we have is a bunch of farmers and seed folks standing behind this big, beautiful spread. And the amazing thing about the in-person Sagra is sort of the networking, the chats, the side conversations that happen. And so it all kind of like happening in and around like the room. So we're hoping to like kind of recreate that today with you guys and us, and hope to give everybody who's watching the feeling that they're sort of like eavesdropping on a conversation between like 4 super rad farmers. So, and for folks who are listening, we'd love for you to be on the YouTube chat, like putting your questions in there, and our like compatriots over here will be feeding us the questions. So the next thing we're gonna do is eat the radicchio.
Well, actually, I think first, guys, cheers. We have a little bit of refill. Oh, here
I wish you were here.
I know.
Yes.
Attention.
To next year.
Yeah.
Next year in Seattle.
See.
So I thought that we could go through, I think we have maybe one more variety than you guys do, but I thought we could go through from most bitter to least bitter and just kind of talk about what we do with them and what we like about each variety. And I think that Rosa di Verona is the most bitter of our varieties, but I'm wondering if you would agree with that.
Oh yeah, tell us your lineup.
I was just sampling in the meantime, and
he said they all taste the same.
I don't know.
Just kidding.
I don't. It was more bitter than say Castelfranco, but I don't find really any of them to be overly bitter.
Okay, sure, yeah, I know, but that's because our palates are all like freaks. But there
oh my gosh, I don't know if you can see the like watercolor, beautiful pink.
Nice.
Delicate inside that white rib.
It's almost like painted with a paintbrush.
Yeah, that's what I love about Radicchio.
This Verona is really the most beautiful.
Give me some inside part.
Some inside
part? We need to compare
all
the
right.
outer leaves to the inner parts as well.
Yeah, here.
It's like a wallet.
That sure is bitter.
That's bitter?
There's no getting around it.
I don't know.
I know. I think my palate has skewed so far that I think are supposed to be bitter. I'm like, not detecting bitterness.
So my inner leaf here, the bitterness is still there at the end, but first I'm getting more of the sweetness in the rib.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot more nuance.
In the rib, I'm getting like a sugary.
Yeah.
Have you guys had a frost?
We've had
two nights that were 32 degrees, so very, very light frost.
So these will certainly become more mild as they are subjected to more frost.
It's not bad. Even if this is the most bitter, this is pretty tame.
But like I said, guys,
I think our palates are skewed.
Even on the finish, you kind of get a bit of a lingering, bitter, like you just took a sip of Fernet or something.
But it's a lot of rib.
It's not unpleasant.
Compared to the leaf, it's like highly proportion of fat rib, which is where the soup is concentrated.
What I like about this also is that the texture of the leaf is quite unique in that it's very substantial. It's almost waxy. It's thick.
Yeah,
it's very nice.
Where'd you get the seed? This is our first year ever.
This one is Giulietta, I believe.
Oh yeah, I think that's what we have here too. You get it from Osborne?
It's Giulietta.
I got it. Yeah, I actually got it directly from TNT through Chris Field, who's my other Radicchio inspiration.
I wonder if he's watching. Yeah, Chris, are you out there?
If he was watching.
So probably if we were setting up the raw bar lineup in person at the beautiful Palace Ballroom again this year, I think the next one we would put in line is probably the Chioggia.
Well, I think the Rosa del Veneto is also bitter nearly as bitter as the Rosa di Verona. Sometimes I think it's more bitter. When these first sort of showed up on the scene, we were like, what is it? Was it an off type that somebody found in the field? And I thought it was Rosa di Verona. But when we were in Italy in January, Andrea was like, no, this is actually a variety that it's like sort of a, offspring of a variety that I'd never heard of, which is Radicchio di Mantovano, which is a green that, if you can imagine, it's just like this, this kind of shape, sort of Rosa di Verona-like, but with a more, kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, egg-shaped, oblong, but like a more supple leaf, not quite as crunchy, but they're green. And I saw them, anyway, it was a new one to me, which I think is one of the things that makes it so interesting. But you guys have one of these pinkies in there?
We have it in our field, but I think because our summers are a little warmer, it really doesn't do the thing until later.
Our thing is for it to do, it's hard here too. Like ours hasn't really pinked up yet because we have not had a frost. We're having our first frost tonight.
It's pretty pink though.
It is, but
I had to hunt.
Yeah.
As I found like two that were starting.
It's very striking looking at, watching the Cribs episode and looking at just how different the plants look out there on the West Coast from the East Coast.
You say they're like bigger.
It seems just happier out there.
Well, watching Brian in the uprising fields, the plants just had so much less foliage, so much less excess beyond the head than our plants do, because we have just so much warmer, a longer, warmer growing period. So they're just taking out all of this leaf that we don't need.
Yeah, right.
We are the Veneto of the North America. In the Pacific
Hey,
Northwest.
I think you guys might have it better than the Veneto. I don't know. I don't want to say the wrong
We
thing.
are better than the Veneto. Sorry, Italians. They're all asleep anyway. Okay. So we're eating the Radicchio. It does taste, it's a, I don't know. I would say culinarily, like it's not there. It's like a little bit weird. I can't decide whether it's like crunchy or robust or thin and delicate or whatever. But it's so beautiful. Like
it does match your jumpsuit.
I know. It's
So
fine.
yeah, it doesn't matter what it tastes like because it's always going to be everyone's favorite from seeing it on the internet. So
well, we only were able to get it to get pink by forcing, and when you force it, it's so much more mild anyway. So we thought it was delicious. It was just this last winter was the first time trying it for us, and we managed to make some pink heads, and it was amazing. So they were mild. I don't know what it would be like. Ours are just not going to pink in the field.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not going to pink.
And I think it's not, in some years we found that it's not super cold tolerant either, which makes it's got like a pretty narrow window of like success where like it has to be cold. You got to have a bunch of frosts for it to like get tight and become pink. But if it gets too cold, then you're hosed on the other end.
So you can breed the Goldilocks.
Yes.
Yeah, it is fussy pink thing. But who's working on the genetics for it right now? Like who's improving this?
Well, so we trialed two varieties from Levantia that are that you can get through Osborne, where I think they're refined.
Do you know, based on your conversations on the Radicchio expedition, like what all they're selecting for yet?
No, we didn't spend too much time.
Okay, all right.
I think we were there too late in the year.
So what do you want to try next, folks?
Well, so we also have, I know you don't have this one either, sorry. With
pink, the season for you, excuse me, your like peak season for the pink is November, December?
Yeah, I'd say so. Because it's like, it's cold, as long as we don't get like a actual freeze, like a significant cold snap, it'll be good. Like we had good success with it last year, but I think 2 years ago, it got like, we had a couple of days where it never got above freezing in like November and they all froze.
Yeah.
It's a labor of love for the pink. And you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, I think the other cool one that you guys should try, because I think this one is much more cold tolerant, although I think you guys get so cold that cold tolerant doesn't even matter for you, but this is the
Costa Rosa.
The Costa Rosa, which
is really gorgeous.
Really is pretty.
It's amazing. I'm sure you guys, this has been blowing up the internet the last few days because it's a certified
blowing up our small corner of the internet.
It's magenta. It's a Rosa di Verona like
it's an
type that's been, you know, selected out to this freakiness.
They're good. They're more her.
No.
So, but it seemed like from what we saw at Cribs that there's a lot more variation in that so far in the seed.
It's a rustico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is very good.
Reminding me of the red Napa that we keep trying different varieties and keep growing, but it just doesn't perform. It's not consistent. It doesn't head, you know, just, you want it for the looks. And
yeah,
how does it taste?
I think it tastes really good.
Sounds like Siri likes it.
I'm into it. It's got more of the sweetness than this particular Rosa di Verona. This tastes better than the ones I tasted that came out of our field last year. But it's the same variety. It's the Costa Rosa. Because there are some other magenta-y ones. What about the Monterosso?
Monterosso and Verosa are both pink ones from Levantia. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's, I mean, as I was talking about with Andrea this morning, I think the fact that there's so much genetic diversity in all these things, and that, like, you know, they're not super consistent, you know, go out there and harvest 100% of what you've got. Like Sam was complaining about how you have to go through it more than once.
I sympathize with Sam, honestly.
I mean,
but like when Brian was talking about the diversity in the Mantovano population, you know, he was hinting that, you know, there's more work for future generations even of breeders to be doing on this stuff, because there's so much magic in that gene bank, you know, in the gene pool, that you can tease out whatever, you know, who knows? Like all of these varieties are less than 100 years old. So who knows what could happen?
Anything can happen.
I know. I think it definitely is one of the things that I find the most exciting about it. You're like, ooh, that one's cool, but you can't go and harvest all of them on the same day. What do you guys think? Chioggia next or Treviso?
Yeah, let's start basic with Chioggia. That sounds good. With some inner.
Do you know what variety you have?
This is the Leonardo.
Okay.
So this is a hybrid from Johnny's or High Mowing. It's readily available, like winter, you know, north. It's very good in the Northeast for a fall sort of.
They're also ginormous.
Standard.
Ours are petite right now.
Well, I just found a petite one because I needed to fit it on the plate.
Here's a good one. Yeah. Oh my God.
Wow.
That was like a TikTok
From off
situation.
This is 40-50.
Of our first year farming, we started the farm in 2006, and we would like grow Frisée and Radicchio and chop it up and make a Radicchio Frisée salad mix for chefs. Nobody wanted it. Nobody knew what to do with it. Things have very much changed.
We were out there floating in the water and no waves were coming, but we stuck out there. The wave is just coming, and we're trying to paddle up toward it.
So there's a question from YouTube for you guys. Have you ever overwintered the Grumolo type? So for those who don't know, the Grumolo types are ones that don't really make a head or do anything cool until like after the hardest part of winter has passed, and then they form these adorable little rosettes, which you saw anyone who watched the Radicchio Expedition segment saw the pictures of these gorgeous, like they look like flowers. So have you done the Grumelos?
Yeah, no. We haven't done any overwintering of chicory yet. And the reason for that really is because this sort of the time that you would seed that, we're just feeling so relieved that we don't have to plant anything anymore. That's basically the reason right there. And so we haven't wanted to take on a project that sort of has a time-sensitive nature in September, because we're very busy with our peppers and our festival and stuff like that. So, sorry.
So maybe for like point of reference, what crops do reliably overwinter for you all?
None.
I mean,
nothing
None.
lives.
No
Garlic.
leeks?
Spinach, you can do sort of.
Strawberries.
Okay,
That's it.
so YouTube questioner, I think the answer is Try it.
Grumlow would actually overwinter. I just haven't done it.
You think Grumlow would overwinter, but leeks won't?
We never let them try, they would turn to complete slime.
They would mush.
The root would like live and then it would sprout again.
I think the key to the group is that the leaves can rot and die, but the root is still alive, and so they regrow late February, early March.
Radicchio in general, our Radicchio field, when we leave it past April, it just starts coming back up. So
Okay, so that's a pretty definitive answer. So YouTube friend, whoever you are, think about that.
I don't promise anything. Who the fuck wants Grumlow anyway?
Apparently, it's the star of the internet these days.
We're like 2 years behind here, guys. Okay, cut us some slack.
Well, no, I mean, everything seems like there's a lot of extra challenge in the Northeast to try and do it. And, we are interested in doing it when the seed stock is reliable and, all of those things are in place. So we were out there growing OP varieties, growing, inconsistently producing types for years. And, it's exciting to have access to a really high quality commercial seed now that you can actually do production scale.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, have 80-90% of the plants that you set out actually make a harvestable head. That's pretty great. And that's really since the TNT became readily available here.
Agreed.
So Chris Field at Campo Rosso does Grumlow, but they're in Pennsylvania. So what are the temperature differences in their climate?
They have they're 2 zones warmer than us. So mid-Atlantic, they can harvest into December out of the field reliably, whereas our cutoff is really like the second week of November generally. So our season is very short for.
And that is part of the challenge, is like the combo of that and your hot summers, I think, is the
right.
Yeah.
And that's why forcing has been kind of a focus for us, is that we could grow these things. And we actually were selling Radicchio into February last year from our forced varieties.
So you're bringing them in a cooler?
We bring them in, we put them in the cooler, and then we take, a certain amount out of the cooler every week. And we have this set up in our greenhouse where we have radiant heat set up on the bench tops.
Mm-hmm.
And we put like a heavy duty tarp over the whole greenhouse so it stays dark and cool. Most importantly, cool in the greenhouse.
Yeah.
So we're just warming the water that the plants are in.
What temperature do you keep them at in your cooler?
Cold, very cold. So yeah. 34 degrees.
Yeah.
And even so, they don't hold up that great. Like by the end of the season, it's like pretty
gross.
Pretty rough, pretty rustico.
For folks who are watching, you want to see how gross Radicchio can get and still be beautiful inside, on the Chicory Week Instagram, there's some great pictures of the slime balls turning.
Oh my God, like in quick succession, a reel of that would be good, high quality programming.
Yeah. Okay. Next year.
Like a compilation of like
the
nasty
blooper reel of the nastiest upon nastiest upon nastiest turned into magic.
Show us your worst Radicchio slime.
Yeah.
So I think there are a lot of questions that have come in both on the YouTube, but also on the questions that folks asked in the registration about growing in these more challenging climates. So I'm glad that we're touching on all this. I think there's a consensus maybe around like what freeze out temperature is. So someone was asking about the Midwest, Iowa and Illinois. I don't know how cold it gets in those places, but I'd say like if your temperatures are going below, what do you guys think? Like if you're in the 20s a lot, like it's challenging to keep stuff alive and growing, but it might not kill your root. And then maybe in the teens.
The cutoff for us is really when it, like you said, when it doesn't come above freezing for a period of days. And last year we had the earliest one ever. It happened the second week of November. It did not come above freezing for 4 days. Yeah. That was insane. That was rough. So hoping not to have to repeat that too often.
So we assume we have to bulk harvest everything prior to then.
Yep.
Or take our chances, which we often do. I mean, we often get these nasty frosts and then, we go back out anyway and see, scramble and see what we can get. But I think Illinois, Midwest is similar to us in temperature.
Yeah, upper Illinois. I don't know how cold it gets. I do know that varieties like the Grumelo that aren't a dense head are you're going to have better success with than heads that are really dense. What we find is that when it gets above freezing during the day, the leaves, the plant's still alive, the leaves thaw out and it's fine. Mm-hmm. When they're really dense, like Treviso and Chioggia, the heart stays frozen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because especially in the middle of winter, there's not that much daylight and the sun isn't that powerful. And if it doesn't thaw the whole thing, the part that stays frozen is what rots.
Yeah.
Beware the frozen heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's from Frozen, right?
Oh yeah.
Row cover, though, row cover can really help a lot. If you get the really thick stuff, if you have a small, if you're growing, if you're, a small market garden growing on, less than 5 acres, I would assume that you could probably cover all of your Radicchio fairly economically with a single piece of that really thick row cover. And that would definitely be worth investing in.
Yeah,
if you're in small scale.
And it's it can make the difference between life and death. So I think the last question that we should talk about before we go back to our tasting situation is, and I think this is a question for you all again, is what do you feel like is too warm? What are your struggles related to being too warm or talk about the hot, please.
Yeah. So our experience with that is that we used to do 2 large fall plantings, one around the middle of July and then one toward the end of July, early August. And we just always had huge problems with the first planting. And so what we've been doing is to try to put a huge planting in at the last possible moment, so that the plants aren't subject to these extreme heat waves that we have in July. So I think our big planting was actually, we didn't get the seed in time this year. And so it was a week after what we even intended to do. And it was a great little happy accident there. So I think it went out on July 28th was our first fall planting of Radicchio. And then we had another planting that went out second week of August even. So we're pushing it. We're pushing it later into the summer when we're planting.
Are those plants going in the ground or are those seeds going in?
So seeded end of June, early July. But
so
the window is small. The window for planting is very small.
Agreed. Our magic date, because we don't get the super duper hot here, we can succeed with plantings that we sow as early as March, but our biggest crop of the year is planted right on the summer solstice, sort of similar dates for you. And we find that we can get success with as late as a seed date of, I don't know, July 7th, July 10th, around there. Then after that, it's too late. Yeah.
We have Puntarelle right now that's just starting, that was seeded on that last date that you mentioned. Mm-hmm. And it looks great.
Nice. Well, maybe we should.
This one also was seeded on that date. This was seeded probably July 7th.
The little Verona.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some years when we've seeded them that late, they've not made heads. They've sort of we've harvested them in March when they sort of put on that new growth spring. But recently, the last couple of years, those later planting dates have been more successful for us. So I don't know if that's different varieties or climate or
Well, let's just briefly say before we get back to it is what are the issues you have when it's too hot? Is it bolting? Is it fungal stuff? When people are thinking about growing these in maybe a latitude or a climate that's a little bit more warm, what are the problems?
First of all, keeping the plants alive in the greenhouse is a problem, because we found that using shade cloth is absolutely essential for germination, but you really want to harden your plants off to the heat by taking it off for at least 2 weeks before you plant them out. And they're like super stressed by that point. You know, we're watering 3-4 times a day. It's like 110 degrees for 12 hours. And I mean, it's pretty extreme.
It's not what Radicchio wants.
That's not what they want.
I don't want that either.
And then when you're planting, you know, we're planting like 1.5 acres at a time. And if it's like a heat wave, then you have to delay. You don't want to set the plants out because it takes a while to get them all in the ground. So you got to start at a time of day where like they're going to be in the heat. So that's kind of like the challenge is really in the seedling and planting part of it.
And that's
So I think
the carousel planter, right? Was to speed up the
Right.
planting
So
process.
we bought the carousel planter so that we could nail it all in one day. So if we have to delay a week because it's a heat wave, you know, then it won't take us a whole week to plant it and then we'll be behind. We can just like pick the perfect day to do it and then just like get it done.
Yeah. So I think anyone out there who's growing Radicchio in like really hot weather and maybe aren't dealing with the same kind of scale challenges that we're talking about, or like greenhouse seedlings, like if you can move your stuff around, if you're a gardener and you can kind of be a little more nimble, I think Radicchio really, it's not, Tim's point is like, it's not necessarily that the plant itself couldn't be happy in a wide range of like climate conditions, but it's more about some like logistical stuff. So, hey, people of the world, like we can see, push the boundaries of where the Radicchio can thrive. Okay. Right. All right. So we're going to.
You want to eat some
I would
puntarelli?
say you also see powdery mildew. It was interesting to see Sam surprised to see it because it's a thing for us.
We get it. And I noticed that one of the people, like a gardener, I think around the Pacific Northwest, like powdery mildew is a very big gardener problem. Like people growing in city soils where it's harder for their soil to retain moisture. And they're like watering every day, a lot of plants, like they're getting a lot of water stress. We don't get it a ton, but yeah, not unheard of for sure.
In years where we didn't do as great of a job at weeding it, it tends to be worse. So I think air circulation around the plants is key. I noticed that, you know, a lot of the Italian growers are growing on 2 rows, where a lot of the American growers are growing on 3 rows, that we're used to sort of packing everything into its tiny gardens and whatever. And, you know, even at scale, we're doing 3 rows still. So, you know, spacing your plants out more would be, you know, sort of a, you don't want them to get too big though. So that's another.
I would say, you know, the uprising field where there was so little excess foliage also, I think, is a help to prevent the powdery mildew because it's all of that foliage massed together that is conducive to it. So, you know, we've been year after year trying to do less fertility in the fields for the Radicchio in order to like have less overgrowth, really. And that's also helped a little bit.
Okay, I know on this topic for a long time, but we just got a comment from somebody growing Radicchio Compostela farm in Mississippi. This is awesome. And they're saying their plant date is early to mid-September. They still have very high temperatures into mid-October, but the daylight becomes less intense and the nights temperatures are cooler. And so they're having success on the Gulf Coast. Sweet.
Cool.
Thank
That's
you.
so great. Yeah.
Awesome.
That was so interesting about Myrta with like, you know, daylight ending at 2 p.m. And we're trying to understand how that impacts heading and growth. I mean, just fewer hours.
Yep.
We didn't talk about bolting, really.
Well, I mean, that's just really, I mean, if people, you know, down in Mississippi are doing this, literally anyone could do. I mean, that's the high heat, the humidity, the heavy rain, like all of the Northeast problems, but like times 10. Yeah.
Right.
So I feel like we should address the spring planting versus the fall planting in terms of heat and bolting just a little bit.
Yeah, we've almost completely scrapped our spring crop at this point. This year we put in like only Chioggia and Belfiore, and it just like we didn't harvest any of it. It
So
was
much
just garbage.
bolting.
Yeah.
We don't have the shoulder seasons that we used to have. I feel like an old person now saying, in the old days we would have a spring that was slower and cooler, and we just don't get it.
to be concerned about global warming because it's impacting the availability
Of Radicchio.
in the shoulder season. It's real. It's really real.
I know. It didn't matter much to me until I couldn't eat Radicchio in July, and then I started caring.
You know, whatever it takes.
Play.
Right?
I
Okay.
like to eat cucumbers personally. I'm gonna cucumbers in July. That's gonna be what I'm doing. So,
would you guys like to eat? Should we have some Treviso?
Yes.
Look, I cut it. It's trying to keep growing.
It's making a little fan.
we have multiple varieties, but this one is the sort of medium slot.
Which variety?
206.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't believe is available in the Osborne catalog.
I have to say, I'm noting in our harvest this week, much better coloration than we normally get.
This is good.
We have much whiter ribs from this early harvest than we have in previous years because we had a much cooler September. We just got lucky this year.
We're having
It really makes.
Which variety is this one, Jason?
That is TVG1, so that's also a TNT variety.
This is sort of our staple for like.
This is delicious.
Early fall through, I don't know. We harvest this like August through October.
Yeah.
And then we switch into the Baldo and Bottiglione for primarily because they store so well. So we plant these on our main harvest date, but not after that. Usually.
I tried these at tasting this year.
I gotta say, this one has even more white rib than the Verona, you know, proportionally.
It's also full of water. It's like full of like juicy. I mean, the bitter is there, but it's sweet.
I just want to encourage everybody to like not stop cutting when you're making your salad. You know, go all the way down to the root because that's the good stuff right there.
Totally true. That one, the bottom of the plant almost looks like a bok choy. It's like got this almost bulbing.
I have the same issue with bok choy when people prep bok choy and throw the good stuff away.
Kale, I do that again. Throw that shit away. I don't
So do you have like a little dip dressing?
You got some pinzimonio over there? What is
that? Quintarelli.
Oh, it's just it's soaking already.
Is
Yo,
it
you guys
curling?
are clever.
I was trying to get them to curl. Some of them did.
Well, we got our tool. I can't wait till we get to that. Where's yours? Yeah.
We have
We do. Let's do variegated types. You know.
Okay.
And then let's talk about Pintarelli because it's like people are so interested in it, and they're like, "Oh my God, I ate this on vacation in Rome, and I've never seen it again since then, and I'm swooning, and I need it." And so I think we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
But
okay, variegato.
This one is the Luzia Precoce.
Is that even visible?
Which,
yeah,
Which
it's
Luzia?
so pretty. It's
so much color.
Belfiore.
That's what ours is. Ours is too.
Belfiore, aka Adige.
Adige Medio.
Adige Medio is the same as Belfiore?
I think
Yes,
so.
I think so. Unless somebody here who can.
Because we got this other one over here, which this one made like a much bigger plant.
And it's much more creamy, yellowy colored.
Oh, that one's nice. What's that?
This is what I thought was Adige Medio.
Oh,
and
well,
there's a lot of variability, but
it's true.
One of the varieties of this that we planted is bigger, and I thought it was this one.
I think that Belfiore from Johnny's is Adige Precoce.
Adige Precoce.
That would make sense.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
So
is
you guys
Precoce,
it's very
for sure.
Precoce. This
Yeah.
one was from our second planting, so this was planted very late. And it looks almost like a variegated Chioggia. It's fairly tight.
Yeah. There is a little bit of like masquerading, I think, that goes on with the Lucia. Like at certain times of year, especially after it gets cold, it can really like masquerade as a Castelfranco. And then earlier in the season, I think it does when it makes the ball shape. It's a little bit like it's a little mysterious.
So much texture wise, like iceberg. Like it's got those convoluted folds, and it's very tender and delicate.
This one is thicker. It's like
okay.
You almost still feel the hairs on it. I don't know. It's like thicker.
Mm.
I'm gonna do this real weird.
This one is also
This is
just
very
full of water.
very
It's
tender.
very juicy. I think that's what I'm talking about when I say the iceberg.
Yeah, yeah. This one's a little hairy.
Is it bolting? Get rid of it.
It's very mild. But
Yeah, like it's really interesting that the Radicchio that American like supermarket chains that you see in the stores in North America is almost always Chioggia, and it's such a bummer because it's a less approachable thing. Like, why couldn't Americans intro to Radicchio have been one of these beautiful variegated ones that are milder?
it's an
Who
easy
knows?
sell.
The thing is,
Yeah.
they don't hold.
Yeah,
The Chioggia is a great supermarket shelf item because you can just peel off a layer and it's like nothing ever happened. It's been there for weeks and nobody knew.
Yeah.
That is a tragedy. This is not what it should be like.
Well, so Sam, I think, so he's working on a much bigger farm, and they have an account with, some kind of regional distributor who called it shelf.
Oh yeah, they call it shelf decoration. Radicchio in general.
It's
They're
like-
like, yeah, we have it in the store.
Nobody buys it. It's just to add a splash of color in between things and people buy. But I think that's legitimately changing.
That makes being a wholesale farm somewhat depressing. Although, we sell to distributors as well, and a lot of our distributors are sort of newer, smaller scale, serving a lot of sort of indie Brooklyn-y kind of shops where I don't know that it's just window dressing, thankfully.
Yeah, we are lucky that we have a lot of these new distributors that like have a client base of seriously locally oriented.
Yeah, food loving people.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I think, one of the sort of missions, broader missions of this whole Radicchio movement that we're doing, the Chicory Week concept, is to take Radicchio out of this niche kind of gourmet elitist like slot and make it something that's more widely available. Like maybe if you don't have a farmer's market in your neighborhood, maybe, we want to make sure that all these varieties that are a little bit more appealing to like the palate of the typical United States citizen or person who lives here are available in supermarkets, and not just sad, like wilty escarole in the corner, but that we can all eat this all the time, no matter like where we're getting our groceries. So okay, we gotta keep. Yeah.
Well, it's been super interesting because COVID happened in mid-March. We realized that our markets were going to shift this year. And we had time to decide at that point if we were going to alter our Radicchio plantings, because historically Radicchio has gone to distributors and to restaurants primarily. When we used to do farmers markets and CSA, there was very little appetite for it. But we had been able to scale our production and find buyers because we were now at a wholesale oriented,
to urban markets.
To urban, to upscale restaurants ultimately. But we decided not to scale it back. We decided to just ride the wave and see what happened. And we now have this new sales channel where we're selling directly to customers through home delivery, and
just here
we're
where we
selling
are.
the Radicchio. It's amazing. I mean, we're about to get into the big fall planting, which is a different scale of Radicchio production than we've had up to now in the season. But
we're moving more of it to a local audience than we ever have through this new channel. And it is funny because like our whole like COVID response strategy meeting came down to are we still going to grow the Radicchio?
Yeah, that was the only thing in question.
It was like
everything else we figured we could find a way to move, but the Radicchio was the sticker.
Yes, we are. We're going to grow it.
We're just going to do it.
Yeah.
And the only change we made is that I was like, let's use this year to experiment with closer spacing. So we take up space, but we plant the same number of heads.
Because, similarly, we direct to restaurants. We're super close to Seattle, so we're able to do our own distribution, but we, in the pre-COVID time, we're selling to 40 restaurants a week, and that was where the bulk of our Radicchio was going. And so, yeah, it was similarly an active, a little leap of faith situation with the Radicchio, and similarly, we're about to hit like max production, and you know, we'll see where it goes.
So far, so good. So far, so good, though.
Well, that's why, you know, broadening the network is essential, because we're able to reach the people, the right people, our Radicchio people. They're out there. We just have to connect.
It's like a matchmaking between the people who seek it out and can't find it, and those of us who are like, we love this, we grow this, where are the people? I think, you know, this is really one of the beautiful things about the internet and social media, is that it's easier for people to find these specialty crops in their local area. A lot of other things are not good, but you know, I do think that the Radicchio heads are out there. Like when we staged this event 2 years ago for the first time, we were like, well, I don't know.
I know. Will anybody come?
It was
So, yeah.
popping. It was like a lot of farmers.
Yeah.
But also a lot of just home Radicchio lovers. Like I think that the registrants for this today for Rad TV, I think is more than half
Non-farmers.
what they, you know, we categorize themselves, and it's like a home cook. So, you know, great, it's awesome.
Do you guys want to eat
Let's
some
eat
Castle
some
Franco?
Castle Franco.
Castle Franco. So I had been talking that I had been saying that it wasn't ready, but we found some
Turns out
pretty ideal
it's as
specimens
beautiful
out
as
there.
it could possibly be.
So which one is this?
We've got Lucrezia.
That's what we have too.
And it's just so abundant. It's just, the leaves are enormous. You could write a book on this.
It is. It's a
I
generous.
love the jagged
Frastagliata.
edge is just like Bart's hair, kind of.
Oh my God. It's the Bart Simpson hair of Radicchio, y'all. I know.
Seed catalog description. This is so good.
It's so good.
Definitely. I think just like this year, this is the best tasting Radicchio that we've ever grown. I don't know if it's like that we're so special, but like
Did we irrigate this
we
field?
had to irrigate it. And it's a very naturally sort of rich and moisture retaining field anyway. But we had no natural rain from planting until the second week of September or something. So
That is unusual for you all. That is normal for us.
This was our second drought year in 4 years, I think. And
So less
it was
unusual.
Significant.
Yeah. It's the best. The Franco.
This doesn't even need a sharp vinaigrette.
No.
Like
there's no bitterness.
there's
at all.
nothing to mask here. Just you want it to be able to be tasted because it's so delicious.
Oh, we love Radicchio so
Wait,
much.
no, I mean it's crazy. There's like everything
So-
you think you knew about Radicchio, you don't know if you haven't tried the Castelfranco.
True. It's like a completely different
I know.
vegetable. Ah,
It's because it's crossed
So
with
good.
escarole in ancient times.
Escarole never tasted that good. I don't know.
No, I know. But it's something.
But yeah, look at that leaf edge. Can you see that? Oh,
beautiful.
so
beautiful.
cool. Look, it said Bart right there.
I didn't do
I
it.
think we should have brought an escarole in, but
Different.
actually,
I know.
at all. Like those inner leaves of the escarole that are both like vegetal and buttery. I mean, yes. Escarole, please don't be offended you weren't invited to the party. We still love you. You're just not rad.
Should we finish this off with some?
Yeah, we have 8 minutes left before we're moving on.
Oh, we brought a big one too.
Oh my God.
Oh, did that hit you over there?
That was fun.
Open it up. Oh. No, it wasn't.
That's coming right to me. That's nice. So
it's pretty nice.
That's nice. So, okay, what are we, is this the Salerno?
This was, yeah, from La Semi-Orto Cementi in Campania.
Yeah.
This was called the Puntarella Galatina.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good for us. It's like,
Well, so, and just point of reference here, Wild Roots Farm in Oregon has been growing this variety this year as well, and are like, it's amazing. It's so uniform. Yeah. Instead of just going out there and being like, what will we see? Will there be like any that are ready? Are some going to be totally immature and some going to be bolting? High uniformity, high like success rate, and we're super excited to grow it next year.
This is a
I am very excited,
major game changer
about this seed channel that has just opened up to Southern Italian seeds. Like I feel like there's another expedition in the works that we could go to Campania, Puglia. Like that's where I feel like my imaginary Italian soul is residing.
South
Veneto.
Well, I loved the story thing you put up the other day. It's total digression, but the broccoli rabe tour, like all of the different cime di rapa that you're growing, I was like, yes, I need this in my life so bad. It's like it's my white whale.
Well, Lane has commissioned me, you'll be glad to know, to do a video, like a cribs video for the winter vegetable sagra that will air in March.
On rapini. And
on broccoli rabe and other various inflorescence.
The inflorescence.
Nice.
Awesome. This is an inflorescence, so let's talk about it.
Yeah. So I guess for anybody who doesn't know, this is the craziest vegetable ever. And it's a chicory. It's a Catalonia chicory, and each one of these things is a little incipient flower stalk, which will grow tall. And yeah, we do have a knife.
Okay.
And
fresh water sea creatures.
Yeah, I know. It's like fennel asparagus.
it really is asparagus-like.
Yeah.
The way they.
Okay, so to use the tool, you cut off this hard part at the bottom, correct?
Correct. So I did that, cut off the bottom, cut the butt. And then I've noticed if I pull off any of the like extraneous outer leaves too, because they kind of get caught.
Less fibrous.
So these leaves, however, are like highly desirable in your salad bowl.
Don't throw them away.
Do not throw away.
Mm-hmm. But for going through the little thing, like.
And you pull it through.
You go from the top or from the bottom?
Away from your
I go from the bottom because the top is hard to get started, and then I pull it through once I can grab onto it. Ooh.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It's okay.
I'm very good at this.
And then
hung up.
Cold water or warm water.
I feel like you gave me this and then you said these are not very good.
Did we?
But no, here's the thing. Okay.
Oh wait, no, if you grab it and pull.
Yeah, you do it.
No,
You gotta,
I broke it.
that's what happened to us too, beheading. You guys, people of the internet, if you're watching this, what you need to do is look up the videos of the old lady in Rome cutting the puntarelle. They are way better than we are.
And without this.
No, they use that.
They use this.
Use that.
They're just more talented at it because they've had more practice than
a lifetime to practice.
Yeah.
You want to try?
I also think we were checking and you were like, how big is, like at what point is it too bolted to be useful? And I think that's a really interesting question because I picked one that I brought in where they were just like a little bit taller than this and they got a little floppy. I couldn't, like, they didn't have enough like rigidity to push through the puntarelle cutter.
Too fibrous, kind of.
Or just not rigid enough.
Mm-hmm. The wall wasn't hard enough. I couldn't, it was flaccid.
But I heard, so we had a visit recently from Franco from Natura, one of the distributors that's based in London that comes to that has now a New York outpost. And he was suggesting that you really do want them to get longish so that they'll curl better. You know, if you have too compact and dense a head and you don't have long shoots, you won't see the curling.
Right.
So I was under the impression that the sort of 6-inch range on the spears was ideal, but he was suggesting that 6 to 12 is optimal for his personal preference. But then I showed it the next day. I had my Italian professor who is from Bari in Puglia, which they have like a competing, you know, there's a Campania Puglia rivalry on a lot of these other southern Italian greens, and he was like, no, that is too long. It's bitter. It's too bitter, but it's not really bitter. So
I know. Well, it's all subjective, right?
It is.
This was not bitter at all. This was so good. It's a completely different flavor than the Radicchio.
Knowing that you are okay to let them get a little bit long and spindly and weird really helps with having harvestable plants, you know?
It does.
You can't catch them all when they're just emerging.
I know. We were going through every other day, sort of like the way we pick zucchini and picking out those that are ready.
Wow.
This is a crop that we cut. We only grew like 1.5 beds of it this year because we were like, nobody's gonna buy this.
On the other hand, the people are clamoring for it all over the Seattle area. So
people are bored.
Yeah.
And just FYI, people of the world. So these cutters, like when Italy lets us back in again, you can go and buy one yourself at the Campo dei Fiori market or other markets around Rome. Does Uprising still have it? So Brian, if you're listening, are you all still selling these Uprising seeds?
No answer.
But if you don't, I don't know. Well, he's not answering. It's weird. But you can cut it with a knife. Okay, so you don't. This was actually like a relatively recent invention of some guy in Rome, and maybe like 30 years ago, 20 years ago.
For real?
Yeah. Before this, they would just cut it with a knife. So just cut it with a knife.
That's okay.
Did I hear that you were going to demonstrate how to do that?
Me? Jason's gonna do it. He loves to. Okay, we only have one. Well, we're up. But okay, here. So we got to eat this.
We're out of time.
We got
Ready?
cheers.
I ate mine already.
Here, take one of my curling.
The curly ones.
Whole. Chomp it all.
So nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I have to say, like, watching everybody in their Radicchio fields, it's like we're all connected. And
yes,
we're all on the same team.
Fair, that's for sure.
I know it's just wrong for us to not be out on the West Coast this year for the first year in a while. But thank you for making it possible to be together anyway.
Well, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
This has been a lot of fun.
Who knows? Maybe in Puglia, Tim. I'll go with you. Okay. All right. Cheers.
I so want to go back.
Zero bitterness in this, by the way.
Amazing.
I agree.
All right, everybody out there in TV land, thanks for taking part in the experimental virtual raw bar. Maybe you can run raw bar at home, and we're all ready to move on to the seeds program.
Yep.
Oh,
all right.
Fun. Ciao.
Ciao.
Do we disconnect ourselves? Or they disconnect?
Hey, Brian at Uprising Seeds here, and we just wanted to do a quick field tour of the trials and talk a little bit about what we're seeing in our seed work these days. We've been doing Radicchio seed for probably selling Radicchio seed and growing Radicchio for 15 years, selling it for probably starting in 2008 or 9. And we've really seen the quality jump a lot in the last 5 years, which is really exciting. And I think that's paralleled, or is maybe the result in what we see is just a huge rising demand for it as a crop, as people start to get interested in growing it, start to learn a little bit more about the culture of growing it, and also as better seed is kind of making its way into the US market. And what we used to see when we started growing it about 15 years ago was just really wild, variable populations where the product that you were, whether it was a Treviso Precoce type, you'd maybe see 50-60% of them actually hit that beautiful form. And I feel like at first it was marketed as part of its charm, that it was just kind of wild and variable, and that was kind of the fun. And I think it was just that people weren't getting the good seeds into the States. Whether it was available, I have to believe that it was available and really high quality in Italy at the time, but I think since there wasn't a demand for it here, a lot of inferior quality seed was coming over. So now that the demand is kind of picking up, we're really seeing the quality rise a lot. And one of the exciting things we're doing this year is starting to work with a company, Smarties, out of northern Italy. And it's a young breeding outfit that's doing a lot of work with all the different varieties in, early, mid-season, late slots. And so mostly what we grow here at the farm is not for eating. I mean, we eat and sell some of it, but it's just evaluation plots. We do a lot of trialing here. And so all the different flags you see are where one variety ends and the next begins. We do a lot of duplicate trials of many different varieties within a type. So for example, we've got 5 different Verona types in our field, about half a dozen Castelfrancos, and on and on. And so quite a bit of what we're looking at this year are varieties from Smarties, and a lot of what's in this block right here is that. And we're pretty excited with what we're seeing, and likely going to be importing and distributing some of their seed this coming season. So, here we've got the earliest of their Veronas, just showing the beautiful kind of egg-shaped Verona form. Next to it, we've got some Puntarelle. We've got a pink type Radicchio, and then the Treviso Precoce and Castelfrancos. And as we move down the rows, most of the rows start with the earliest slots, so the shortest days to maturity in the type. And then as we move down, we'll get into the later varieties. So a lot of the beginnings of the rows are actually kind of in their prime right now. You can see beautiful Trevisos, the smaller types, which are the early fresh market types. Generally the later ones are bigger for storage, so you can start to peel back the outer leaves and get the best leaves. They peel down a little bit when you sell them. And the Castelfrancos, nice dense heads of Castelfrancos that have the beautiful speckled golden interiors. Look at one of those. Down into these beautiful golden cores. So with the higher quality seed that we've seen coming in from Italy for a lot of the real classic categories, the Trebissos and Veronas and Chioggias and whatnot, we're pretty excited to see that here, and we're also seeing an opportunity as breeders that all these varieties cross. A lot of them are not that old. So there's a huge opportunity to experiment with crosses with the types, and we're really passionate about the forcing types, the Gorizzias, the Treviso Tardivos, the Belgian Endive, those kinds of things. And so we see opportunities to make cool new forms, new color patterns within those types, or kind of intermediaries between those types, and create sort of new categories of radicchios. One of the ones we're playing around with a lot is the pink type radicchios, like the Rosalba. There's a couple others that have made it to the US market, and the color seems to have kind of taken the culinary world by storm. It seems to have captured everyone's imaginations, and everyone's really fallen for it. And we're really interested in bringing that color to some of the other types. We've got an F3 cross at this point with Rosalba and a Treviso Tardivo, thinking that pink Tardivo would be kind of an amazing thing. We've got over here a cross that we did with a Castelfranco and Isentino, which is a Gorizia type, with the goal of stabilizing a beautiful speckled rose forcing type. And that's what this was from a cross last year. So this is Gorizia crossed with an Isentina, or with a Castelfranco. So it's got that beautiful speckling, but as it gets cooler, we're hoping that it'll show some more color in the leaves, and maybe we'll force into something interesting. And it seems like there's such a diversity of genetics with the types that there's just so much opportunity to create some really pretty special new things. So with all the classic categories having improved so much, we're really seeing this as an opportunity to get creative with radicchios and maybe develop something new and exciting with all the colors and leaf shapes and patterns that are found in the family. So that's kind of where we're excited with our breeding work, and really excited with this potential partnership with Smarties to start getting some of the really high quality seed coming out of Italy into the markets here. Hey, so I'm Brian with Uprising Seeds, and our primary involvement with Radicchios is through our seed work. So we thought it would be interesting to show you how we do our seed processing with pretty low-tech tools. This is what we, after we cut it and dry it, this is what the chicory plant looks like. The seeds are held really tightly down in the leaf nodes in these little deals, and they're pretty hard to get out. So what we do is we run it through a chipper shredder here, and so this is a real small lot. This is just a couple plants. This is a breeding plot we're working on, and just a couple plants for a breeding population. So I'll turn this on, it's a little bit loud, and start running it through here. So now, what's come out the bottom is seeds and then all this other stuff. So first we'll run it through just a rough screen to get the biggest stuff out. And this isn't a seed that we're worried about getting a huge amount of just because it's a little breeding plot. This is an F2. And we're just looking for enough to do a population to start selecting from. So that's still got obviously a ton of junk in it. So just to get it a little finer, now that we've got it down to a smaller amount of material, that's getting closer to just the seeds in there. You can see there's still a lot of junk in there, sepals and leaf bits, but getting closer. And once it gets down to this size, after we screen it all through, the seeds are quite a bit heavier than the rest of it. So we'll use a machine to winnow the chaff off. And we'll just in the lighter seed as well. And then we'll be just down to a good seed for planting. So this machine just blows a controlled stream of air across this. The seed drops from a hopper into this tray that vibrates and slowly moves down so that it comes down in a sheet in front of this, and the lighter seed and chaff gets blown further. And you can kind of set this divider at the line where the good seed falls on this side and the chaff and light seed falls on that side. So it takes, I'm gonna pour all of it in and then just open it up a little bit and find out where that line's gonna be. I'm guessing probably about here. Out in the wind. This is the good seed coming here, and then over on this side is, you can see even the difference color, the lighter seed versus the darker seed. The lighter seed usually being the lightweight seed. If this were seed to sell, we'd probably run it through a couple more times and get it perfectly clean, and then put a screen smaller than the size of the seed, run it through that so we could screen off any debris or weed seed or anything like that. And that gives us enough seed to do get to our F2 generation where we'll start, or F3 generation where we'll start doing our selection on it. Yeah, and that's the quick and dirty seed cleaning.
Hi, I'm Linda Fenstermaker. I'm the West Coast sales representative here at Osborne, and we're located in Mount Vernon, Washington. And we are a small scale seed distributor company, and we work with a lot of small to medium scale commercial farmers through sales on our website and catalog. And one of our specialties is Radicchio. So I'm going to show you today our Radicchio trial, which is this year is right here. We do extensive trials here in the Pacific Northwest and also with partner farms across the country and in Canada. So we're just always trying to find the most unique or adaptive or uniform quality seed that we can, and Radicchio is one of those ones that we do trial every single year because there's always new varieties coming out, whether they're improved hybrids over some of the older OPs or new and interesting seed varieties that we haven't seen before in the US, and also just working with new breeder companies. So we have a lot of different reasons to be trialing, and with Radicchio, where it's very slot sensitive, trialing every year is a really important thing to be doing. So this year our trial was seeded in late June and transplanted out in late July. And as you can see, it's still heading up. We have a variety of or a huge range of different maturing dates, mainly trialing for fall and winter slots. There's a lot of interest, especially in the Northwest where the winters are more mild, for overwintered and really winter hardy Radicchio varieties to be selling in the dead of winter when there's not much else to be selling, and especially for a leafy green to be able to harvest that late. That's really important for a lot of our farmers. So that's something we're always trialing for, as well as the late maturing varieties. So some of them aren't quite ready. There are a few that are getting to be nice heads. So I'm here with Tim Terpstra, who's our trial manager, and he's the one that did all the work to get this ready. So I'm gonna let him say a few words.
Well, first of all, you helped plant it, which I appreciate. So.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Yeah, so we have more than 50 varieties here, organized by type, more or less, and we had better success on some than others in terms of germination, but I think we're going to have a good overall look at it. 600 feet going all the way back, and yeah, we're keeping it clean and seeing what happens to it.
We love Radicchio so much that we put it on the cover of our catalog for 2020. So this is the catalog that has been out, and our new one is coming out in November. So, but we put in kind of a nice display of all the different types that we carry. And we also put together, because there's such growing interest in Radicchio and lots of people that are growing it that have never grown it before, we put together this kind of growing slot chart to try to help people understand a little more of how to successfully grow Radicchio. As many people know, it can be challenging, but very rewarding when you get it right. So we have our slots here that are by season. And then the dates of maturity, you can also kind of tell the later maturing ones are more for your fall and winter slot, and the earlier maturing ones are more for your spring and summer slot. So it's like onions, where they're slotted because they're day length and temperature sensitive. So you need to make sure you have the right ones for the right growing season. Otherwise they'll bolt or they won't head up, and it'll be frustrating. We also now have at least one of every type of Radicchio that's available. So we have your classic Chioggia, we have Castelfranco, we have Lucia, we have even some of the Tardivo types that you force either in the field or outdoors. So, and then of course the Rosalba, which is the pink specialty one that's become a pretty big favorite of growers here in the US. So here we have Sirio, which is one of our main season Chioggia types that has been very popular. It's really consistent, and it is more adaptable, so you can grow it a little more out of slot than some of the other varieties. So we have it in trial against 3 other Chioggias for the same dates of maturity and same slotting from 3 different companies. So we'll be looking at the uniformity of size and shape. We'll be looking at the color, the texture, flavor. We'll be looking at the plant habit, the frame size, and how it performs with different heat and cool conditions. Looking at the stem length, core length for bolting and things like that. So these are still a couple of weeks off, but that's kind of what we'll be looking for when we do our evaluation. And if we liked something better than Sirio, then we could potentially, we would put it in other locations to see how it performs, and then eventually add it to our catalog as a substitute or replacement potentially for Sirio. So a lot of our trial results end up in our catalog. There may be a couple year delay depending on if the seed's commercially available, or if we're still trialing and gathering information before we want to commit it to the catalog. This plot is Rubro, which is one we brought in this past year. It's one of the latest maturing varieties on the market for a red Chioggia. So it goes deep into the winter and will withstand mini frosts and freezes up to like 25 degrees or so Fahrenheit. And as you can see, the frame size is much larger than on Sirio back there, which isn't very cold hardy. I mean, it'll withstand frost, but it's not like this that's bred for deep winter growing. So the frame size will help protect the head, as well as just give it more girth to it. And this one is a really nice uniform head, and we've been really excited with the results of it, and customer feedback has been really great on it. And it is a hybrid, so that's an added bonus as well. So this is Galileo, which is a new one for this year. It's a hybrid, and it's a Lucia type. So it's a round speckled type that has kind of a looser forming head than, say, Chioggia. It's really uniform, really nice, like lighter texture, and flavor is less bitter than some of the other red types. And it's heading up very nicely. It's still a little bit early, but there's a few heads in here that are fairly well forming. So I'm just kind of checking for tightness. This one seems pretty good. Not quite ready yet, but so it'll get bigger than this, but this is just kind of a nice example. Really beautiful internals. That classic speckled look. So this is Galileo. In this trial, we have it marked out by variety. So we have blocks of all of the different varieties of that type. So it was started with Chioggia, and then Treviso, Lucia, then Castelfranco. So we're in the specialty Castelfranco area now. So this is Lucrezia, which is a later maturing, late fall, early winter Castelfranco type. Bigger plant habit for winter durability. Fenice, which is the earlier maturing Castelfranco. It's a really beautiful kind of open floret look to it. And I'm just trying to find one that's a little bit more tight. For these ones, because they're open at the top, you kind of have to feel the base for ones that are ready. Peel back some of the layers. So because it hasn't really been that cold here yet, some of the classic speckling hasn't quite showed up, but it will show up as the nights get cooler. So let's see what it looks like inside. But yeah, that really beautiful buttery yellow interior and more of the speckling is in here. This is the famed Rosalba, but as you can see, it's just green. It's not pink yet, and the pink coloration doesn't come on until its maturity, until later in its maturity when the weather has gotten much cooler. So you can kind of see some of the stems on the outer leaves are starting to turn pink, but yeah, so it needs that cold frost to turn to that pink color, and to start heading up. It's one of the later maturing varieties at 130 days. So it generally in our trials doesn't come to maturity till late November or December. So it's a nice one for later in your season. So this is Leonardo, which is a hybrid Chioggia that is really adaptable to be planted in more slots than some of our other varieties. So you can do it in mild summers or in the fall and into winter. It's a really nice uniform head. You get a lot of yield out of your field. It's kind of the standard Chioggia for US production, and it still has good flavor and just really nice classic look with the wide white and the dark burgundy coloration. So this is a really nice one. We try to have at least a few different slotting options for each type of Radicchio. There's a few that we haven't. We just have the kind of fall slot, but we try to have an early, mid, and a late maturing variety of each type. I love Radicchio so much that I'll just eat it raw right out of the field. So good.
It says it won't let me. Oops.
All right, we can hear you, Elaine, I think.
Okay, I'm just trying to share my video.
And Brian, you're on, and Linda, you're on.
Hi. Hey, Abba, it just says that you need to allow me to share video.
Okay, let me do that.
And then we'll be ready. Thanks, guys. That was great. You really proved how much you love Radicchio, both of you. Okay, here we go. Hi. Thanks so much for both of those videos. I'm so glad that you guys can join us too. Throughout the day, we've had a few questions from folks about seed. So I'll just ask those, and then we just got one more. But we didn't do a little intro at the beginning, but if you guys tuned in for the whole thing, that you saw that we just heard from first Brian Campbell, who is with Uprising Seeds, and he's up in Bellingham, Washington, a smaller seed company. that has been growing and selling Radicchio for quite some time now. And then Linda Finsmeister, who is in Mount Vernon, Washington, with Osborne Quality Seeds, that also grows lots of different varieties and types of Radicchio. And has been importing some from Italy. This was one of the questions that came up before, and I'll just reiterate what Siri said to others earlier, is that with some of the people that we visited in Italy, Levantia and Smarties will be available in the marketplace in the next few years. And Osborne carries TNT, which is from Italy, varieties, Levantia from Italy, and then also Bejo, which is based in the Netherlands. And then Brian will be carrying Smarties this coming year in 2021, as well as doing some of his own seed work, selections and breeding that he just shared with us, which is really interesting and cool. And I'm wondering about how our Italian viewers feel about that, which would it'll be exciting to share with them over the next few years, and other farmers the results to that breeding, which is really cool. But that's one of the questions also that came in. Well, you guys can touch on that, but also to start off the conversation too, somebody wanted to ask specifically, it said in plant breeding, are you crossbreeding by hand? What techniques do you use when you're generating new plants, Brian?
So usually for us, the chicory family, the intibus, which is what all the Radicchio species are, the plants are self-infertile. So usually when we make a initial cross between two different types, we will bring one individual of one type and then several of the type we're crossing into that. And then we will just isolate those as a group. And we know that the one cannot pollinate itself. So any seed that you get off that will necessarily have to have been across from the other type that you've got that isolation. So we don't do any, you certainly could hand pollinate, but since we have a couple of different isolations, we can do that. It's much easier just to let the bees do the pollination work, and then just have a single individual of one of the types that we're crossing the other one into. So that's been our technique. It limits the genetics a little bit since you're just using a single plant, but since you're crossing two usually pretty wildly different types, or that's what we've been doing, you get a pretty good mix of genetics in it to create populations from.
And the novel breeding that you guys are doing, you said in your video, is like focusing on like appearance and bringing some of the cool like colors that are in some of the types that we're seeing, like the Rosa di Grizia and that type of thing, into other types that might be solid green or something like that. So crossing those things to come up with new stuff.
Yeah, and I think I didn't see the travel section earlier, so I don't know if you showed pictures of this, but I know when you all went in January, a lot of the people you saw who were doing like the Gorizia types, for example, had their own like amazing selections of variegated ones or like really cool different things. And those are all just being maintained on the farm. That's not anything that's commercially available. So it seems like, I mean, the whole family in general just seems like this creative blank slate of, you know, every shape of leaf, every color, every, you know, type of rib. And it just seems like there's so much opportunity to just be creative. And since it all crosses freely, I mean, you can really cross anything to anything.
Yeah, we did look at those. We saw slides from a couple of different farms where they were doing their own breeding on farm, which I thought was really interesting because I feel like we hear so much about how like entrenched in their own traditions our Italian viewers and our Italian friends are, like, but that we did visit two farms that were doing quite a bit of novel breeding and creating completely new things, as well as taking something, and I think maybe you've done this with like Rosa di Isotina, that you grow and rename for like the place that you are in. And because it's not like the region in which it's typically grown, but you're doing your own selections and kind of adapting it for your specific area.
Yeah, and a lot of those varieties have a lot of variability in them. So it's you always have your opportunity of what you're looking for. And like what you were seeing in Italy, I mean, if this stuff is being maintained on farm, it's a real nice opportunity for a farm to have a distinctive product in the market. I mean, for us, we're trying to introduce it as seeds, so it would be widely available. But I mean, we know Radicchio growers in the States who are working on their own kind of cool versions of things, and then that's something that their farm can be associated with, and is kind of like a unique product of their farm. So it seems like an opportunity if people are interested in doing their own seed work to sort of differentiate their Radicchio from in the market, especially for specialty markets.
Are you selling mostly Radicchio to gardeners or to small scale direct market farmers? Or like, do you know really right now what like your market is for Radicchio?
It's a mix. A lot of the stuff that we sell is pretty specialty niche, like the forcing ones especially, and I don't think, you know, it's debatable whether it's profitable to grow much of that on a commercial scale, but a lot of us are really passionate about it, so we're doing it on a commercial scale. But I'd say we're probably mostly selling to that mix of like, you know, small acreage farmers and then home gardeners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is why when we decided to do a seed session, I like chose Uprising and Osborne, because even though you're in a very similar area, you know, of the country, you have really different business models. And like Brian, you focus on open pollinated at your business. This is what you have, and then maybe more niche things that might be for, you know, smaller growers or for gardeners. And then not that farmers don't buy, I mean, farmers do buy from you. And the same with Linda, who's here from Osborne. Gardeners can also buy from Osborne, and I think from like 100 to 250 seeds at a time. But the focus more on like, correct me if I'm wrong, Linda, I'm just introducing you in this way. You know, the focus being production and having more hybrids, and so a lot more uniformity and more in mind of like production farmers. So is that what you got? Like, what's going on with your market? I mean, you're mostly selling to like farmers, and like kind of what scale farm, and like what's the market looking like for you guys?
Yeah, so we are geared towards small scale, medium scale farmers, and we generally identify that as like 50 acres and under. Kind of our average customer farm size is about 10 acres or so. So we try to have a mix of OPs and hybrid seeds across our catalog, so that different people that have different interests or markets or values can find something that appeals to them. For Radicchio in particular, until just the last 2 or 3 years, there hasn't really been a lot of hybrid varieties available. So we started bringing in some of the hybrids in the last few years, just to give a little bit more of that consistency and uniformity for people that are growing at a larger scale, and also just to help kind of, if people haven't grown Radicchio before, sometimes when you go out in the field and you have to pick through it so many times to get your heads, it can be a little frustrating. So potentially just having a few that are a little easier to deal with will help more people learn how great Radicchio is.
Yeah, the quality of the seed as far as like uniformity has been I mean, you guys know this better than I do, has been a real problem. In like 2012, because I work, on Novik, which both of you guys are a part of, the Northern Organic Vegetable Improvement Collaborative, which is out of, Oregon and Washington and Wisconsin and New York. We've done Radicchio trials in Washington and Oregon. And now there's a separate group that's similar called Canovi that's up in Vancouver, BC. And then actually all over Canada, they are doing Radicchio trials. And I think they have several things from you, Linda Osborne, in those trials. And, but I started doing these Radicchio trials in like 2012 and just really had no idea on earth what we were doing. It was quite embarrassing to have these field days and have people take a look at the Radicchio that we were growing. It was a mixture of all these different types and so like just so much variability, you know. But so it's been really exciting to have access to new seed from Italy that is much more uniform and stable and dependable for as much as it seems like everybody really likes the variability in them, and it's really cool to see all of that. It's nice to at least have maturity. They don't all have to look identical to one another, but at least if they had like maturity that was somewhat, more uniform. So we're seeing that, it seems like, in the hybrids and the OPs and seed, that we have access to now, which is really cool. Is there anything that you guys didn't cover, like when you're walking through your fields and looking at your trials, that you want to talk about right now? Or we've had a lot of farmers on today. I don't know if you've been on all day long, but that the biggest thing was people were like, where do we get better quality seed? We've told them about you guys. You're here now. Johnny's also offers different varieties of Radicchio as well. Is there anything like other highlights that that are from your trial that you want to share, or what's coming up for your companies?
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, you have to have a certain amount of uniformity to get these out in the marketplace. And I think for people who, like us, started out with the Frankie and the early, pretty wild and woolly stuff 10 years ago, I think it's just important to realize that we've come a long way from there. And that, if you're used to those 50, 60% pack out, like, saleable product plots, it's just not the case anymore with what's available these days. So I think that's a big takeaway for people who are feeling a little bit hesitant to commit time and energy and space to growing crops that historically have been probably pretty dubious when it comes to being marketable.
I think I would say that trialing in your own area is really essential as well, because even with some of the more high quality seed, it's still very kind of microclimate dependent. So finding what varieties work in the slots in your area helps a lot. And yeah, I mean, it's exciting that there's new companies like Levantia and Smarties to look at their material. And we looked at both of their material in our trial as well, with alongside the TNT and Bejo varieties that we carry right now. So it's kind of an exciting time that there's new varieties and new companies to start relationships with. I feel like it just feels like an exciting time in the Radicchio seed world. And even Bejo, who is, like Lane mentioned, based in the Netherlands, their breeders are in Italy as well. So their varieties are coming from breeders in Italy. So that's, they're very traditional and in the Italian tradition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's when we went there, came to our attention that it's like they're very latitude dependent, and they have all these different varieties for within a certain type for different slotting dates, like one for every 10 days, I think was the first time I saw when I went to TNT, and I was pretty shocked. I was like, well, maybe that's why we haven't figured out how to run our trials very well, because we didn't have all this information. I'm wondering, to be able to find those ones, because I get this question a lot, like with Novik in other areas, people will ask like what varieties are good for here and like what are the planting dates? Like does Osborne have trials that are happening all over the country to kind of try to address those different, figuring out those different varieties and seeding dates and transplanting and everything?
Mm-hmm. Well, the latitude is a good place to start. So the area in Italy, Chioggia, where, or the Veneto, where Radicchio is traditionally grown, is the same latitude as Eugene. So TNT on their website has some good information on latitude shifts and what varieties and slotting is good for what latitudes. So that's kind of a good place to start. We mainly do our Radicchio trial in the Northwest, but we have partner farms across the country. And then, as Lane mentioned, we've been working with the Canadian trial group to see some of the varieties that we carry in Canada as well, because Canada is kind of a whole other nut to crack. Because of the latitude is so much more northern, and the eastern side is very cold, just like the Northeast, and similarly to what Kitchen Garden was describing, is you have a lot more limitations in that kind of a heavy winter climate. So yeah, I mean, we work with different farms across the country, but again, it's kind of I always suggest looking at your own microclimates and trialing a few different ones on your own as well.
Yep. One of the tricky things we face as a seed company is we're pretty focused on the Pacific Northwest, just being small, and that's being where we are. But having talked to other growers in the East and Northeast, we realized we've got the luxury of having a really similar climate to the Veneto. We have a really slow transition where we get, light frosts for a long time and rarely get those really deep frosts until later into the winter. So one of the struggles is the earliest slots are probably the most versatile and the most sort of widely adapted, where you can grow them in like the Northeast, where you have these really sharp, fast transitions from cool light frosts to really like deep winter cold. And that happens quickly and really is like a limitation to stuff like, Rosalba that Osborne sells. That's a really late maturing one, or the later slots of Castle Primico. But for us in our climate, the later slotted ones are often the best quality because the quality improves with the cold weather. You get just beautiful, bigger framed heads with more marketable weight per plant, and just the eating quality tends to be better. So it's this kind of push-pull with wanting to offer widely adapted varieties that customers that buy from us from all over the country, that will be, have the most likely success in the most different climates. But for us, feeling like the best quality eating, has a narrower range of where you can grow it, and that is kind of limited to our part of the country, where it gets cold enough but not too cold over this long transition to winter. So it's a little bit of a push-pull with marketing for us and wanting to have the ones that are the best quality, we think, but maybe not the most widely adapted.
Mm-hmm. Brian, there's a question that came in actually from Josh Volk, who's a farmer in Oregon. He says, when making selections for saving seed in the field, do you have a good method for sampling for flavor and texture, but still keeping the plants viable to produce seed?
Yeah, so we actually we struggle to overwinter parent plants in the field, even though we don't get very cold and certainly aren't too cold to kill it. I think the water saturation levels, coupled with a couple of cold snaps, we very rarely can get
a stand of anything but the most hardy winter varieties to overwinter in the field. So the way we do our parent plants is we tend to let them all fully mature, and then dig them up and pot them up in gallon pots and bring them to a greenhouse to overwinter, where we can turn on some heat when it gets to its coldest spells, and just sort of, we tend to trim back all the plant material and leave sort of as little to rot as possible in that environment. So we generally get a pretty full, if it's a heading variety, we get a pretty full head that we can, evaluate the interior of and taste. And for the forcing varieties, we will treat them just like we would for market. We'll go through the process of forcing them in the dark room and evaluating them kind of in the conditions that we would be growing them. So again, then we'll cut that all back and leave, just the tiniest little bit, just to minimize the vegetative material that could potentially rot and take up the ground in storage. So we kind of get the Radicchio to eat and to do the seed work with. So we get our cake and eat it too.
Yeah, that does bring up an interesting point too, is in the Northwest, even though we have a wonderful kind of maritime climate, it is true that the fields get so wet that it's best to get your Radicchio out of the field when it's at optimal maturity. Otherwise, it's like cabbage or something will crack, or it'll just continue to get waterlogged. And I was able to go to TNT's southern trial field, which is south of Rome. And that was something that we learned there, was that they treat Radicchio like cabbage, where they harvest it when it's ready and not let us in the field for as long.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys think that there's ever going to be a market for forced Radicchio in the United States?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I just think that there needs to be maybe a little more education around. Maybe some Italians can do some webinars for us on how to force it, like what you guys saw when you were there on your tour.
But what I think is really nice, though, Lane, is that as you all saw on your trip, I mean, there are like wholesale market, Tardivo and Gorizia outfits, and they're super slick and have warehouses with concrete lagoons, and they're huge washing bins that they soak them all in, and it's very production oriented. But all the people in their local markets made do with what they had. They had funky setups in like cellars and greenhouses, and that's what we're really trying to push, is that you can grow a regional market scale amount without like a really slick facility like you see in the videos, and that people do that for their local markets in Italy, and there's no reason people can't do a similar scale to that here. And it's it's a limited market anyway, so it's not like we need a huge amount of production. I think restaurants will get really excited about it. The shapes and the textures and the colors will really draw attention at the markets. So I think there is a place for it, and I think that there's a real like farmer ingenuity of creating systems with kind of things you already have on hand. Like we're gonna make a Tardivo forcing setup on our farm with just a silage tarp and like concrete blocks around it to make a lagoon in our greenhouse, and just fill it up with a garden hose and cycle the water through that every couple times, and do a small production scale crop that way. And I think it can be really accessible. So we're pretty, we're excited about the forcing stuff, and I think that there's really not that many barriers to doing it, other than being willing to put a lot of work into it.
Mm-hmm. Great. I'm happy to hear that. We want to see more beautiful Radicchio.
Definitely.
Well, we're at 1 minute. Is there anything you want to add? Did you want to say something else, Brian, about, did I cut you off? Okay. Linda?
I'm wearing my Costa Franco outfit, just by the way. Variegated pink and yellow with some green.
Very nice. Thank you guys so much for doing the video. Thanks to Abba, who is our tech queen, who's behind the scenes right now. And she took the videos she went on a road trip and did all the cribs. And she did this one too. And Linda did yours. I'm sorry, you did your own, and really nice. I mean, it's just really fantastic for you to be able to take us out to the field, since we all can't be together right now. And we really, really appreciate the work that you guys do. And you know, we wouldn't be able to grow Radicchio if we didn't have Radicchio seed. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you for all your organization, and this has been fun.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a big crew here. We'll introduce everyone in a few minutes. And so we're going to take a break right now. Please, you guys join us, come back and join us at 5 o'clock. I'm going to do a little commercial to let people know all about the swag that they can buy, because that's another hot topic everyone wants to know about. So I'm going to share my screen right now. Thanks, guys. And I'm going to, yeah, thank you. First, I'm going to show you one right here in person. This is one of the things we're going to be talking about in the commercial. This is a print that is screen print that is done by this man Wolfgang, who is in Italy in the Tuscan region. And I'm going to show you a couple of slides about him and some special things that he created for us for Radicchio Week. Can you guys see this? Follow me. Can you see it, Cassie?
We got the desktop. There it is. Yep.
Nice. You see it? Okay, good. Hold on. Let me get it out of here. Okay, you can see this.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I'm going to pause for a minute. I'm going to tell you all about the things, because everybody's like, where can we get some Radicchio things? We told you where you can get the seed. We told you where you can go buy the Radicchio, get the Radicchio boxes. Everybody wants a jumpsuit. Everybody wants a tape. We don't sell those things yet. But I am going to tell you about the things that we do have that are for Radicchio lovers, when I can get the technology to happen. See if it's working now. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about all of these things can be found if you go to the Culinary Breeding Network Instagram. If you, in the profile, if you click the link tree, the URL that I have there, you will see a list of all these different places that you can go and get your Radicchio swag. Let's see if that works.
I don't.
Well, I can show it from, like, you can see this? No.
No, can you, how do we X out of your?
Hold on, guys, almost.
While we're getting that set up, I just want to give a big shout out to everybody in the YouTube chat who's been engaging throughout the day. It's been awesome to see all the farmers and everybody commenting, and all of the videos that we created are going to be available after today. And so thanks for bearing with us on the Zoom quality, but they'll be available in much higher quality, so you can share and post and tell all your friends. That looks great, Lane.
Great. Okay, this is our friend Wolfgang. He was introduced to us by Mirta, who you've heard from today, who is in Italy, and he is originally from Germany, and he lives in Tuscany now. He's an artist. He is a biodynamic farming consultant, and he is a musician. He's a really great guy who has made all these fantastic prints that I'm going to show you. But he made a couple of prints that are special for our Sagra del Radicchio this year. One with a Verona and one with a Catalonia. They're like 12 by 16 inches. And here he is right here in his, he's doing his, he does this with wood and linoleum, and he makes screen prints. It does this all at home in what he calls the world's smallest screen printing shop in the world. Tati Stampa is the name of his business. And here's a few of the different prints that he makes. He does, these are Ape as the little truck. It's a 3-wheel truck mini truck. They're all over Italy and they carry produce in them and they go down the little alleyways between the beautiful buildings. Super cute. And he's got like 70 different motifs, as he calls them, with different things in the back. And so he has 3 of them that have Radicchio in them. And so you can check them all out on the order form on Instagram, Culinary Breeding Network Instagram in the profile. Here's a couple of other ones that they're just really beautiful, and he makes all of them, and he's just darling, and he emails me like every day about what's going on in his world, and he just loves making these for the people that appreciate them in the US. So super cool. It's one thing. Also, Plant Posse, you might have noticed that we have been wearing these really fantastic handmade clay earrings, handmade and painted by Brittany West, who is a artist and a farmer in Corvallis, Oregon. And she makes these really cool, all different types of fruits and vegetables earrings. And a few years ago, I said, hey, would you ever think about making some Radicchio earrings? And she was like, heck yeah. So she kind of takes our special orders. She makes dangly ones and studs. She's got Trevisos and she's got Chioggia. She might have pink ones coming up soon. Follow her on Instagram, go to the Plant Posse website and buy directly today, only 20% off from her website, specifically in celebration of Chicory Week and Rad TV. Kate Blairstone, amazing illustrator in Portland, Oregon. She has done, she's an illustrator that creates wallpaper in a lot of different restaurants and hotels in the Pacific Northwest. She does many other things than just wallpaper, but prints like that. And so she's designed these 2 prints for us, one on a dark background, one on a lighter dark background. This will be available, these wrapping papers will be available on her site November 3rd, but you can go, again, I'm taking pre-orders for her, and you can order those, go to the Instagram link at the Culinary Breeding Network, and you'll be able to fill out that form and get on the wait list for some of this fantastic, beautiful gift wrap. I mean, you could wrap gifts with it, but I'm going to hang it in my house on the wall. Okay, and then of course we have all the different swag things that are in the Culinary Breeding Network Etsy site. Again, there's a link in the Instagram, but we have posters. So we have this poster, the Radicchio Revolution, with the different types from a really fantastic photograph that Sean Linehan made. And then on the right here, we have the map of Radicchio in Northern Italy that was created by Daniel Yoder at Johnny's and Jason and Siri, with help from Sean Linehan and Jason's mom, graphic artists that help us. It's a real grassroots situation here, guys. We're making beautiful things, just with fueled by passion. Of course, we have the Radicchio zine that many of you guys know about. It's came out a couple of years ago, and really great information on different types of Radicchio and where they're from and recipes in there. And then we have the Rosa enamel pins. So all those things can be found on the Culinary Breeding Network Etsy site. And that is it for the swag, guys. Again, all those links are in the Instagram profile for Culinary Breeding Network. Also, you can find there, stop this share right now. You can find there a link to a survey that's really quick and easy, and you can just tell us how you thought the day went. What did you love? What do you want to see next time? How can we improve? This really helps us in figuring out what we should be covering, and what we should be doing in our lives as far as Radicchio goes. So if you could spend just a minute to go in there and just tell us what you think, we'd love that. And it's been really fantastic to have you guys with us today. So please, we're taking a break. We're gonna go get some Radicchio together to eat together at 5 o'clock. We're gonna grab some wine or some Amaro, and we're gonna get together.
Yeah, we're gonna say bye right now.
Okay. And we're gonna have the whole crew here except Abba, who is also, you see her little picture here, and we got the whole crew. Hi. Thanks for joining us.
And we'll see you here at 5. Please come back so we can enjoy some Radicchio and some wine or some Amaro together.
Bye.
Ciao,
ciao, ciao.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Welcome back.
Happy hour.
Happy hour. Yes. For those of you who've been with us all day, welcome back. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time, hey, it's time for us to learn a little bit about Amaro from our friend Yasuaki Saito, managing owner of the London Plane. So we're gonna watch a video, grab your Amari, grab a cocktail. You're gonna learn how to make a Negroni. So if you've got those ingredients, which are gin, sweet vermouth, and Campari, go ahead and grab those and get ready for a good lesson. And we'll see you in 15 minutes for Amaro time, happy hour time, a big celebration.
Whoop, whoop.
Ciao, miei amori amici. Hello, bitter friends. I'm hanging out here with Cassie Woolheiser. We're at the London Plane down here in Pioneer Square, and we're going to be telling you all about Amaro today. I am Yasuaki Saito. I'm one of the partners here at the London Plane and part of the original crew that set up Chicory Week a few years ago off of the Local Roots Radicchio Fest. So today's session is going to be all about this bitter beverage that you may be daunted by, maybe one of your go-to drinks, but we're going to cover everything from the history of it to the culture, and then we're going to go into different styles. And then we're also going to talk about how to make your own Amaro, which we did in previous years of the Chicory Week Festival, and then we're going to finish with a cocktail or two and some stories about Amaro. The history of Amaro is closely tied to the history of winemaking. Back in the time of the Etruscans and the Greeks, winemaking was something that almost everybody had access to, and the Romans actually believed that it was as egalitarian as it could be. Eventually, we started aromatizing wine. But basically that was taking wine that was already fermented and produced and adding things to it, flowers and herbs and roots, to kind of change the flavor profile, and also as a preservative method. After they started aromatizing wine, they also started refining something called distillation. Most Amaro are based on grape brandy, which is a distillate of grape juice, grape must, sometimes grappa, which you may have heard of. But in just a general overview, once they started getting the distillation down and they added these different bittering agents and floral infusions and bitter orange peel and that sort of thing, they started to define the individual styles in those areas. The cultures that exist around them are very regional. People took great pride around that. I'll start with aromatized wine, otherwise known as vermouth. This is a Carpano Antica formula, a very famous sweet vermouth from Italy. It is produced with a wine base. It's known for its barrel-aged flavor, which comes from probably a little bit of caramel coloring and some vanilla additive, to be honest. But it has a nice rich flavor, and it goes great in cocktails like Manhattans, where you need a little bit more heft to stand up to things like spicy ryes or sweet bourbons. It's made by the Carpano family, a very famous Italian producer of Vino Amaros, aromatized wines like vermouth. And I'm gonna taste it now. Next up is an aperitivo style. An aperitivo is something to kind of stimulate the appetite, popular in the cafe cultures of Italy. Gaspar Campari, his family, and he is kind of known as the grandfather of that cafe culture. You can see the bright red color here used to come from a natural dye that was produced from the cochineal, which were insects that they would dry and crush. As the drink became more popular, they went away from the natural dye and they moved to red food coloring. Matt over at High Side Distilling, he makes this Amaro Rosina, basically the version of Campari with that same cochineal. Really cool product. He distills with his family over on Bainbridge Island. This is used in drinks like Americano. It's used in Campari soda, used in spritzes, which both the aperitivo style and the Carpano Antica formula vermouth go great in. But to be honest, all of these things go great in spritzes. And it is one of the primary elements in the Negroni, which we'll make later. But the Campari is based on that really rich bitter orange flavor, a little bit of sweetness, and then just kind of like a little flutter of an earthy bitterness. Okay, next up is one of the most famous families in Italy producing Amaro. Started by Girolamo Farnelli back in the mid-1860s. His granddaughters and great-granddaughters still operate the business, and they make this really beautiful Amaro del Herbarista. Herbarista means herbalist, and generally a lot of these styles were produced almost as a pharmaceutical or as a medicinal thing. Herbalists would use them to help people who had stomach issues. They helped people kind of into their appetites. So these, in addition to being alcoholic beverages, they were also used for a time in pharmacies. And hey guys. It is also another thing about the Alpine style, which is where this comes from, that they're using things from the hillside, the alpine meadows where flowers grow, the tree line where roots and bark can be harvested, and they're sweetened with wild, used to be sweetened with wild honey. They're currently sweetened with beekeeper honey, but it's another element of this herbarista that's really special. It has that kind of, adds that bitter honey note to it, as well as sweetness. And this is a super aromatic, beautiful bouquet, and is also a relatively rare bottle, which I think a lot of people who are into Amaro, hopefully that is you someday, really enjoy this one. You can also see it's unfined and unfiltered, so it's going to have a little bit more kind of grit and texture. And if you put ice in it, it will do this French term called luging, which clouds because particulate matter in the beverage gets cold and kind of clouds the glass. Yeah, you can smell that honey straight out the gate, you know, much of that like bitter bark, beautiful aromatic, that's special stuff. So next up, we're going to talk about a Canato. And this is actually a pretty cool version of a Canato. A Canato is called such because of the cinchona bark that it is embittered with. This is called a Ferrochina. So they used to take the cinchona bark and they would cook it on these iron plates, which would infuse the flavor of the cinchona bark with almost like a mineral, almost iron ore kind of vibe, almost like sucking on a penny in a good way. This is a cool special product produced by the Don Ciccio e Fili family in Washington, D.C. Is a relatively rare style, so it's cool for somebody making this domestically and for us to have access to it. Still has lightness and a little bit of spice as well. It's really nice stuff. So moving on from cinchona, or the quina, we're going to a wormwood style. It is called Genepi. Wormwood is known for things like absinthe, other beverages like Genepi des Alpes. And this is a producer named Cappelletti, and they're from northern Italy in the Alto Adige. Family production, again, started as herbalists back in the day and are now producing really great Amaros. You can see that there's a little bit of a greenish tint to this. And one of the hallmarks of this style is that the wormwood kind of adds that green color. And it also adds this really beautiful, almost like a piney note to it. It's the particular variety of wormwood is called Essentia. There's also Artemisia and a couple other different versions. Really, really beautiful. Almost feels like a lighter style, but has a really great depth of flavor. Man, so good. Next up, another one from our friends at Cappelletti. This is called a Rabarbaro. And Rabarbaro obviously comes from the cognate for rhubarb. The really cool thing about this particular one is called sfumato, which in Italian means smoke, but they've been using a variety of Chinese rhubarb for 100 years in this recipe. It has this really beautiful, almost like sweet tart kind of line through it, but then it has this almost like smoky note as well, which is why it comes from the name sfumato. But again, pulling all these beautiful infusions from the area around them in the Alto Adige, which is an alpine region in northern Italy. Just a tiny bit of sweetness as well. Next up, we're coming back to our friends at Don Ciccio e Fili, and this is carciofo, a cognate for artichokes. And they use the leaves of the artichoke to embitter the spirit. Of course, they also use other things like bitter orange peel and so forth. But the great thing about this is it's in that kind of like mildly bitter, but has like a nice earthiness to it as well. Really, really classic for this style. You may have seen a product out there called Cynar, which is an Italian version of carciofo. Yeah, it has a like earthy vegetal note to it, in addition to being kind of sweet and bitter. Next up, this is Fernet Branca from the Fratelli family in Italy. This is an acquired taste for a lot of people because it is on the darker, more intensive end of the spectrum. It is all about mentholatum and cinnamon, and is much darker and bitter, obviously in color and profile. One of our friends out there, Chandler, likes to drink a Ferninja, which is Fernet Branca and a little bit of ginger beer. I'm gonna give a shout out to Chandler. Anyway, so Fernet Branca, again, acquired taste. I am from many years in the restaurant industry. This is somewhat of a rite of passage for a lot of us, especially in places like San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle, where you have a shot of Fernet after a long day behind a stick or a long shift waiting tables. Mint, cinnamon, dark toned, really great with ginger beer. Finally, there's the Tartufo. Most people can't get access to. Tartufo is obviously a truffle-based Amari from Italy. It's just really hard to get outside of Italy. So if you get a chance to grab a bottle, make sure you do, and make sure you get to share with your friends. Yeah, there we go.
Thanks.
So Cassie and I collaborated on this really cool product last year for Chicory Week. This is our house-made Amaro. We wanted to make a style that was kind of like Amaro Nonino, and maybe a little bit like Amaro del Arista, something that was on the lighter, more aromatic end of the spectrum. Last year, a few weeks before the start of Chicory Week, we steeped a bunch of aromatics and bittering agents in some neutral grain spirit, and this is the result. One of the cool things about all of these styles are all, kind of classics versions of Amaro, but the real deal about Amaros, they all came regionally. We were lucky enough last year to get chicory root from Local Roots Farm, and that was one of the embittering agents. There's so much rich and deep history to Amaro and Amari. If you are looking to make your own Amaro, we do have a recipe on our website. Additionally, it's part of the Radicchio zine that we produced as part of the Chicory Week festivities, so you can check it out there. If you are looking for the different types of ingredients that we put into this, there's a really great resource locally in Seattle called The Herbalist. And if you're in Portland, I know a lot of people are tuning in for Portland, there's a place called the Herb Shop on North Mississippi. That's a little bit about how to make your own Amaro. Again, it's about building your palate, kind of figuring out what you like. Next up, we're going to talk about making a cocktail. The classic bitter cocktail is a Negroni. Equal parts gin. We are going to be using the local products from our friend Matt at Highside. Then it has a aperitivo, Campari, and or the Amaro Rossino, and then a sweet vermouth. And the classic recipe is equal parts. But again, just like the production of your own Amaro, find out what you like, and you can change those ratios. If you don't have a blast chiller at home where you could pull your glass from, you might try a really simple and easy chilling method of putting ice in it. Next up, we're going to add to our clean mixing glass here all of the ingredients. We're going to start with gin. So we're going to go 1 ounce of the gin. We're going to go 1 ounce of the Amaro Rossino or aperitivo of your choice. And then last, we have 1 ounce of the sweet vermouth. So if you have already chilled all of your spirits down and they come from the fridge or whatever some people do, you're probably going to be stirring a little bit less. But we're going to talk about dilution on warm or room temperature spirits. We're going to add the ice to the glass. If I hold the glass, so the mixing glass, at the base, I'm going to transfer my heat from my hand to it, and it'll speed the dilution. So we're going to take the thumb, hold the top of the jar or the stirring glass, and we're going to make a rotation of the spoon. I'm going to empty that out. The reason why I'm doing that is so I can get fresh ice in a cold glass. And now we're going to take what's called a Hawthorne strainer. The iced cocktail we stirred 20 to 30 times, and we're going to pour over the top of the fresh ice. And one of the reasons why we do this is so that, again, the tiny pieces of ice that you may have broken up during your stirring process don't fall and quickly melt in the drink. When I'm zesting the orange over, or you use lemon, so I'm going to pull over the top. As I do that, the oils and the pith kind of spray over the top of this, and I'm going to give it a nice little pinch as well, release some more of those oils, rub it around the rim, take this and toss it. Or you can set it in the glass like this for a little more aromatics as you go into sip. So good. There's tons of resources out there available to you. ChicoryWeek.com is a great option. There's a really great website called The Amaroist. On behalf of myself and everybody at Chicory Week, I'm gonna put on my mask, I'm gonna cheers with Cassie, and we're gonna sign off for the day.
Cheers.
Cheers, Woolheiser. Great to do this with you.
Great to do this with you.
Chin chin, everybody. And ciao bella, ciao bello.
All right.
Okay, wait.
Welcome back. So what are we doing now, guys? Jason's pouring us some cocktail.
Yes.
And we're Zooming now with a bunch of other farmers. Hi, other farmers.
Hi.
Oh my God. And Yassi's here.
Hello.
Hey.
Can we get a close up on our boulevardiers?
Who garnished with Puntarelle?
Oh my God.
I went straight up.
Thank you.
Okay. How about a
Chin chin.
chin chin?
Chin chin, everybody.
Chin chin.
Yeah.
Right. I want to make it very clear. I am not a farmer. I'm only wearing a farmer's hat.
Wild Roots.
That's what up.
I see your accent shaming.
We're celebrating you, Cassie.
Well, we're all celebrating Radicchio and chicories, and I feel like we're all super into Amari. Somebody in the YouTube chat asked, maybe they were kidding, but they were like, what does this have to do with Radicchio? And so I feel like this is maybe a great opportunity to explain why Amaro is related to Radicchio. As Yasi said in the video, Amaro means bitter. Amari are all bitters. And behind us, there's, God, we moved them. We moved them. There's like a whole lineup of bottles, just like Yasu had in his video. And it's just part of loving bitter stuff. So maybe we can all go around and, oh yeah, Yasu's raising his hand.
I'm just trying to be as respectful as possible. But I think one of the big things about Amaro, and hopefully it came across in the presentation, is that these are all regionally based, and they're based on agriculture. They're based on what people had at arm's length to add to spirits they produced, or wine, depending on what it was. And I think it's really important to remember that, because without the idea of agricultural product, whether that be something like wine or a distilled grape juice, and then adding those things that grow around you and are near you, you don't really have the same culture that exists around Amaro. And one of the cool things about, I think what we're doing is trying to say that there's no real break, right? It's from seed to field to table, and everything in between. So I think it's important to remember that it's all part of the same, cycle. It's all part of the same line, and we're just part of that. No matter if you're talking about seeding the Radicchio or chicories, or growing it, or making it chicory root Amaro like we did last year, that there's something very specific and very clear about its agricultural source.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Yasu, when you made the Amaro last year, and you added chicory root from local roots, gosh, I'm gonna say root so many times on this. But you added that, and was that your only bittering agent in that, or was there other stuff as well?
No, I took a lot of bittering agents, actually. There was a little bit of herbal infusions. There was some root. There was a little bit of bark. And what I was trying to get at was, I guess, a complexity of two different infusions. And the way that that particular type of Amaro is made is there's like a staged infusion. So you start first with something that's a little bit more hearty and kind of base note, and you build your flavor off of that. And then after 3 to 5 days of steeping, we went to the aromatic side of things. So we added like fresh grapefruit and vanilla bean and things that maybe would lift the aromatics and kind of float above that base note that we got from the maybe hardier things like the chicory root, like the cinchona bark. And then from there, we also added sweetness as like kind of a third element. Once we got the flavor to where we wanted it as far as intensity and that sort of thing, then we added sweet vermouth that had a simple syrup added to it. So it kind of had more of that, adding yet another, hopefully, layer of flavor that was also a sweetening agent.
Mm-hmm. And your ingredient list for that Amaro, which you shared with us, and it's on the Chicory Week website, and it's also in the zine. But that ingredient list is like at least 50 things long. It's really long. Is that
maybe not quite 50, but there are quite a few in there, yes.
Thousands. Is that normal for an Amaro to have so many, like a lot of ingredients?
I don't think so. I think it depends on the style you're trying to make. And also I think it depends on what you're trying to isolate. I think that if you're trying to make a specific flavor profile, something that you're looking to get like an earthy profile out, you wouldn't have to use as much of the ingredients because you're really just trying to go for something very specific versus this thing that, I don't know if anybody's had Amaro Nonino out there or amongst the group of people, but it's really beautiful. There's all these like layers to it. It changes over time as it either airs out or oxidizes. So it's a really interesting thing. That's what we're trying to go for. And that's what I'm drinking right now. That's what I'm starting with. I also, just to share that, I also got the air barista out just to maybe I'll have a second drink. Who knows?
Who knows? Can you tell us, I've got like one more Amaro question, and then I want to go around to all the different farmers and hear what people are drinking, and maybe hear if they have like a favorite bitter beverage. But one more Amaro question. I don't know if you guys have Amaro questions. Okay. So like wine, you want to drink pretty soon after opening. And if you don't finish it, then like cork it, put it in the fridge, and try to drink it soon. But for Amaro, what's the storage process? Is it like vodka, or is it like vermouth, or where does it fall?
I would say that it probably depend on the alcohol content or the alcohol level, because as the alcohol level increases, you're going to have more preservative nature to it. So wine doesn't necessarily go bad right away, right? Like some winemakers intentionally make wine to oxidize, or they actually fortify it later in the process, like in sherry and these types of things, where you're not actually intending to make a still wine that goes in a bottle and stays in the bottle until it gets open. Additionally, any long-lived wine is oxidizing over time. So I think that, yes, most wine that we drink should be drank within a couple days, but I know some people will drink wine over the course of a week and it'll change and evolve and so forth, especially if it's a younger wine. But in any event, I think that it depends on the level of alcohol content. I just suggest with anything that's 20% or lower that it is refrigerated. So that's vermouth, some of the lighter styles of Amaros. It'll just extend the life of them. They're probably not going to go bad that quickly unless they're in a warm and exposed environment, like on a sunny shelf in your kitchen or something like that. But the other Amaros, the things that are 40% or 80 proof and higher, you really don't have to worry as much about them. Yes, they will change. And I think Brian and Mary are on the Zoom as well. And Brian probably remembers the collection that we had of aged and vintage Amaros at Ava Jean's down in Portland. They were intentionally aged because they do change over time, even if they were at the 80 proof or higher level, because they have those natural ingredients in them, because they are produced in such a way that it continually steeps. Even if you find and filtered it a number of times, they evolve over the course of months, years, etc. And so we had some of those Amaros were 40, 50 years old at the time. They're really interesting to taste. A Cynar that was made back in 1967 next to the current production of Cynar.
That's super cool. It sounds like there's a lot to know about Amaro. We have one question from the YouTube, and somebody wants to know, does Nocino fit into Amaro at all? Where does that fall?
I would consider it an Amaro, but maybe not everybody would. Actually, I had that Agazotti. I don't know if you remember. Funny thing about the little seminar I just did, I did it once before, and there was a lot more content to it, and I had to shave it back. And Cassie helped with that. But Nocino is definitely, in my opinion, an Amaro, or in that family, using a agricultural product to embitter the thing, and then it gets sweetened at some point. So I would say that it is. I'm not sure if it falls under a particular category, if maybe Nocino is its own Amari category, but I think it is definitely in the same family.
Okay. Lane, you make your own Nocino, right?
I do, like a lot of people I think on here too, and I because we have walnuts in the Pacific Northwest, and I do also call them an Amaro, but I am no expert. It's bitter, so it's an Amaro.
That's just vocabulary.
Yeah.
It's just true.
That's it. Should we go around and say what we're drinking?
Sure, yeah. So, but maybe what we should do is like go around. We got a bunch of farmers. Hi, farmers. We could all say who we are. Some of these folks have already had their faces on the screen today. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Say who you are. Say where you are. Say what you're drinking. And if you, I don't know, fun fact.
Yeah.
If you feel like it, no pressure.
And why don't we have Caroline and Tim's farm go first? Kitchen garden farmers. Where are you at? Maybe their video's not on. Okay,
the shallot.
Those shallots, they're quiet for now.
Okay, it's okay.
Hey, Shaker, it's you.
Sorry, we were eating dinner.
Oh! Are you eating your Radicchio?
It's actually not happy hour time here.
We're gonna get set up again.
Always happy hour.
Yeah, Tim Curling, Kitchen Garden Farm. Can you tell us first?
Chandler should go first.
Okay, Chandler.
Hi, everyone from Hayshaker and Walla Walla. We've got the crew here. We're all hanging out in the empty propagation greenhouse, and we're drinking some various Amaros. And we also have pizza for dinner after happy hour, along with our Treviso Tardivo, first of the season. Yeah. So, hi, everyone. Nice to see you all.
You have a fun fact for us?
Fun fact,
Talk about the horses real quick.
they're fighting over dinner right now. You might hear them in the background.
That's fun.
The horse's favorite Radicchio is Castelfranco.
Chandler, where did you first have a Ferninja, and how much do you love them?
A Virginia is I had that at Babe's Bar in Vermont.
Shout out to Babe.
Fernet and ginger beer, very solid drink.
All right.
Should we go back to the Kitchen Garden Farmers?
You guys ready?
You're on mute.
Right. We've got our beverages. I'm Caroline.
Tim, everybody, good to meet you. We are in Massachusetts, so
What'd you make? You made me a.
I'm like 6 in at this point. So we're drinking a Manhattan, which has some Rittenhouse rye and sweet and dry Carpano, and also some Averna. So
nice.
Got any fun facts?
What's that?
Fun fact.
Fun facts?
Oh, about us?
Anything.
I was remembering seeing the cute little post about Radicchio equals romance. One of the very first times I came up to Massachusetts to visit Tim when we were very early on.
Oh gosh.
I helped seed Radicchio for his garden when he was a student at Hampshire College. So here we go. It was 2004 or so. So cheers.
Cheers, that is cute.
Actually, we have a picture of that garden.
Oh boy.
Hold on a second.
Oh,
It's
boy.
true. It's right there.
Throwback.
It's happy hour, you guys. Anything goes. It's fine. Pressure's on. Wild Roots.
Aimed it on this bean crate.
Yes.
And I presented that at a gallery show.
Yes, it was hanging
At
on the
Hampshire
art
College.
gallery wall. And Radicchio specimens were on pedestals.
And you can see this is Tardivo here.
Nice. All the way back in 2004?
Yeah, that was when, the crop plan was in tens of row feet.
And back before Radicchio was cool.
Way before.
Thanks, guys.
But I don't know how cool it is even now.
What are you talking about?
What? Look at this
Way
screen.
cooler than-
There's like 60 people on here.
Abby, can you remove them from the
We've been asked to leave by
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you guys.
Comfortable being cool.
Okay, who's next?
Let's do Linda. Let's do Linda's screen next. And it looks like there are multiple
You guys,
farmers
it's
there.
Linda and Sam and the Crows.
Yes, that's who we are. So yeah, we're hanging out socially distancing in our backyard in Mount Vernon. Oh, and there's hi.
Say hi, Beatrice.
Pinot Noir that's wild yeast handpicked. We didn't quite get our act together about the bitters, so we're just drinking some Chilean wine instead.
To use Lane's definition of Amaro, though, it's pretty broad. So I think we can say that the skins
Yeah.
and the grapes are the bittering agent.
Yeah, that's true.
Linda, there was a question about whether or not you are going to light that Radicchio on fire.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It does have some tip burn, so maybe light it on fire. That would be our fun demonstration.
We're gonna have a bonfire.
I think it might be kind of wet though. But yeah, so Sam from Ralph's Greenhouse and First Cat Farm and the Crow's Farm is all here. You want to say a few words?
Somebody that I work with just bought this giant tub of ceviche for us.
That counts as a fun fact. That's a fun fact.
And I have another fun fact. I went to Hampshire College where the kitchen guard Tim and Caroline went to college. So
nice.
You know, that's another fun fact.
Yeah, only Tim went there, but you know.
Caroline went to a much more.
Where did you go? Where did you go?
I went to University of Chicago.
Oh, I thought you guys, but you were dating when Tim was
in New York at the farmer's market, and he was still a student after I was already way older. So
got it.
Not way older, Caroline. Jeez.
3.5 years. Yeah.
That's funny. Well, Tim and I went to Hampshire, I guess.
Who knew?
Many years apart. Well, not, I mean, I don't know.
Cool. Radicchio is the great unifier. Crow's Farm, Matthew and Gianna.
Here, we can only see half of you. Get in there. Yeah.
Thanks for your crib tour today.
Yeah, totally.
Thanks for including us. That was fun.
So we already heard all about your farm, but you have anything weird to say? This is a weird time.
Weird. Let's see. It's cold and
Yeah, I don't know.
Fun fact, hey, Matthew's wearing a hay shaker shirt. That's a fun
Ooh,
fact.
shut up. I'm not gonna strip through my layers to show it, but I'm representing a shaker.
Look, I'm wearing a kitchen garden shirt.
We're all really repping.
We share each other's products.
All right.
We gotta order some hot sauce or some sriracha from Massachusetts.
Put you up.
Jack,
I want
yeah.
a pink jumpsuit.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Lane, are you going to get on that for us? Put it on the Etsy shop?
Oh yeah, we could. Yeah, as long as I don't have to send it out. Yes.
Embroidered name.
Yes.
Ooh, that would be good.
Embroidered name. That's where it's at.
Wild Roots. I know that you guys drink some Amaro, and I know that you're enjoying a good dinner tonight. You want to tell us about it?
Yeah, are we coming through the airwaves all right here?
Crystal clear.
Hearing us? Yeah, we're Wild Roots Farm out here in Springdale, Oregon, and happy to tune in with y'all. We are drinking some Amaro Dente de Leone, a new one that I picked up. We've been enjoying probably a little too much over the last couple days, but yeah, that's where we're at, and loving all the Radicchio programming today. And fun fact, Radicchio is going to be our top selling crop this year. Legit.
Hey.
Cheers.
Who are you selling it to?
The people.
The people.
The masses have spoken. They need this bitter love in their lives, and it's happening. Nice. It really is.
Yeah.
So,
our Radicchio box farmers are here.
Yes.
all those Radicchio boxes.
Oh yeah, we have the 4 box of Deeks. Except no Brian.
Yeah.
No Bellingham rep, but yeah, beautiful. Amazing.
Everybody getting their Deeks in a box. I can say that on YouTube.
You can. So that's everybody. Abba.
Yeah, can we
Talk
talk
to
about
us.
Abba and your beautiful wig?
What wig? I went to the grocery store and all they had was limoncello. I don't know if it's reversed for you guys, but it is for me.
No, it's
we
good
can
for
rate
us.
it.
So I'm enjoying a little limoncello and LaCroix. in a basement, a very bright basement with great Wi-Fi. And I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves.
You look great.
Thank you.
We miss you, Abba. We wish we were all together, but Abba's been the behind the scenes genius for everything that has happened today.
I think we just got really lucky. It all just worked out.
Oh, sure. Why? Fine. Don't take any credit. What are you talking about?
She made it all happen online. We wouldn't have been able to do like a Sagra do Radicchio.
Well, it's a virtual miracle that everybody sent in their videos and that like we could hear them all. And so I feel like it was a real group effort to get everything together and all the organization that you all did to get that all together. It was easy. So thanks everybody for participating and taking some time out of your day to make these videos, which I might add were edited. There was some content, there were some choices made. All right. It wasn't just a one take situation. There were some heartbreaking moments. I really love Zara's video. I feel like the Namaste bitch is going to be with me forever.
It's an important thing to take with you.
It's very important. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, y'all, we're here for another 20 minutes. Anybody got anything to say?
Were there any further questions from YouTube for everybody, or whatever the more social circle is?
You know, we don't have any more questions on YouTube, and we did have like general questions about Amaro in our registration questions, but maybe some of the farmers have. Do any of the farmers have questions about Amaro? Chandler has a question.
We have a question about the naming of the chicories and when that is getting announced.
Oh, yeah, I know. I didn't put a deadline on there. Soon. I know, but let's say, probably by Wednesday.
And it's gonna be named after me.
I'll
Not
repost
necessarily.
it. We'll see. I don't know. It's not our choice. Andrea, he's the breeder. He gets to choose. So yeah, we have this. We have a Radicchio naming contest for the Radicchio Patch Kids, which are going to be for the Gusto Italiano project, where that you guys saw Andrea probably today. Well, he owns Smarties.bio in Italy, and he's a really fantastic breeder. He's got really great varieties, and Uprising is going to be selling those this next year. But they're just the numbers, they're just the numbers. So he's like, what are we going to name it? He's like, will you guys help? So, we're going to do that. So there's a little contest going on. Like I said, I'll repost it again, and I'll just go ahead and say it right now, live, Wednesday. We'll figure it out.
Now you're everyone.
I'm like, I gotta tell, Andrea's gonna choose. But yes, thank you for reminding me. But it's very exciting. There'll be several of the different types of Radicchio that Brian and Christine from Uprising will carry. No Chioggia. Brian doesn't want the Chioggia. But not talking poorly about the Chioggia, but he's selected his ones that he's gonna choose. And we'll have some names for those. And then a couple of the brassicas, which Wild Roots Farm is growing, Local Roots and Brian are growing the Fiolaro and the Bassano, and maybe one other, but it's like this Figuarello thing, and then like a little teeny adorable cauliflower that has these leaves that go around it that look really sweet. Anyway, so there'll be some cool stuff coming up.
We do have a question from the YouTube, and it's from Maxwell Hardington, who's actually in this room. But Max would like to know, and Yasu, maybe you can answer this. What's a good introductory Amaro to get into them? I mean, we've heard from people today who don't like Radicchio, but miraculously attended this event because they want to like it. So what about people who want to like Amaro, but aren't fully in?
I would suggest something like Aperol or Campari, partially because the level of bitterness in them is relatively low. There's a little bit of like bitter orange and vanilla and kind of a sweet edge to it as well. And then they're also really good if you mix them or if you make them into cocktails. So an Aperol Spritz is really great gateway cocktail for Amaros and that sort of thing. And then, it may be starting with Aperol because it is a little bit lighter and sweeter than Campari, and then moving to Campari next. And then after that, you probably opened your palate up enough to pursue something a little bit more aggressively bitter.
Mm-hmm. And Campari and Aperol both have food coloring in them, right? That's where they get their crazy flavor now instead of from cochineal.
I don't know if they get the flavor, if they get the color from food coloring, but yeah, the cochineal was the former food dye they used, but it was obviously all naturally occurring.
So you also mentioned in the video the Amaro Rosina from Highside Distilling. That's made with cochineal for like the natural color. Are there other Aperol and Campari-like spirits that are made without red food coloring?
Yeah, a really great version. It's kind of like at least they call it the original Campari recipe, but Tempest Fugit Spirits out of the Bay Area make a bitter called Grand Classico, and it is primo. It has, the cochineal doesn't have like that bright red, like crazy Campari color to it. It's almost like more like a brick red, but it's a beautiful product. It's great as a substitute for Campari. And I think once you get into the world, you can start things like Aperol and Campari first, and then go to Grand Classico and Amaro Rosino next. And then you can start with things like Cynar, and then you can go to maybe something that's a little bit more intensive in the Carciopo world after that, or just find more depth to those worlds. I think one of the coolest things about the history of drinking, and I think may have gotten cut out at some point, but the humankind has been drinking pretty much the entirety of our existence. So it's something that's cultural, civil, about civilization. It's about sharing with one another. It's about what happens when we all get together and share a drink. So.
Somebody also asked, what was the distillery using cochineal? And that was Highside Distillery. They're on Bainbridge Island. So Kathleen, if you are in the Seattle area, you can get Highside liquor at local liquor stores, right, Yasu?
That's correct. They also have a farmer's market booth on Bainbridge, I think, that you can get. And then additionally, the cool thing about Highside is they distill apple juice. So it's all Washington apples that they take. They make a distillate out of that, and then they turn that into things like their gin, like their Amaro Rosina, their Fernet Lario, their Amaro Mele, which is a honey sweetened, kind of darker toned Amaro.
I think we got the Amaro Mele at last year's Sagra. I think they made like a really fun spiced cocktail with that, and that was super good. What are other, do you have some favorite local Amari that you want to give a shout out to? And I mean, I guess that goes for Yasu, and then I think that goes for everybody else. If anybody else has like a regional to this part of the US, or to your part of the US, Amaro that you're really into. It's kind of fun to, like you said in the video, Yasu, to get stuff that's made in North America.
Yeah, I don't have any real local Amaros outside of Highside, at least in the Seattle area. But I don't know if we got a chance to if it got cut out of the video or not, but Brovo Spirits here in Seattle are a woman-owned and operated group that does really cool collaborations with local bartenders and so forth that kind of help to come up with flavor profiles. We have a couple of things at the London Plane that feature that, like their pretty vermouth, which was kind of like a more aromatic dry vermouth. So I think there's really some cool things happening. I just don't know of too many in the Seattle area.
Totally. Did we even say what we were drinking?
No.
Jason, tell us about it.
We're drinking a Boulevardier, which is like that Negroni that Yasu made, only with rye instead of with gin. And then we garnished them with a little mozzarella. Sort of like your pickled asparagus in your Bloody Mary, only more bitter.
Oh, that's a good crunch.
How is it?
It's
Make
a little conflicting.
It's a little conflicting.
Caroline's got something to say.
Well, with the puntarelli that's so hollow, you can use it like a straw.
Yes.
Very thick straw.
Tim's got-
Yeah.
Yeah. And I want to say, on the topic of bitter and kind of palate, and sort of in the spirit of all these folks who tuned in today who are not yet loving Radicchio, but when we were in Italy about 20 years ago and were served chinar, I was like, what is this foul poison? I am dying. My tongue is shriveling up inside my mouth. And now I'm like, chinar, it's like sweet. I think all I have to say, there's some science behind the idea that there are things that you can cultivate your palate for, like an acquired taste. And so anybody who's still feeling a little scared of the bitter flavors in Radicchio and Amaro and other delicious and wonderful foods, like, just keep trying, like, you'll get there. I promise. Layla, did you have something to say? No.
I would also say that with oh, sorry.
Say hi.
Go ahead, Layla.
Hi, guys.
Also, Nina dyed her hair red for Chicory Week. Look at this, Nina.
It's gorgeous.
I don't know if you can see it.
It looks beautiful. Big there.
Yay.
She's our very own Costa Rosa.
Yes, she is. It looks amazing.
Oh my God.
So good. All right. Yasu, you were.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think it's really important when we're talking about these bitter flavors and whether or not people are used to them. I think there's some correlatives you can see across the world of food. When you first have a loaf of bread and it's maybe lighter golden on the crust, and you start introducing your palate to things that are a little bit darker, more fully caramelized crusts, you start to enjoy that flavor as well. And I think there's it's cool to see this whole spectrum, right? Because you might not totally be into bitter, but you might enjoy the ideas that bitter represent, whether that be further complexities or more elaboration of flavors. I think eventually, whether or not you're trying to build your palate, you do when you experiment. And I think that's really important. I think you guys as farmers and then people in the breeding world and seeding world, like, you're trying to find these things that are going to eventually be great in the fields so that they grow better, and that people like Wild Roots can say, we grow Radicchio now and it's going to be our best seller this year, because we're training and we're evolving as a people. And it's important to understand that's true of everything that we do, whether that be food or whether that be social equity or any of these things that are important to us as individuals, as human beings, as a culture. It's important to say we're always training and growing and becoming better.
I have a.
That's so great. Oh, Tim, go ahead.
We do a lot of peppers and stuff at our farm, and I was in a liquor store recently, and this is a question for Yasu, and I saw like this ancho pepper liqueur. What is that? Could I make that? I could make that.
You certainly could. Was it called Ancho Reyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was produced by a couple of guys that started importing tequila a few years back. And they found that there was actually a tradition of taking peppers and steeping it in tequila. And I can't remember the region, unfortunately, right now. I obviously Jalisco, but I can't remember if it was the Alto Jalisco or whatever. So they took that idea and they turned it into an actual spirit that was based on the ancho chili that they purchased. So you can basically do that thing just like you would with any sort of maceration or steeping. You could take the product. I would just say that as you do it, just to find a window that you're going to use, like it's 3 to 5 days of steep, because as it steeps longer, it can tend to take away some of the enjoyable flavors in it, and it can introduce things that are maybe overwrought or kind of take away from the experience.
Cool. Just curious.
Abbott, we've got 5 minutes. Do you want to ask your question?
Sure. Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody knew. So what you just said, Yasu, made me think about when I take like an herbal tea that's really bitter, but I'm taking it and I'm loving it because I know how medicinal it is. And I'm wondering if there's anybody who's specifically focusing on the nutritional benefits of Radicchio. because I could imagine as a newcomer to the crop that it would make more sense, and I would feel better about putting it into my body if it was if I knew how good for me it was, and that it was more like a medicinal dose of this really important vegetable that was going to benefit me in that way. So I don't know if anybody's doing that work, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
That's Elaine.
I just hired somebody who is going to be doing exactly this. So he's watching Patrick. He was watching it earlier. Right now he's in Olympia, and he's going to work with me down at OSU to kind of he's done a lot of work already in a lot of work with flavor with Julie Dawson from the Seed to Kitchen Collaborative in Wisconsin. And he kind of is like very interested in specializing in like the nutritional value and medicinal value of bitterness in food. So I hope to learn a lot about him and working with him. So he's going to work for about 6 months on a project, and it's going to include some of that. So more to come. I don't know much about that at all, but he does, and he's with us now.
I do know in the history, as we kind of saw in that seminar, that a lot of these Amari started in shops that were run by herbalists. And so I think that there's something to be said for it helping stimulate appetite when you weren't feeling well and you needed to, get back on the horse, so to speak. If you're maybe had a stomach issue, similar to the bitter tea that you might drink, Ava, that has ameliorative effect on your gastrointestinal system. Like, I think it's important to note that it's not just getting drunk. It's not just the idea of this, because things like spirits and herbal infusions within spirits weren't always about getting drunk. Sometimes they're about tinctures that would allow you to pinpoint certain fixes and that sort of thing. So
awesome. Yeah, I was so glad that you mentioned that in your talk.
Bitter is better. Bitter is better. Linda, do you have something to say before we're like running close to the end here? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a quick question. So we're all like freezing out here in the cold, and you guys are so warm and cozy in your house. Did you guys get COVID tests or something?
No, what we did is in like supreme dedication to this cause, we were like all in a total isolation from anybody else for like a bunch of time before this.
Oh, nice. Wow. So you created a Chicory Week bubble.
We are a chicory bubble. A chicory bubble.
Nice. That is dedication on the next level.
We didn't think that there was any other way. I mean, this is the only way.
Yeah. Other than freezing outside and
we all make choices. We're never leaving. They're gonna stay here forever now.
That's your new family. Wow.
It is. Yeah. All right, can you get off my lap? Yes. Guys, get out of here. It's going downhill fast, folks. And I wanted to say, we've been using the hashtag Radicchio Revolution, and I don't want to make light of like the true need for revolution in our world right now, because it's really real and it's really happening, and we all need it. And but I do want to say, like, I really appreciated the quick discussion about sort of things that we might feel uncomfortable about, and not just in our palates and like the things that we eat, but with like the world and ourselves, and being open to change and being open to, and in fact, like seeking it out. So, right, like we say it and it's kind of cute and we think it's cool, but also like we really mean it. And we hope all of you do too. And if anybody has anything else to say about that in the next 2 minutes, you can. Or we can just all sit here in silence.
Lord knows I have a lot to say about that. But I think you're right. I think that it takes a concerted group of individuals that want to see some sort of change, right? And whether you use the Margaret Mead code or not, or you think about the way that you, in your small way, can affect the people around you. And I think that's crucial right now, especially with things like voting. Coming from places like the Midwest, where I'm born and raised, coming from this weird immigrant family that maybe didn't fit in quite right there. I think you really value the idea that you can have an impact on your community and the people around you. And if you don't take that responsibility seriously. If you don't actually care to use it, that's fine, I guess. But I think the people on this call and throughout the day-to-day are investing their time and their efforts in doing something that they believe in and care about. And I think that's resonant. And I also think it's something that we can all be really proud of. And, you know, this is the third year in the middle of the pandemic. We somehow pulled it together. Not me specifically, but the 4 people in the upper left-hand corner of my screen, and Ava and the people that really put it all together is really inspiring. It makes the stuff that I'm going through personally in my own life and in my business life, it makes it a little more tolerable. So I want to shout out everybody and thank everybody for being part of this awesome community.
Cheers to all of you. We really appreciate everybody's participation.
Cheers.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Being
Cheers.
Salud.
Abba, can we play the Rad TV with music video one more time?
We sure can. Do you want to hear the Bohème Musette and Waltz or the Venetian love song? I don't know.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
You're all rad.
Love you.
Love you
Signing
all.
off from Rad TV.
Bye,
Much love to y'all.
Okay.